Guten Tag.
Guten Abend. No, is it? No, I don't know. Andy
Wie
will
geht's?
soon tell us.
Wie
Wie
geht's?
geht's? Yes. Wie geht's. I need to brush up on my German, don't I? Really?
Do you?
What with Synthfest? Not Synthfest.
No.
Jesus! So many shows.
There's only one phrase you have to learn.
Beer.
Which is, do you speak English?
I hate that because, like, you go into a place and they know you're English straight away, pretty much. I don't know what it is, the way we dress. And they just talk to us in English. And I'm like, no, please, I want to try. I want to make an idiot of myself.
Yeah, you're one of those strange British people that wants to actually speak the language
I
of the
want to
land.
speak your language. I like your language. Yeah. And it's so embarrassing when they speak English better than a lot of English people.
Yes.
So anyway, yeah. So no, yeah, my morning started at 4:45, and then I went back to bed after I took my daughter to work, and then I laid in bed until about 11:30, I think it was. Then I got up, and then I edited a whole podcast, and forgot how bloody interesting the conversation had been, because it happened a couple of months or so ago. And yeah, it was. I was like, oh man, this really should have gone out sooner.
I always manage to catch him as he stands up.
I know. Oh, there he is.
Guten Tag.
Yes, I've plugged fucking headphones in.
It wouldn't be the same without Andy's technical issues, would it?
The man with the tissues. What sort of wank fest were we going to have this evening?
I don't know, he's frozen now.
In fear.
We'll never know.
Yes.
We'll never know.
Perhaps he was going to translate something into German and his head exploded. I don't know what's going on. Is it me? Or
Nope.
did the modular look exactly the same as it did last week out the back?
What, on Andy's shot?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. To me, it's just a blur of bleeps and bloops.
I wonder if he's been remiss and hasn't been using his equipment, because that's a terrible thing to do.
Well, you still got the label on.
Oh, it's scratch a gift.
So,
Why have I got a scratch
Community
card
chest.
up in the air? Up
Go
my
to
community
jail.
chest.
go to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect
Absolutely.
200 quid.
Again.
No, Grace, give it to him, please, 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 give it to him.
What's that?
Grace just said, "Are you saying that we shouldn't give Andrew my old Mac, therefore removing several technical issues from his life?"
What Andy needs is Clean My Mac.
Yes,
Sponsored by.
yes,
Yeah, but I don't have a Mac. That's why it's shit.
yes, but you're getting one, aren't you?
Excuse me.
Eventually.
All of this is PC.
Oh,
Actually,
right.
I went to see my new Mac yesterday.
Can I?
It doesn't-
Can I just say?
Does it
I'm
fit?
sorry. I've just seen your T-shirt. My nephew sent me a birthday card with
that one.
exactly that on it, and my childish knob.
Knob.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't. Just, yeah. So
It sums up how I want to feel today.
exactly. I think we have to.
I'm done.
No.
I'm done with the. Well, I'm not done with it, but you know what I mean.
No, you've got to. We've
Yeah.
got to. And I hate the would haves and he would have and she would have and they would have when it's silly because nobody knows what the would haves would be. But we have to just go. I mean, I've just in the chat on Jamie's show. I've just said, I met Dom twice. I met Dom at Gearfest. We spent the day together at Gearfest, pretty much. And you were there, Robbie. And a little bit at Synthfest. And then we've sort of known him through the screen. But that day at Gearfest, we just spent the day laughing and giggling. It was such a fun day that I mean, I would treasure that day anyway, but now it takes on a certain significance. And I consider myself to be blessed that I had the chance to spend some time with him, even if only a short time. So and I think it's time. I say it's time. We should celebrate. You know, I mean, the music. Oh, I mean, I don't think anybody said anything particularly about Dom's music, particularly, except, you know, that performance he did on at the Bath Imam. That's a kick drum. I mean, it's just brilliant. His own title music is just. I want that piece of music. Somehow, please, you know, Mrs. Hawken, if you're listening, please try and release that piece of music because it's so good. I want it. You know, the Mr. Wiggly theme tune is just awesome. I wanted it anyway. You know, I know. You know, and that track he did for Clownfest. So where were you? So where were you? It goes round and round in my head. That man could write a tune. Oh, bloody hell, could he write a tune? And I'm not just saying that to you know as the sort of the cliche things. He was bloody brilliant.
Well,
Right,
two
anyway.
Ivor Novello nominations would back that claim up.
Quite right, Rob. Quite right.
So,
Absolutely right.
And a number one hit single.
Yeah.
Or was it number two?
Yeah.
I can't remember. Yeah.
Who cares? Well, he said to me.
yeah,
He
it
said
was
to me,
big.
you know, the gift that keeps giving. You know,
Well,
we
yeah.
wrote a tune. We wrote a
Which
tune, and we wrote a tune, and we put some tubular bells and sleigh bells on it, and dressed them up in stupid jumpers, and we got a Christmas hit, even though it's not a Christmas song. You know,
Yeah.
genius, brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Wasn't it several weeks at number one?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
It
probably.
was their
probably more than once.
or as we like to call it, the upstairs loft conversion.
Hi everyone in the chat. Hi Mr. Hilton. Hi
Yes,
Elsie
hello
O'Head.
everybody in the chat.
Hi Lady A.
Yeah, all out there, been watching GeoSynths. Where you should have been over here. God, what we were talking
Oh,
about.
jeez.
Oh, and those giraffes. Are giraffes real?
Oh, giraffe's real.
Is
I want
Babs
to know.
the best one in the Beverly Scissors?
You know,
These questions were answered, and you were watching a different show.
yeah, well, we were because it was on. You didn't have to start early.
It's true.
Oh, anyway, I want to. You know, all you need is, you know, do you speak English? Bollocks, Ken. Just learn. Kann ich ein Bier haben? That's all you need. Kann ich ein Bier haben?
So far, I've got away with
Ein Bier.
Ouvre le pot.
I mean, it's not difficult. I mean, can ich? I mean, that's not hard, is it? You know, I mean, the first word we have it in English anyway. Beer, we've got that word in English too. And
Yeah.
haben isn't that far removed from have. Kann ich ein Bier haben? Bitter.
No,
And
I
you
don't
won't
want
get
bitter. I want
and
lager.
you won't get a pint of bitter unless you're in Dusseldorf. When you might.
Yeah, it's all. It's all.
Well, you
about-
will actually. You'll get a pint of Alt, which is a bit like their version of Newcastle Brown.
It's all
Anyway,
about the
right,
umlaut and having the verb at the end.
It's all about. No, verb second idea, second verb at end. My
Oh, is it?
students know that very well. You've got two verbs in a sentence. The second one is at the end.
Don't start him off. Please.
Oh, you've started.
Oh, here we go. There's
Hello.
some common sense has entered the room.
Bonjour.
Remover of techies. Oh, that's really clever.
You're only allowed in if you can fart in 3 different
on.
languages.
Oh, I can fart in 4,
Can you?
5.
Oh, you see, you're the
6.
educated one out of us all.
You are.
Yeah.
Am I?
Mind you, just
Only in
admit you
languages.
talk
I don't
out
talk
your
all
arse.
about anything else. Basically, yeah.
Grief dog.
Hi, Grace. Where are you now? Are you at home?
I'm at home.
Oh, hello.
I am ringing in on my new.
I recognise the lampshade.
Yeah.
See the new computer, new
The
Mac.
reflections on the ceiling.
New Mac.
Yeah. Is this the new Mac doing its biz
It's the
then?
new Mac, yeah. So that means the other Mac is looking for a home Android.
With its brilliant camera. Very clear.
It's all right, doesn't it?
Yeah, very clear.
It
Can
looks
you hear
really
me
good,
okay?
yeah.
Is it clear?
Yeah,
Is the mic clear?
Absolutely stunning.
Absolutely
yeah.
beautiful.
I've not actually done anything other than spend all day yesterday installing stuff on it. So I haven't done any music
wow.
on it yet. But yeah. Hello, Ian.
Hello.
Hi,
Hi, Grace.
Ian.
Hi, guys.
Hello, Cool Glover.
Still got an account. Just
Cool Glover. Have I missed something? What was
Cog. He said
Oh,
Cog.
Cool Glover. I thought it was, I understood Cool Glover. I wondered what a Glover was.
I thought you said Paul Glover. I was like, who's Paul Glover?
Who's Paul Glover?
Exactly. No,
Thank you.
Cog
Anyway.
are lovely people.
This is a £300 microphone. Why is nobody
so
understanding
all
what
of
I'm saying?
It's because you live in the southeast, Kent.
The people, oh, yeah, that's what it is, isn't it? I'm speaking of foreign dialect.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. Right, mate.
Yeah, exactly. You can say a whole sentence without using a single consonant, can't you? You go,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
Pardon? What? You
What,
what?
mate? Yeah, no, I mean, like, you know, mate. And all that, yes. Absolutely.
Shakespeare's dad was a glover. Do you mean he actually made gloves? Or no, Shakespeare's dad must have been called Shakespeare.
Danny's dad was a guy.
Was he?
Was he called Shakespeare?
Or staff.
But is Shakespeare not a pseudonym?
No, because
Ah.
the parish records record.
Again, I relate to the question earlier.
He could have been called Jones, couldn't
It's not
he?
been very parliamentary.
You know.
I refer the honourable question to the answer that I gave gentlemen before, or something like that.
Moments ago. You've got to say moments ago.
I've been watching GeoSynths. What have I missed? I didn't know you guys.
I was watching it too.
I
Wait till it finished.
Stuff.
I
All the
didn't.
important stuff,
I
mate.
didn't get a notification that you were on.
Didn't you?
No.
I tell you what was interesting.
Well, it was in the
looking.
GeoSynths chat. If you were looking at the GeoSynths chat,
I know. I said
you
hello
know.
to Kenny then.
Well, something went really weird with my SteamYard. So when I was going to create the show, as it were, it come up with all the list of where I wanted the show to go, and it was all PSN sites.
Hey, Matt.
What's
Hi,
that
Matt.
all about? Hello, dear.
Because you'd signed into the PSN account and not your personal account. You have to log out of the PSN account and then log back in to your account, which is what
If
I
you
have
can remember the password, which is always an issue.
no, there's no
Never,
password.
Never ever had
That's
to
what
do
these are
that
for.
before.
Fingerprints. Press
Never
the
had to do that
finger.
before.
There is no passwords with StreamYard. You log in with your email, then they send you
That's
a code.
right.
Oh, one of
that's
those.
right,
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah.
That's sensible. That works well if you can be bothered waiting for
But-
the email.
But
to
Grace is right. Biometrics. It's the future.
scan my record.
Oh no! I don't know. I don't want people looking in my eye or pressing my finger, looking at my fingerprints. No.
Putting your
Yeah,
phone
all you want to
anywhere.
do is log into Kent's
You don't
pub
need
and
to.
suddenly they've told you that you've got glaucoma. Brilliant.
everything's
You don't need that, do you?
Everything's
The,
in here.
The latest iPhone.
Yeah, then
does
you
facial
lose it,
recognition
Rob.
for an unlock.
No.
You have to. If you look at the phone, it unlocks for you if it's your
Yeah.
face.
Yeah, mine does.
And it has,
Yeah.
I think
whiteness.
mine's got that, but
Mine
I
on your
switched
phone?
it off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it does just that. It's not an iPhone. I'm sorry, Grace. It's not an iPhone. I couldn't afford an iPhone.
Might have one of those too if you want it.
How many do you want? How many do you want?
I want a new iPhone.
Oh, hello.
I've got,
Matt's got two burner phones. You know what that means?
hang
don't
on.
Yeah, that
I've got an
Four.
one's
iPhone.
for county lines.
Five.
you? Yeah.
And then the
okay.
other one
Yeah,
is
yeah. I need to
These
buy a
are
new
all-
iPhone for Jen.
I was given these. They all work.
Oh,
Oh, blimey.
Talking of
It's
phones.
for you.
it's my youngest son, so I'll mute.
What you did on that stupid program?
And another.
Yeah.
I think I've kept every single iPhone
Yeah.
and
You
a
can
lot
call
of my old Nokia ones as well. But the one I got rid of was the best Nokia phone they ever made, which is the N95.
No,
Hmm.
3310.
Wouldn't it be funny if he actually thought he'd muted and he hadn't?
Yeah.
What?
You want how much? Bugger off.
I think we stashed it under the kitchen sink. Have a look. It's
What
in
do
a
you
big
think I
bag.
am? Bank of mum and dad? Piss off. Pay your own bloody mortgage,
You've
child.
nicked another motor. Well, where are we going to put them all?
How much is your bail this time?
Robbie.
Yeah, and I secretly do love
Spiritual
Korg.
experience.
Yeah, I know, but don't tell anybody.
That probably is called.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
it's-
Korg Glover.
Yeah.
Mr.
Core Glover.
Yeah, Mr. Korg Lover. Right, I'm going to let this dog out before the thing explodes.
Is that a euphemism?
Yeah.
I was going to let this dog out.
Ooh, let the dogs out.
Woof, woof, woof.
Ooh, let
Bark,
the
bark,
dogs
bark,
out.
bark.
Kent,
It's the British version.
Kent.
I don't have any barks on here though.
Oh dear.
So, Andrew, did you see my message about Mr. Eden?
I did see your message about Mr. Eden, and I replied in the chat to your message
Oh,
about
yeah, you
Mr.
did.
Eden.
Sorry, I forgot about that.
Well, I've got. I don't know if Brawny's going. I did say I would take him, but I don't know if Brawny's
Well,
going.
my car. It's bigger, so that's all right. I've got a big car.
Well, we could. Yeah, well, yeah, we could. Will it get to Derby? Well, we can try it. Sorry.
Yeah, that one.
No, I've got a car with a 22 plate on it. I can be all sort of fucking. You know, when I didn't have a car, I was going. Oh,
I'm sorry,
please,
but a
bring the
51
car around.
piece
Bring the
22
car.
anytime.
Bring the car around. Bring the car around.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll drive to Derby
Actually-
with Mr. Eden and Brawny and see.
Yeah,
you
and
there.
yeah, all right. That sounds like a plan. Actually, if it worked, because you know, Brawny might
Close
have
to mine. Yeah.
Brawny might have gear. I mean, we can get 4 people in my car, but if I'm taking 2 modular cases and the bag of bits and bobs, then the boot is full. So
So I'll go in my boot.
fine. It sounds like a plan. Done deal. I can have beers when I'm there. Brilliant.
Assuming it passes its dreaded MOT tomorrow.
Oh God, yes, of course. When is that?
Oh no, Tuesday. Sorry, not tomorrow.
Don't get
Well,
that with a 22 plate, do you, Andy?
No, you don't. I've got 2 years to think about
here we
it.
go.
Oh, you've been tangoed, Ty.
I was saying,
What's going on?
It's a giant tangerine.
It's a giant. It's Tom Kerridge. Can I have that burger you did on the show this afternoon? Because it looked ace. It looked fucking amazing. And his beef biryani, that was amazing. Cool. You do know how to use minced beef, I have to say. Sorry, I'll shut up now.
That's
2
often
beers
been
and my
said.
mouth's off. Somebody stop me.
I think that's an excellent coloured hoodie, personally.
I do.
Orange is
Thank
my
you very
favourite
much.
colour.
It
Roland
is indeed
orange.
my favourite colour. I've also bought. Kent knows this. Do you remember the Prisoner?
Yeah.
Oh
Do you
yeah,
remember,
of
do you
course.
remember the do you remember the bubble chairs?
Mm.
So I've just taken delivery of one of those, white with an orange interior. Yeah.
Is it the most uncomfortable thing you've ever sat
No, it's
in?
beautiful.
Is
My
it?
daughter, honestly, every time she sits in it, she falls asleep. I've got her till Wednesday. I've got her till Wednesday, and every single afternoon she's fallen asleep in it. It's amazing. So, which after reason, I'm sticking my head in, and then I'm putting her to bed. So, I'm literally sticking my head in, just to say hello.
And group hugs.
And, oh my god!
He's only going quick because Guantanamo Bay want their clothes back.
Exactly. Yeah.
How are you, lover?
I think we're all the same, aren't we?
Yeah, that's how we are. Yeah, well, I don't know what Kent said or not said or whatever, but the reality is, yeah. So I knew all this weeks ago. That's the problem. So it's been really fucking difficult, I tell you. Because I spoke to Dom in end of December, beginning of January. So I knew what was happening. So it's not been great. Has to be said.
How the fuck did you do that? How did you cope?
Oh, don't even ask Kent, because basically, hey Kent,
Hello, darling.
because I couldn't even, honestly, Kent will tell you, I couldn't even tell Kent.
No.
I couldn't even tell Kent. Is this true? Kent
Yep.
now knows. I basically, I literally couldn't, I couldn't tell anybody. And, fucking difficult. Yeah.
Because once you told me, literally the next day I was going, I said to Fiona, I go, oh, why the fuck did Ty tell me?
Well, yeah, no, the thing is, I was doing what Soph and Don wanted, that's all.
I know.
I was doing, and it was, yeah. So there we go.
That's why it's amazing. Isn't it? It's one of the most difficult things.
Well, the worst one is that Kent and I are having conversations, and Kent's turning around and going, "God, if you haven't heard from Dom for a while, do you think it's okay? And I think, to be fair, Robbie, I think you and I had a conversation. And I think Dom at some point came to conversation, and I was there claiming ignorance, and I'm really sorry, mate.
No.
I'm really sorry.
You have
But
nothing, you have nothing to be sorry for.
I was doing exactly
If
what
they
they
asked
wanted me to
you
do.
to
There you
do
go.
that, I think that's right.
No,
And
no
so-
apology necessary.
So I
Respect and honour count for everything.
I feel really fucking shit about the whole thing.
Yeah.
Well, you shouldn't be
So-
feeling shit about not being able to say anything because you were doing.
No, I
and-
know,
and-
I know, but I just
Nobody
it's
will.
just I know, but it's just So there we go. Anyway,
Focus on your daughter, mate.
yeah, oh, exactly. See, that's the thing. This is the thing. I'll be, on a completely selfish point of view. I mean, this is what Dom and I, the amount of times Dom and I used to speak about this, about the fact that we were just fucking twins from a slightly different, is the fact that we're both fucking bald twats, except he was about 4 foot taller than me. But apart from that, but we're both we had one daughter later in life. Our daughters are essentially the same age, and we've both done okay in different ways. And so we both live in a point in our lives where we're living, good lives, and we've both met people that we, think the world of. We've both got gorgeous daughters, and we used to talk quite often about how we were. And yet, the
parallels.
ironic thing about this, I said this is where it gets really bonkers. So Dom and I, we spoke fucking loads and never actually met, because every time we tried to meet one another, something cropped up. We were going to try to get together with the girls, and that kind of went. We were going to be coming down when went to Kent's, and because of work, every time we tried to arrange anything, it always went tits up.
Yeah.
So yeah, but we spoke loads. More to the point, and I know everyone said it. Every single person said it, but there are some cunts in this world, and there are some good people in this world. And Dom was one of the good ones, and I wish I could transfer any shit that has happened to him onto some of the cunts of this world who nobody deserves it. Nobody. But there are some people who warrant it more than others, shall we say.
Yeah.
And Dom was one who he didn't.
No.
So yeah. So there we go.
Yes.
It's shit. And then literally the funny part about it is I said this a couple of days before, unfortunately he passed, and so it was I think it was actually the day that I let Kent and Rich know, because Soph had asked me to, and I then went to the doctors about nothing else and just described something to her, and oh, best just have your shit on a stick just to check you haven't got bowel cancer. So I've shit on, I've shat on a stick. I mean, it was a particularly nice.
You should have
one.
taken it out of the tree first. You could have broken
Well-
your neck.
Yeah. No. Well, the doctor said I shouldn't have just pulled my kecks down in front of her, to be fair. But
She was in the bank. You did catch
so-
her sort of unawares.
so I'm sitting there. But it's all these things that just bring it home, because I've never, touch wood, I've never been. I've not done ill. I've not done any of that crap. I've been really fortunate, and I've been to the doctor. I went to the doctor in the last couple of weeks. I got fucking sciatica that I've never had, which, if anyone's had it, that's painful. It keeps you awake at night. And then, so I had that, and then I've gone straight from that into fucking ear infection. So this ear, I am completely deaf as a post. As you can see, no ear in there, because I am literally deaf as a post. I'm on so many fucking drugs and things to try and control the pain, and I'm not sleeping because the pain is so intense. So, so yeah. So I should just point out my last job that I was telling you, the one that I was doing that I finished on Friday. The last 2 tracks for that went off, and I swear to God, I do not have the foggiest what the fuck they sound like, because I could hear out of one ear, so I have no idea what the mix is like. And if you've ever tried, next time you do a mix, try and do a mix just holding one ear, and you get no sense of perspective. Obviously, you get no sense of stereo. The EQ curve changes completely, and I swear to you, those last two tracks went, and I have no idea what they sound like, but it was a deadline, so a deadline's a deadline. So,
And everybody in the edit room going,
yeah. What the
Why is everything on the left or the right?
Is he deaf? Wait a minute. Yeah, at this moment. And of course, what I'm really honestly shitting myself about is I've got a friend who had an ear infection and it damaged her hearing permanently. And it happens. I mean, this happens. You can get ear infections, and it does compromise your hearing. So of course, I'm here shitting myself that, come back to me in a week's time, I'm going to have bowel cancer and be deaf. So, I mean, things are looking up for 2023. So, but don't worry, I'll let you know how the shit comes out. Well, I know it came out, but how the result comes out. I'm fingers crossed that's okay. And fingers crossed next time I speak to you, I'll have 2 ears working.
it'll be confirmed. Ty's shit does stink.
Yeah. We always said he was talking crap. So, but anyway, joking aside, I really did just want to stick my head in and say hello to you all and give you all a huge group hug and
Hugs back.
Right back at you, mate.
And I'm now going to go and put my gorgeous daughter to bed. And
If you can prise her out of the chair.
I tell you, she's a little cow because it's my chair and she's fucking hogging it.
It's
Because
not
also-
your chair
Have you not
anymore,
learned that
Ty.
yet? Have you not learned
'Cause
that
also
yet? Little
it's
girls
a-
and their daddies fucking
Oh my
got
God.
them wrapped.
But also, it spins, of course. But thing is, I tell you, whatever it's on, it properly spins. So you only need to give it a quick, and it goes around and round and round. It's awesome. I mean, I do. The thing is, I have done the whole thing of turning around and going, I am the new number 2. But I'm pretending to stroke a cat, then realise that actually in the prisoner there's no cats involved. But anyway,
Before you go, Ty, we all
Yeah.
have a question which is burning, it desperately needs an answer. We all want to know whether you bought a teenage engineering decorating
oh
table.
fuck off. Honestly, can I? Joking aside, you know that I like a lot of the TE stuff, but
Yeah.
I genuinely do. But I mean, those dolls were a bad sign. But even those with the dolls, you're thinking, okay, I kind of get it. It's not for me, but I kind of get it
Well,
if
what
you're
were
into
they?
collecting.
Dolls?
But
were they not sex toys? Oh. Dear.
Well,
Oh.
You better cancel your order, Andy.
oh.
you can use them that way if you want.
Don't
But
buy any
honestly-
second-hand ones off Andy.
I'm not having you on. I'm really not having you on. That desk, I think I probably just sat here alone on a laptop looking at it, and I'm sure I must have said out loud, for fuck's sake.
I
Because,
think we all did.
I mean, it really is ridiculous. It really is just like, I mean, yeah. I mean, utter bollocks. Utter.
Did anyone see Starsky
What,
Carr's
Vivian?
post
Calm
that he
down.
made? Starsky Carr made a post of a catering table, one of those stainless steel things that they use in the kitchens in big restaurants. It was 159 quid, and it was like, oh, thinking,
But I think the thing is,
fair enough.
I tell you what gets me is the fact that they know what people think of them, and at what point do they not realise that it's so obvious now that with certain things they're taking the piss. I tell you
Well,
what, I tell you what it does to
on
me.
Ramsay's. I said on Ramsay's that I thought that was exactly what it was. Let's see how far we can actually take
But
it.
what
and see
I'm
people
saying is
do.
they've got to be careful because I mean, I'll tell from my point of view, everything I've got from TE, I can hand on heart explain to anyone why I think it's worth the money, why I think it's to me why I think it's worth it, and I absolutely can. There's a point now where if they're not careful, people like me who up until now has justified whatever they've done, I would now quite happily turn around and go, fuck me, if you're going to take the piss like that, you can fuck off because I'm buying nothing more from you. Because even if it's a good product, I think you're a bunch of wankers. And I'm one of those people who, I have something called principles. Do you remember those? And I really do have principles. And so if a company like that, if it really does get to me like that, I will never buy from them again. And I've done it with kind of companies. And so, if I'm doing it, I can't be the only one that's thinking that. I can't be the only one that's thinking, no, if you're going to take the piss like that, you can fuck right off.
We know this is a setup. Everyone was saying, "Oh, look, the pre-order."
Thank you for answering my question, Ty.
The pre-order date will be like April the 1st, won't it? But what will happen on April the 1st is they'll release the chairs, and it'll be the Teenage Engineering patio set.
I think we're missing the obvious. I think you're meant to use that table for wallpaper pasting, £800 a roll, gold leaf wallpaper.
Yeah.
It's a very specific product for a very specific job.
Or
But
it could just
I
be a load
loved
of
it.
wank by a load of cheeky
I loved it
cunts.
because it just kept on giving. Because not only was it a £1,500 wallpapering table, then you've got, it's recycled aluminium, and it comes in kit form. And you have to build it yourself. Well, people who buy £1,500 coffee tables do not assemble things themselves, I'm afraid.
No, we have people that do it for us.
That's right.
Anyway, talking of doing things for yourself, I am going.
Ah,
I am loving you, and I am leaving you, and I'm sending you all huge, bold twat hugs. And
Hugs back.
I hope as many people as possible are going to be there for the memorial. I'm hoping so. If anyone needs,
Well, has that been announced yet? Where it's going to be?
It's in Chiswick. Oh, sorry, no,
Chiswick.
I have no idea where it's going to be, and I have no idea of the date.
No, it will be in Chiswick, but I don't think there's been a specific venue yet, is there?
Right, okay.
No,
Yeah.
all I know is
24th of March, I think, is what Sophia said.
it is the 24th of March. So if you want to come and fucking punch my lights out or take me out, when I say take me out, I don't mean dining, I mean literally, then that's where I'll be.
I'll come and fix your Porsche.
Exactly. You better be fucking ready by then. Anyway,
You're hoping.
but anyway, yes. So, yeah. I'm going to go. Love you all. Hopefully I see you all at some point soon.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And,
Ty.
yeah. Be good.
Bye.
Bye
See you
all.
later.
See you
Take care,
later.
Ty.
See you later.
Bye, guys.
What a wanker.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Take me out tonight. And if a 10-ton truck smashes into us, well, it did in August, and I've just got everything sorted now. Oh dear.
I'm still in America on the 24th. It's my last show.
What day is the 24th?
Of March.
Yeah.
Day. March
24th, it's a Friday.
It's
I
a
can't
Friday.
do that. No, I can't do that, unfortunately. I'll be at work. And it doesn't even qualify for compassionate leave, that one, unfortunately. So.
No.
You gonna go, Rob?
It's like Andy says. I might have a spare day of PTO, which I can take.
What does PTO mean?
Paid time off.
Personal
Oh,
time
right,
off.
okay.
Oh.
Right.
Yeah.
Personal, okay.
Same thing.
It's an American thing. They have FTO as well, which is flexible time. It's just bollocks. Yeah, it's basically
Or
holiday.
NTO.
It's my holiday allowance. But
Well, we have it because our holidays are obviously fixed periods.
Mm.
On our holiday time, we get, obviously, as teachers, you get more than most people do in terms of actual days of holiday. But what happens if you need something doing that's not in the holidays, or you need to, so we have what's called compassionate leave, and you get 5 days within any rolling 1 year period. So
Inky says that Dom's memorial will be streamed for those who can't make
it is. Yes. That's
okay,
true.
yeah. No, thanks, Lisa. That's cool.
No, and because it's a Friday, obviously we've got a show, so I'd have to make sure I got back in time to do that. Although maybe we don't on that day. I don't know. We've got to think. I will do my best.
What do you reckon? is it right to say we're not doing one, or is it better to actually do one? I mean, obviously that's your call, Rob. I mean, I'm not saying one way or the other. I think,
No.
but both would have their.
Did you ever have him on the show?
Did we? Yeah.
We
God, yeah.
co-hosted
Why not?
it.
Why not do a mashup of bits from shows?
Well, it's
that
funny.
you
It's funny you should say that, because that was what was going through my mind today. Was I was looking back through, because he was a guest a number of times. He sort of deputised for me on one or two occasions, and of course there was our little thing at Synthfest
Synthfest.
when he and I sort of dicked around in the foyer, as one does, and I thought, oh, maybe I should go through and clip out, because obviously it was Dom's. It was when Dom was hosting the show with Kent and Ben that this
What a wanker.
came.
Yeah.
And it sent him over the edge. It was it was great. So getting all those little moments together, and sort of doing a little montage. So that's something I'm going to try and do. I don't know if I can get it done for this week, but maybe I can get it done for at some point, and maybe just put it up as a separate thing. But
I rewatched the show with Grace. You know, Dom's show with Grace, and just all the way through.
It's not like we're
Sobbing and
starved
sobbing
of
and sobbing.
content where we can go back and remember
No, we're not.
the guy.
No, we're
so, and everything that he
I
stood
hope-
for. So.
I mean, it's none of my business to say I hope. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. It would be nice if that content stays. I mean, it could be taken down, but it would be nice if it stays.
No, well, I'm pretty sure it will. It would do so much more good if it did than if it didn't. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
But hey, I think these are all things to think about, and
It would be a good thing to do on the day. Couldn't do it yet. I tear up when I see a photo of him on Facebook. You have to move on quickly.
guys,
I
I'm going
can't-
to nip off for a bit. I've got family time. But I'll be back later. I'm assuming this is going to be usual. It's your usual length.
I think so.
The usual length, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a
Shoulder
chat-up
length.
line that's worked repeatedly.
Indeed. So yeah, I will see you later.
All right,
See you in
dear.
a bit.
Take care, Rob.
Bye.
That's what I wanted to say about Dom was that when
Yeah.
I did that show, I had a chat with him beforehand, and we had a FaceTime chat, and it was the nicest possible, most calming thing, because I was very apprehensive about doing that show. I wasn't at all sure if it was a good thing to do. I didn't really know any of you guys,
Yeah.
particularly at that point, and
What?
he couldn't have been.
What?
Well, I knew
What?
you, Mike.
Oh, okay. Just checking. Just checking.
Yeah. But it couldn't have been nicer and more sort of encouraging. There was no, it was perfect. And it was only because he was such a cool guy and so encouraging with it that I actually went, yeah, okay, let's do it. And it's, I have great pride that it was 3 hours and 3 minutes long. It's 3:03.
It was,
And,
yeah.
yeah.
It was a long,
And,
long show, that one.
And I think that was the longest one, actually, weirdly. But yeah, it's the best 3 hours I've ever spent on the internet, quite honestly. So there you go. Thank you, Dom.
Yep.
I'll tell you what, when I met him at Synthfest, I couldn't get up. He always looked so small on the screen, and I'm not just saying that. When I fucking met him, he's a giant.
Yeah.
It's a big bloke.
He was, wasn't he?
I remember when he turned up here with Richard Hilton. I was meeting him for the first time. And I was expecting, Ty. 'Cause, I mean, the first time I met Ty here, I opened the door and I thought I'd been visited by an ancient hobbit. Because he's quite tiny. And Dom, there's Richard, there's Dom. And I was like, oh, no, mate.
So you got the two Ronnies?
So I said to Ty on the phone a couple of days ago, and he said, "Yeah," he said, "it's weird." He said, "There's so many parallels." He said,
Richard's
I am
just said
so-
that was a great day, by the way.
"It was a
And,
brilliant
yeah.
day," and he said, "Yeah, he's always going on about." He says, "Oh yeah, there's so many parallels. Me and Dom are so alike." And I said, "Yeah, except you need a chair." So, what was it? Oh, you need steps. That was it. But
Booster seat
yeah, but I think that I think
And you didn't try to kill Ty with a.
with a burger.
yeah. Look, you know what? That was the first time I'd ever done a barbecue. And I said, I remember saying to Fiona, I said, "How do you know a burger's done?" She goes, "Oh, it stops moving." I don't know. So, yeah, but I loved the way Richard put across that he wouldn't be partaking of the burger. It's just sort of like, you go, what was it? I don't fancy spending the next week in hospital or something. Oh, man.
Tact and diplomacy at its best.
Yes. No, so when Dom and Rich were here, and Dom fell in love with Charlie, and yeah, really, really loved him, and I think it was reciprocated as well because Charlie wasn't normally the most personable of dogs, but he seemed to be around Dom a lot during the day. But
Did that
And then
to
you
me
see
as
what
well,
Richard's
though, didn't
writing.
yeah, he did some filming around the garage. He says, "I'm dying to see inside your garage." I went, "Come on, then we'll go and have a look. I'll show you the garage."
Was Charlie the one that escaped when I arrived?
No, Charlie doesn't do escape. That was probably Nelly.
When I opened the door and the dog went, "Whew,"
Twing,
and
yeah,
then,
that
and then
was-
you and Fiona spent the next 20 minutes running
Yeah.
up and down the street trying to get him back. Oh,
Yeah,
God, what
that-
have I done?
That'll be Nelly. She's a little move for that because she knows it winds us up, so she does it deliberately. So, but yeah, no, it's yeah. So he'd done some filming around the garage, and he was gobsmacked. He just couldn't believe what was out there. You go, in a garage, really?
In a garage in
Yeah.
Surrey.
And he goes, "Is that a Jupiter 6 in there behind that, up against the wall?" I said, "Yeah, and so's that." And he goes, "Two? Two Jupiter 6s in there, my God." Yeah.
Well, I mean, what was there when I arrived, Kent? You know, 2 CS80s, 2 DX1s, and Kraftwerk's vocoder, and an absolutely pristine memory moog on the floor, which you just finished. Oh, you have a play on it, Andy. I'm going, I'm not touching that. Oh.
Oh, you don't know where it's been.
No, you're right.
No, it's not the way
no.
it's been.
It's
thought,
Andy
if you-
touching it.
Yeah, well, no, well, yeah, that was before I'd even got a reputation. I thought, no, I better not, Kent. You know, you've just finished it. No, you put that. And I was thinking, and I'm sitting there going, where the fuck have I landed? Honestly, it was like.
Yeah, I know, it's me.
And the toilet with a Jupiter 8 and an OBXA and a Pro 1 and a Mini Moog and all these things all thinking, this is just mad. You know,
Wow.
what did I love that, honestly, Ken, that was such a day.
But you don't have to worry about breaking anything because this is the best place for things to break. There isn't a better place.
Things are supposed to
anywhere.
arrive broken, though, surely, not
Yeah.
leave broken.
Oh, I don't know. It happens.
GS1.
Oh, GS1. Mind you, at least that fires up now.
Literally.
Literally.
No, honestly, it actually fires up correctly.
You mean it starts? Fire
yeah.
is the wrong word.
Yeah. Buttons
There's
work.
lots of firelighter into it.
Yeah, and all that
Boots.
jazz.
It boots.
Yeah, I
It
just need to get the
boots.
computer to talk to the card reader and tell it when to reverse its motor or not. Because at the moment it's not. It just runs backwards constantly. So we'll figure that out in the end. So, but yes, interesting.
Come on, Dave, jump in. Come on, Dave, jump in. Come on, Dave, jump in. I'm talking to MHO.
I was going to say,
Dave
is there a
Walker.
broken record going on or something?
No, it's Dave Walker, MHO in the chat. He's the guy that wears all the sort of day glow paint splattered things with his hat on at the E-mums. He's a dude. Come on, Dave. Bring
I've
fish and
got an
chips with
answer.
you.
I've got an answer for that, but I'm not going to.
Yeah, see, me and Richard Hilton collectively got the Rowley Seaboard working. Because for a while we thought, have I just spent £1,000 on something that's absolutely bucketed here? Because you turn it on and it just goes and doesn't do any noise whatsoever. Have I bought a broken one? Because there must be a reason it was so cheap. So.
But it
no.
worked. It took hours, but it works.
Yeah.
Yeah, Richard.
But my God, what a piss about. Oi. So. Come on, Rich, why don't you come in?
Yeah, we haven't seen him for ages, have we?
Yeah, you haven't been on for a while. Give us some Rowley flutter.
We're just waiting for him to reply now, aren't we?
Yeah, sitting there going, It's going to stop you. No!
He might be halfway through a gig. Just be going, reply, reply.
Niall looks round and just stares at him and goes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have your whole and undivided attention, do I, Mr. Hill?
Giggles. Yeah, well, oh no, you were on Rands, weren't you, yesterday, Andy?
I was, yeah, apparently.
Well, Fiona watched the show last night after I'd gone to bed.
Ramsey's show.
Yeah, and then
Hadn't you got anything better to do?
she flits from one thing to another. She watches a lot of detective things in French, and she can't speak French.
She will do by the end of next week then.
Yeah, but she'll do the subtitles, but she goes, no, this is really good. I go, it's in French. She goes, yeah, don't matter, it's really good. I go, okay, fine, I can do that. We watch Montalbano, that's in Italian, so okay, fair, go for it.
Well,
Montalbano is great. I enjoyed that when I
and then we
watched
watched the Young Montalbano as well.
that. Yeah.
And then there was another Montalbano to wrap it up. The last one ever, which I think was done a couple of months ago.
I've not seen any of those.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
Yeah, keep an eye out for that one.
Anyway, what was Fiona doing watching
Well, anyway,
Ramsey?
I'm in bed asleep, and then she gets into bed, wakes me up, and then cracks me on the back of her head with her cup, and she goes, "Who's fat?" I went,
You knew that was going to
I'd
come
go,
back
yeah,
to haunt
I'd
you,
go-
though.
I went, "Oh, you saw that then?" She goes, "Yes." I said, "What else could I say?" And you have eaten like 10 packets.
Next time, just say voluptuous, Kent. It's easier.
Yeah.
It will save you all sorts of perils.
Well, me and Fiona have a unique relationship. Anyway.
Yay!
Bonjour.
Can you hear me?
If you can't recognise him without the T-shirt and the hat, that's Dave.
I recognise him without the T-shirt and the hat. Don't worry. So,
You come to
yeah.
Derby on Thursday, Dave?
I will be there, yes.
Oh,
Excellent.
cool.
That'll be fun.
Because there'll be a whole gang of us coming down in our car. Not quite. Grace's
A
car.
car. Maybe a car. Call that a car? That's a car.
That's a car.
Yeah.
So yeah, I enjoyed my fish and chips in Blackpool.
Yeah, I saw your
You
post and was gutted that I wasn't there to enjoy the fish
Yeah.
and chips with you, Dave. I thought we had a thing, but clearly not.
Well, you had to be there. This is the part of the problem.
Well, this is true. The
Isn't
fact
it?
that I wasn't there sort of caused a
Could have
problem.
been a bit cold if I tried to take him to Sheffield. Admittedly, next door there was the Yorkshire Fisheries chippy, which everyone
In
recommends I
Blackpool?
go. In Blackpool, there's the Yorkshire Fisheries chippy. So I thought next time I'm in Yorkshire, I'll go to the Blackpool Fisheries and see how that works.
No, you're going to
Dangerous but worthy endeavour.
It's in Cleethorpes, which technically is Lincolnshire. Papa's on the pier at Cleethorpes is just fabulous. It's it's an old ballroom. I mean, the pier's not very long. It's a little stubby thing that just sticks out a bit. Don't make any comments, Kent. But I'm just saying, it's a little stubby thing that sticks out a bit, right? But it's got this ballroom, and it's been converted into a fish and chip restaurant. And it's absolutely phenomenal. It's brilliant. It's so good. I love going to Cleethorpes for fish and chips.
Okay, here we go.
Hey, Mr. President. Yeah, Mr. President.
Is it working?
You'll have to stand up now.
Hey, fellas.
Hey. Hi, darling.
I couldn't refuse such a gracious offering.
Get your ass in here, boy.
There's a lot going on here, and I'm not really myself these days. So, in addition to Dom, there's just a lot, and so that's why I've been kind of distant of late from pretty much everything. Hi, Fee.
Hi, Fiona.
Come back.
Hi, all you guys and
What
gals.
are you after, woman?
What? Leave them behind. Come.
Oh, he's on a promise.
Oh boy,
The shortest pub ever.
he'll be back. Yeah, he'll be back soon.
Ow.
I'll be back in a minute. Yeah.
Ow.
Exactly.
It wasn't.
That
it
won't
wasn't
take
the-
long.
It wasn't the mention of Cleethorpes Pier, was it? I just
Get out
just
the
checking.
washing up liquid and the mounting equipment.
Get out.
You're
the,
not on mute, Ken. That's...
Get out the gymnastic sports.
Have you got the lederhosen still?
You're gonna come back with that T-shirt and lederhosen?
Yeah.
Oh, you got to. Timing is everything, Richard. Timing is everything. You
do
timed
my
that
best.
to perfection.
I do my best. I do my best. So I lost the chat window. How do I get that back? I know. I see. I get rid of that, and I pop this out, and then we
Pop
got
it.
the chat window.
Wiggle it about
There
a bit
we
and
go.
it fits.
I've got advice from the master.
Oh, well, that's put me in my place, hasn't it? Oh.
Practice makes
I can't,
perfect.
Andy, you held the door open. What was I going to do?
Thank you.
Pray enter, sir.
Prayer. Yes.
At least I didn't ask you to
God,
bend over.
That was Andy playing to his strengths then.
Behave, Grace.
Why?
Why?
Yes,
Yeah,
why?
Don't behave, Grace. No, don't behave. Carry on.
Why?
As you were, folks.
But you said something earlier. I almost typed in, and they allow you near young children.
Bloody hell, what did
I don't
say?
remember what it was you said. I was going to quote it, and I decided it wasn't worth hanging you out to dry over. But
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
pleasure, my pleasure.
Did I really
I do
say
let
something?
them go by once in a while.
Yeah, it was something about the ritual beatings.
I don't recall. Yeah,
What?
Something like that.
you did. You said something that made me go, "Wow, they let him near children."
Andy's going to come back next week unemployed.
No.
It's just as well this isn't an audio-only podcast. Because people's imaginations
yeah,
would be
yeah.
running riot at this point.
Yeah.
Hi, Dave.
Thanks,
Nice
Dave.
to meet you.
Richard, meet Dave. Dave is a top bloke who does loads of EMOMs, looking like he's just finished decorating the bathroom.
Or I
And-
sneezed. Yeah.
And he writes really beautiful, as he puts it, cinematic music, and it is. It's lovely. And we've shared fish and chips on the seafront at Blackpool. And it was no St Anne's, to be fair, but yeah. So he's a proper top bloke. He's lovely.
Cool.
Right, will you marry me, Dave? Oh no, I've got the wrong bit.
Hopefully
I'm
we'll
sorry,
have-
Dave. I forgot.
Hopefully we'll have a
You've
chance
tried your
to-
best to put the modular ring around me, but I'm not going for that one just yet. I've got this close, very close with the tiger, but no, not yet.
You haven't bought the nifty case yet, then?
No, that's the rabbit hole. I've not bought the hole yet, as I said before.
Yeah,
But
it's
I do
worth
like
buying
the
the
idea of
hole.
having keys with it. But I tried to pick the damn thing up, and it weighs a freaking ton. And that's empty. So it's probably not the best for EMOMs, and maybe later. I mean, how do you carry all those two
They're
modular
not actually.
cases around?
They're not that heavy. Eurorack modules are not that heavy. Even a case full of it isn't that heavy.
Gets Jim Blue to do it.
Behave.
Revenge.
Seriously. Look, just because trying to carry Jim's chuffing, Boeing 747 ready flight case nearly killed me crossing a road in Sheffield doesn't mean that.
I know.
Yeah.
I must admit,
At
though,
which point,
I do
after
envy that.
I'm spread eagled on the floor, and Jim just picks it up with his little finger and minces across the road, with this bloody flight case, and I'm
I'll
going.
video that.
Spread eagled
I
on the
do
floor.
envy that when folk
Yeah,
have
right.
everything in a
I
single
had a
case.
bedroom.
Off he goes again.
You just open it up,
what have I-
plug it into the PA, and play. Whereas a lot of us are still faffing around with cables, going, do I cut the blue wire or the green wire? So it is very stressful. But it's not so much the speed of setting up, because I usually set up now on a little table to one side, get it all there, and just carry the table on there. Great. But then packing down afterwards takes an enormous amount of time. And of course, that's the time when you want to be chatting to people, And if you leave it till later, curfew at 11 o'clock, you get kicked out. So everything just ends up being tipped into a case. You get home and what did I do with that lead? Did I leave it behind? And you end up buying a whole bunch of new leads, only to open another bag to find them all there, just all along.
But they're all labelled, you see. So it's called labels. I labelled them.
Ian,
I'm back. Sorry about that.
It's always a
Because I
secret,
couldn't do
though.
it.
You lose something, buy another, and then when you put it away in its safe place, that's where the original is every single time.
I have bought the multi-core, which will connect two cases. That should arrive Monday or Tuesday from Elevator Signs. I've bought the DUT for multi-core, so that all I have to do is plug in one of those little Ethernet cables, so chink chink, and it will all be patched without me having to go, what does it say? Oh, that there. Oh, what does that one say? Oh, that there. That one there.
The labelling doesn't quite work. There was a lovely gentleman at the Sulby Bridge EMOM, and he had everything noted down, but it had rained, and in the track
oh no,
track between his car and the stage, it had all gooed down and dripped. The guy was distraught. He couldn't see anything. Poor soul.
We shouldn't have used a water-soluble marker.
Yeah, you learn this afterwards. I mean, that's what's nice about the EMOMs, when you find out what works and what needs work. And
absolutely, yeah.
You listen to what other people are doing, you nick all their ideas wholesale, and then you realize that there's a lot involved in this. There's people in the audience, some of them are like non-contributing zeros, basically judging everything you do. And that's what I like about the EMOM thing, is that everybody realizes this shit's hard. And they'll give you support and get you going.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
So turning up with two modular cases on Thursday last week was definitely one of the most. I was really tense, because I was thinking, one wrong cable and this ain't going to work. Fortunately, I hadn't labelled them up in water-soluble marker, and I managed to find the right sockets to stick the things in.
And you're complaining about your oscillators not being in tune. Nobody cares. It's all part of us. It's experimental. Just say you meant that.
The jazz is experimental. Yeah, they weren't.
Just say it's a memory moog.
Andrew, this
They
week.
were. Sorry, guys, go on.
You will have 3 competent roadies, of at least one of whom will be definitely sober. They've got no excuses at all.
Yeah, well, that. Can you tune the bloody thing?
That's what roadies do, buddy.
I'm trying a VJ set at the
Get on with
moment.
it. Well, if the Dipper thing arrives, it'll just be. It really will be a case of connecting an Ethernet cable that to that, and everything should work. But that will not tune it, so it'll need to be. Hopefully, I'll have the time to just be able to put my headphones on and go. You'd think.
I'm trying a bit of video at the moment, and my
Dave.
dots. Sorry. It's with the lag. Sometimes it's difficult to tell when to get the pitch in. I like to, as you say, nick other people's ideas, and dots have got. They play us a video on stage. Very powerful, very effective.
Yeah.
So I thought, right, and to solve the projector problem, because at these small venues, you can't get a projector far enough away from a screen in order to make it have any sense. So I thought, I know, I'll buy a telly. I've got a sort of 27-inch monitor. I've got a stand, and it works. I can have it right next to me. I do my stuff, piping the video to it, which is a mixture of reactive graphics and overlays.
Great in Sheffield.
But
if
then,
you were sitting on the benches near you.
Yes. But the problem that I have now is that stealing ideas from dots is no good because there's two of them. So I don't have a roadie, you know, and they're doing multiple trips to the car. So this is where I'm envious of Martin Christie's, just a single pocket operator. He's graduated to a deluge now. Basically, because that's the thing with Emon, it's quick setup, do your thing and quick away. Because if there's any technical difficulties, it starts to knock on into the space of other acts, and it can get quite tricky sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, I've been looking at the video thing because half of me wants to do things with because you can create video stuff with Max MSP, but that means me taking a laptop, and I don't really want to take a laptop. And I was toying with the idea of getting an IZ, which again is by Critter and Guitari, but they're about 350. Well, actually. Because doesn't seem to be any of them in the UK. It is just a video. It's a video synthesizer.
Yeah. Grace, you sent me a link for a Eurorack module that does all that as well, didn't you?
Oh, the Hypno looks brilliant.
Yeah.
And it's Dave, you're right about the projector thing because it's all right having an IZ, but I either need a screen or something to project it onto. So anyway, we'll see. Yeah. It won't be the next EMON, which will be the first of March. I can tell you that.
Yeah, that Hypno thing looks fantastic.
What?
Generates kind of 90s looking video, but you can MIDI into it and you can CV gate into it as well.
Yeah, very very clock DVA.
And you can plug in a webcam. Or you can have a USB stick with your own video content on it. All three of these things could be mishmashed together.
It's about what was it about
$600 it was.
Yeah, 599. It was quite expensive.
But not really for what it's doing.
Well, indeed, that's always the balance, isn't it?
And then you find out that actually it's just a board on top of a Raspberry Pi.
Yeah.
And you go back to going, fucking hell, that's really expensive.
And I think that's what the IZ is actually, if I'm honest.
Yeah,
I think
it
it's
is.
just,
But it's very clever. If I had the money, I'd get one. But that would be ironic for me because having resisted any kind of modular call to go, okay, I'll get a Lifty case to put that in.
Don't do it, Grace.
Videos with it. No, I'm not going to.
Don't go modular.
Did Grace just say resisted any modular call? Grace who owns a Crave. Grace who owns a Matriarch.
That's not a modular.
That's not modular.
Talk to the guy who knows.
Yeah. It's not modular.
Oh.
They're synthesizers.
They could play music without any patch cables in.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Gateway drugs. Gateway drugs. Anyway, cables are sexy.
Cables are a mess.
Andy, mate. You are getting shot down at every
I've got a present for you, Andrew Brooks.
I have
Here's a present
cables
for you.
literally all around my room.
Oh, come on.
See this? You like this? It's a pink Ethernet cable.
That's
You
a
can
must.
have that.
I love
Have
that. That's it. Is it
Your
a
thing-
no? Steve Warder just said in the chat. Is it a Cat 6 Ethernet cable?
It's a Cat 5e, which
Cat
is the
5,
same without
is
the nitric connectors on it.
Cat, right.
Cat
don't know
5's
what
all
that
right.
Cat 5e is good grade.
Yeah.
I've still got these things from Wagyu. These patch cables. The problem is they're so bloody massive. They take up so much space. They're actually very practical, but they're very pink. Not very pink cables. Very pink.
I've got cable.
They feel amazing.
I've even got cable management in here.
I have. It's called the floor.
Yeah, well,
Bin bag.
Is that your floor drobe as well? It's one of those called.
Oh, don't even go there, Dave. Just look at me. Just take a look.
I invested in a bespoke dust cover for my
Box is
matriarch.
full of the bloody
Let's.
That's the
That's
blokiest
Gamerman.
thing you could have shown in
I
a
know.
box of wires that you
I know.
just can't throw away because you
I've
just
just-
one day might need it.
No, it's not that. That's the stuff I use. I have other boxes that are full of stuff that I don't use that's sat in storage.
Yeah, I've got 2 bin bags in there. Absolutely packed
Pencil
with
cases.
cables.
As to sell these pencil cases that are clear mesh, and I can put my cables all in there, and they're great because partly they slide around, so it's a bit of a problem. But instead of all the cables getting tangled to each other, they're all now in little individual pencil cases. Thoroughly recommend it.
That sounds really good, actually.
I've had loads of cables anyway because of people tend to send me stuff and not send the cables.
Yeah.
So I'll get some, weird Hungarian synth that has a plug on the back that looks like the relief mat of a griffin's arse or something. And you've got to find the right plug for it. And I've got to go through, right, where's all the Eastern European cables? It's like, nightmare. All those ones, the ones where they...
They're in the garage.
Yeah, everything's in the garage, mate. But the ones that look like they are thingy. What's the matter with my head? What do they call those connectors? No, the audio ones with the 3 pins. The
I don't know if it was 3.
XLR.
XLR. Thank you. I was having trouble thinking. So it looks.
What
like
do I win?
You win an XLR.
Some pink cables.
Yeah. So it looks like it's an XLR, but it's not. It's 2 little red pins, and it's a power cable connector instead of having like a kettle idea.
Yeah.
What do you call it? And then they forget to send me the cable with the because they put them on Profit Fires. Jupiter 8s tend to have them, and it's for gigging, I suppose. It seems to be the ex-gigged ones that seem to have these connectors on the back. And they never ever send me the power cable with the bloody cables. So I have to have a load of them knocking around as well.
So here's a pencil case, for example, full of the iPad gear. So it's got the sort of special USB converters,
Yeah.
a little USB hub and all that lot. All goes in the one pencil case.
Oh, that's far too
Ta-da.
organised. It's far too
And,
organised.
And then I can just throw it in the bag and I know that it's all
But
there.
then you
But this
lose-
is the point. At the end of the gig, everything just goes anywhere.
Yeah.
And I spend the next 3 days figuring it all out again.
Yep.
Then you can't find the pencil case.
Yeah.
You turn up at the gig. You forgot the pencil case. Oh, God.
Yeah, much the same. I can't find my iPad pencil. Don't know where the hell that's gone.
Are you coming to York, Dave? Have you
I
have you
don't
got
know. Simon
I'm-
said that he had 25 people apply.
Yeah, I know.
And if anyone wanted to hold back. So I said, okay, let new acts, let locals have a go. So I don't know, haven't heard back from him yet to see how
Right.
many people have, taken
But,
to
yeah.
one side. But if not, I'll probably be going to the puzzle in Sowerby Bridge.
Oh,
So I'll get my fix.
Is that the ladder venue?
The ladder one? No,
The
no,
one that
that
you've got
was in
cups-
Bingley. That was in Bingley.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, Sowerby Bridge is not technically an EMOM. It's a friend of an EMOM, but it's an anything goes. So you will find poets and and ukulele players there. But all the people who turn up know that there's going to be geeks with electronic gear. So there's not going to be any acoustic only bigots
Friction.
shouting. Yes, look, it says on it, anything goes. It's called Technical Difficulties. It's run by a lovely guy.
That's a good name.
And
Yeah, it's a good
and
name.
I don't know. Yeah, I'll tell you. When I went on last time, there was this wonderful fella called Miss Airedale, and he plays an omnichord. And he got on stage and started his drone, and he has a song, but before he got on singing, a little dog waddled up and shat on the stage and waddled off again. And everybody was like, "What just happened?" The whole place was in tears. First with the laughter of this little dog, just a pile of poo in front of him there, and then with the smell. The landlord turned up and cleared it all up afterwards. But then the lyrics that he came out with were just unbelievable. It was all, you've got to let go. And all this kind of stuff. Everybody in the audience, you thought, this is a really sad song. And it was just, so it's unlisted. It's not on my YouTube channel listed because I don't want to bring the pub into disrepute. But if you go to my Facebook page and look for the Sowerby Bridge album, Martin Christie also posted it, of Miss Airedale. And just it's one of those moments where the universe just comes together and delivers a little dog in a place in the middle of nowhere with that singer with those lyrics and some idiot from Peru to go around and film it all. It was just it's just hilarious.
Oh man.
Wagyu says poor dog was just following Frank Zappa.
Yeah.
I've just seen that thing about Dante, Rich.
What about it?
Good. Yeah, I've dealt with Dante loads.
Yeah, I knew you would have.
Yeah. What's Gert asking about Dante? I'm trying to
Garrett, I believe it was asking about it.
Dante. So Dante on a home level or domestic level or home studio level, or even for a portable recording setup, you can plug into your computer with an Ethernet cable and use that as a multi-channel digital audio transfer, commonly 64 in, 64 out, at 48 kilohertz, I think, is the simple one, and it's actually quite cheap if you're just going to plug it. You know, you have to put a bit of software on your computer, which you do have to pay for. It's not very expensive, and then you get a card for your digital mixing desk and plug an Ethernet cable between the two, and that's it replaces the sound card essentially. But obviously, you can scale up with Dante, and a lot of big PA systems use it for their signal distribution around all the amplifiers and everything. Yeah, you're quite right. At that point, it gets much more pricey and high spec.
But that's really useful information, I think, for everybody. I appreciate your contribution. Thank you.
But I've got Dante on, well, not on this laptop, but on my old laptop, and it's really handy because you don't have to carry a recording device. You just plug an Ethernet cable into your laptop, and you've got multi-channel recording right there.
Sounds like hell.
Pro
to me.
Tools or now it's different to MADI, which is the other standard that people use on the road. MADI is synchronous and Dante is asynchronous.
I see.
So I think you could probably argue, therefore, that MADI is a bit more stable.
Will MADI do the same kind of cable lengths that Dante will do?
Dante will be finite because it's on a TC. I don't know if it's TCP in itself, but it's based on that kind of cable technology. So there'll be a finite amount of length you can do Dante with, whereas MADI is quite easy to turn into fiber. So you can do fiber optic, at which point your cable length is limitless.
Got it.
But otherwise, MADI would run on a BNCs, and again, you'd have cable lengths limitations.
Yeah, I think we use MADI for our multi-track recording.
You probably would. Yeah. That's again, a lot of contemporary live consoles have MADI ports on them, and they use MADI to talk to their stage boxes.
We used to have an RME box that would take USB in and spit MADI out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. MADI face. Yeah.
Yep.
That's very normal.
Nice product.
Yeah.
Does what's promised.
Yeah. RME amazing. Very popular on the road because they're really reliable and they just work. They do exactly you said, do what's promised. And Dante sort of eliminates the need for that box, so long as you've got a Dante card in your console, which is the costly bit, is getting the card fitted, but not particularly pricey. But Gert, if you're looking at Dante for home, it eliminates. You'd need something to create the Dante from your audio inputs. If you have a mixing desk, like I don't know, lots of them. I mean, those Yamaha live desks, the CL5s and the PM7s and things, they actually use a version of Dante to do all their communication between the console and their input and output racks and stuff. They work on a Dante premise, so that's all there built in on those ones. On other desks, you'd need a card of some kind. The weird thing about Dante is there are different specs of chipsets, so it gets a bit messy when chipsets don't match up.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, really. I don't know very much about that stuff, but I know that they can be a bit picky if you try to use a switch as well, a network switch. So they're very fussy about settings and network switches. And again, the chipsets and the network switches have to be just so. So you can walk into quite a big mess. But if it's a simple thing, it's very easy and it's very accessible.
Very good. Thank you for that.
Yeah. There's my geek for the night.
I like when we go audio once in a while.
Yeah.
Anyway,
You know,
it was a music technology show or something.
Wake up, synthesizers.
Yeah, right. You guys come back now.
What's the
Everybody safe to come back now.
Yeah.
Looking for a synthesizer. There's one.
Dun, dun, dun. All these musical instruments, and we have to do that.
I know.
That's
When
a
it catches-
really bad advert, isn't it?
When it catches fire, is it appropriate to refer to it as Dante's Inferno? Had to do it.
Yeah,
Forgive
yeah,
me.
do it. Yeah.
Grace is good at setting things on fire, though. She did
I
it to
am,
Motorhead.
yeah. I
She
taught
did
you
it to
everything you know
Motorhead's
about
desk.
breaking things.
Yeah, everyone thinks it's me. She set Motorhead's bloody live monitor desk on fire, and then she came round here and blew up a Mackie mixer and a pair of monitor speakers in one
Yeah,
go. It
20
was
years
brilliant.
Yeah, it's on a roll.
20 years. Shh, don't need to mention that.
I've been doing it all my life.
Yeah.
20 years
Things.
goes by like that.
Still hurting, Richard. Still hurting. Right off my Mackie 1604
Yeah, you need
desk.
to get over it, Andy. Move on, mate. Move on.
You would not have had
I
the
really have.
destructive career that you and reputation you know have. It wasn't me blowing up your speakers. Though.
I don't even know why I've got that reputation.
What, blowing things up?
Just because the Profit 5 wasn't working. I didn't actually break it.
Yeah, that's not what we saw.
Oh, it was
You
a
were
pro-
there.
Oh, yeah, you were there. Oh, Andy's broke it. Oh, I'm going to tell. Oh.
But I put it to you, sir. It was a Prophet 5. It was destined to break down.
There is the... Thank you, Kent. Thank you. Glad you're on my side.
Yeah.
It had
The
Prophet 5
inevitability
written on the-
clause.
Yeah, it had Prophet 5 written on the case.
Ugh, all I wanted to do was play chopsticks, and it turned into Gamelan. It was just impossible.
Gamelan sticks. Yeah.
I see that as a creative opportunity.
It was.
Gamelan.
It was definitely a creative opportunity, but bugger me, Fur Elisa didn't work.
Well, I tried it much later, and it was still broken. It still didn't. It was.
Did you say fiery Lisa?
Thank you, Grace. Thank you. Fire Elisa. What's she done?
I got a message from somebody last weekend, I think it was, and they little private message, and I went, "Oh, I watched your show whenever it was on." They said, "I didn't know that you could play Eric Satie." And I
What?
said, "No." I said,
I did not, Neil. Play Eric Satie. Alexa, play Eric Satie.
Yeah.
Siri, play Alex.
You'll set mine off now. Be careful, behave. Yeah.
You know when you get that echo thing on these things, as we famously sampled one time, you could get Siri triggering Siri through 6 different windows. That
God,
would-
imagine it.
Except I've got my speakers off and all my other devices are in. Well, no, my phone's here. So
They listen
would
to you
work.
through your phone. You know that, don't you?
You do.
They do.
Hey Siri, play Eric Satie. He's thinking about it.
Yeah, having a long think.
Eric Satie on Apple Music.
Eric Satie, as opposed to Eric Sofa.
Yeah.
You didn't specify which track.
No, I didn't. No.
That's exactly what you were playing there, Richard. Genius.
Thank you.
Genius.
I just use Siri for my spell checker.
You triggered Gert's Siri.
Being
Excellent.
dyslexic.
I curse like a sailor at Siri quite often because I can't believe how fucking stupid it is as compared to Google's Assistant, which works like almost 100% of the time. And frickin' Siri is like, what? No, I can't help you. What did you say? I'll be back in a minute. Hold on. What the fuck?
Yeah.
It's like, how many years have they ignored this and said that's good enough?
Yeah. It is. Oh.
Oh, bye,
I've lost
Richard.
him.
Siri's just cancelled his connection.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. It is actually. It is.
As the computer unplugged you before you discovered it.
I'm going to move this keyboard out of the way now. Because I just accidentally removed you.
Oh, right. It was.
What was that? The A flat that removes me?
Yes.
Yes. Or G sharp, if you prefer, on a good day. I'm a brass player. We play in flat keys. It's true. No, it's true. Brass players read flat keys more. That's, like most of them are B flat instruments or E flat instruments.
Yeah.
They don't speak A sharp and D sharp so well, but they speak B flat and E flat really well.
That sounds like Ableton, yeah.
Whereas guitarists all play in E and A and G and D and C. What? Wait, let me pick up the guitar.
And piano players playing C and A minor?
It depends on who you got, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
I've been watching a lot of Yujia Wang lately. Anybody seen Yujia Wang play classical piano?
I don't do OnlyFans.
Oh, that is some of the scariest. That is some of the scariest shit ever. She's unbelievable.
Oh.
This little Chinese lady who just kills these pieces. It's some of the most dazzling technique and emotion I've ever seen come from a piano player ever. Wow. It's Glenn Gould level kind of piano playing going on here.
Right.
It's awesome.
That's enough.
Yeah, Yujia Wang, YUJAWANG. Go watch and blame me for later.
Yeah. Is that
Come
moment
away
you want to give
crying.
I'm on a Yujia Wang jag lately. Just to make me feel really, really like shit before I'm going to go out on tour with Chic. Just to remind me just how freaking shitty my keyboard playing is. I watch Yujia
And that's
Wang.
you, Richard. The rest of us then are basically inadequate.
I think there's a theory that all musicians feel inadequate to some extent. We all know.
God, yeah.
We all know what our weaknesses are.
Pat
no matter how
Metheny
good-
says. Pat Metheny says,
playing.
compared to Bach, we all suck.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, but
Well,
you'll have to be very. You have to be able to pronounce that very, very well, Richard. Because to me, I just looked over there, glanced over there, and you said, "I'm on a huge wang," and I was like, "No, you've got to pronounce the words very clearly."
We need Robbie and his rim shot now.
Yeah, we do, don't we?
Ba-da-ba-dum.
And then Ben going, what a wanker.
What a wanker. What a wanker.
Yeah.
I can't still
Going
wanker.
for a fag means something completely different.
Yes, I
Over
understand.
there,
Yeah.
I do know that
Smoking
much.
effect.
I do know that much. I used an English expression earlier. I can't remember what, but it was flowed right out of me like I knew what I was doing. I don't know what I said earlier, but something that would relate to all of you more than anybody in this room.
Well, you spend too much time with us Brits, Rich. That's what it is.
I spend half my life in England these days, and I really enjoy the language. I really do. I love the differences in language.
Yeah. Because I remember when we used to message each other in the beginning, and I'd use sort of English colloquialisms, and then it'd go very quiet. And it'd be a little question mark come up, or you go, "Can you explain that to me, please?" I'm going, "Oh, it doesn't have that sexual connotation to it at all. It doesn't mean that at all." No.
But it does now.
Well, somebody in the chat room wrote earlier there was a giant queue at the bog. Now, you show that to any of my neighbors, they have no idea what a queue or a bog is. You know, it's just differences in language. And having been around, I still ask. You know, I'm not shy about asking. I don't mind being an idiot.
What on
From
earth
moment
did
to
you
moment.
mean by that?
Queue at the bog, yeah.
I thought to myself at the time, like, nobody in this country knows what that means, except people who've spent as much time as we have.
Yeah.
I like to pretend like I speak real English sometimes.
See, the American colloquialisms we don't have any problems with because we are spoon-fed it on TV.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. It's true.
Anyway, so we have that advantage, you know.
We tend to adopt and bastardize.
Is that an advantage or an advantage?
Well, in terms of communication, yeah.
From straight up understanding, I get it.
Yeah.
Still have a problem with solder and solder.
There's no L in our pronunciation of that word. The L has been dispensed.
And isn't there something about our trillion is different to your trillion?
It used to be.
No.
Oh,
It's
it
been
used to be.
standardised.
No,
It used to
it's
be
been
a billion.
standardised now.
Billion here was a million, but it's obviously 1,000 million now.
Yeah.
Yes, and that was standardised quite a while ago, I think, actually.
I see. That's interesting. I didn't know that.
No, I didn't know that.
A milliard, I think, is the correct term now.
Rob.
Million, yeah.
I haven't got anywhere near that in my bank account yet, so I don't need to worry about it.
Threepence Ian. Threepence
Oh, aye, I know what that is.
It won't take too long with inflation being what it is.
Yeah, true enough.
Robbie ran down the aluminium thing the other day.
That was a spelling mistake, wasn't it? On the
that was the
Webster's.
table, wasn't it? Was it the table?
It was a spelling mistake on the US patent.
Was it really?
Inky's quizzing me now. Yes, Inky, we have tea cozies.
Okay, here's the thing, right, for Mr. Brooks, the linguist.
Oh, God, here we go.
English language.
Yeah.
I take great pleasure when I'm talking to people who have learned English as a second language, telling them what a great language it is, because you can say, the fucking fuck's fucking fucked, and you know what I mean, right? Is there another language that you can do that in?
I think British English has such an elevated swearing culture that I mean, no languages come close. I don't know if American English deals with it in the same way, but I suspect it probably does.
Fine, yeah,
The fucking fucked. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, you think, Germans, for example. I mean, the German, the language that I know, the foreign language that I know best, doesn't have anything like the same swearing functionality that English does. It just doesn't. It's just not there. People don't swear in the same. There are swear words, but they don't swear in the same way, and it's just slightly crazy bonkers.
Yeah, they don't split up a single word to put effing in that. Yeah. Halfway through a word, they'll split it.
The fucking word fucking is just.
They actually use the English
so
swear.
fucking flexible.
Those who are asking if they work in America, I've used that phrase or that sentence in America, and it works fine. Trust me. More than once.
Japanese has very few swear words too. Exactly, Wagyu. Some languages don't have them. There's just no need. Just facial expression does it.
I once heard one of our former vocalists who shall go unnamed say out loud that he can kiss the pink part of my ass. Well, we can get specific here and there too, you know.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I'm not saying you can't. I suspect that the US English and British English are probably perfectly flexible in that, because those words date back a long way. In fact, you see, American English preserves parts of British English, which British English has lost. It's an older sound. I mean, if we were to, honestly, but if we were to hear Shakespeare speaking, he would probably sound to our ears far more American than English.
Do you think? I had no idea.
Absolutely, Richard. Because that idea of Englishness, that absolutely nice received pronunciation, is a upper middle class affectation of the 18th into the 19th century. It's an absolute fraud, which is why I loathe and despise it. An American English preserves far older, far purer forms of English than current British English actually possesses. Full stop. Enough said. I'll shut up now.
Well, I'll tell you this much: any one of you guys comes over to America and tries to hit women, you'll get tons of attention because they love it.
Or accent.
Yeah, but which version of it? I mean,
it's all the same. They don't even hear differences.
Come on, Dave. Pour out the Lancashire. Pour out the Lancashire, Dave. Come on. Roll those R's. Come on, get those R's rolled that they do in Wigan. Come on, you know you can do it.
It's all one accent to them, in the same way that New York is all one accent to you guys.
But they also think we're Australian.
They don't even hear that. They don't even hear that difference. Certainly not on first blush.
Are you Australian? When I first went down to Devon, when Jane and I were first dating, and I walked into he's a fish and chip shop, and I asked them some scraps on my fish and chips, and they went, "We don't do them." And she said, "Are you from Newcastle?" Nowhere near Newcastle. But you're from North, aren't you? I can't do a Devon accent.
I get far more northern in my pronunciation the further south I go.
On purpose.
Interesting.
I do.
No, reaction.
So you go to a point. Now then, I'll have a pint of bitter, please. And then they look at you like you've just spoken something, in Sanskrit or something.
Yeah, because when you came round here, I couldn't understand a fucking word you were saying.
Likewise, Kent. The feeling was mutual.
Yeah, it was all like, all right,
It's like that game of golf I had with my brother down in Harpenden, where this bloke we were playing golf, we went, "You alright?" And I went, "Pardon?" What? You alright?
It was opening the door to the bog.
Yeah. I am worried.
It is impressive, though, because I was born in Peru, South America, and the Spanish that I speak is very local to there, to the point that I went to a campsite in Barcelona, and they said, "Where are you from?" I said, "Well, Manchester," because nobody knows where it is. Manchester. Though, where did you learn it? Well, Peru. Well, where in Peru? Lima. Yeah, but where in Lima? Miraflores. And he said, "Well, I recognize your accent. I'm from there, too." It's like being a Brummie and not knowing it.
So great, right?
But here in the UK, you can go in 7 miles in any direction,
and the accent's
completely different.
Changes so quickly.
So you really go to Spain, Greece, and we speak to the waiters there, and I try my best Greek. And because I speak Greek with a Spanish accent, they think I can actually speak Greek. So they come back with a full answer, and I'm there like, I can't. Then catalaveno. So, but what amazes me is the waiter will go from one table to the next and switch to German, switch to Russian, and speak to all these English speakers. Some are Newcastlers, some are Londoners, and I can't understand half the accents around here. So how they can switch so quickly is amazing. I don't think in the States there are obviously regional accents, but not within such a pact.
No, it's not.
Wagga was talking about the BBC English. I mean, here we are. We are the most connected country with motorways, mobile phones, a unified television system. At least it was until it decided to break up. Yet you can go from housing estate to housing estate. I knew an old guy who said, "You're from Abram, aren't you?" Which is literally the housing estate just over there. And he said, "Well, yeah, yeah. How do you know that?" "Well, you confused me because you got a bit of Bickershaw in you, which is literally the next set of houses along the road."
Bloody hell.
How he had such a great ear.
Yeah, I mean York accent's different to Leeds, which is different to Sheffield, which is different to Hull. Yeah, yeah.
But it's not less over here. If anything, it's more just because there's more land and more. It's bigger. And here's my best example for you. Hour and a half's drive up the road, I'm in Massachusetts, and they all sound like Boston, and there's a deep kind of Boston accent you'll hear in like the movie Good Will Hunting. Matt Damon and Ben Affleck both speak it fluently. And then you go an hour the other way and you're in New York City, and you could be talking about the Bronx, and it's a whole different thing. And then if you get as far as Philadelphia, that's yet another language. And up here in Connecticut, not like any of them really. It's much more, almost more like Midwestern. And then if you go to the southern United States, people in Mississippi can tell the people from Alabama just by listening to them. I can't hear those differences because I'm not from them.
Yeah. Can you spot the difference between Devon and Cornwall? Yeah, exactly.
No, but I can spot the difference between Devon and Manchester now, and it took a few years. You know what I mean? Like, so
exactly. Yeah.
It has to do with where you're coming from and how much of it you've heard, really, and before you start to really get the differences. So I would agree with you and challenge your contention as well at the same time.
But in the music, to just bring it back into the music, because Inky's complaining that we're all talking about language rather than music.
All right.
When we hear an American singer, they're all the same, aren't they? As far as are they not? Are they all the same? Most Americans.
Singing accents.
Yeah, we all put on an American accent when we're singing.
No, you listen to country music artists sing and compare them to people. Compare them to people from either coast, and it does not sound the same at all. It's a different dialect. It's similar in its way.
It's the
and
same song.
It has to do with your distance from the differences as to how you perceive them. And I think the closer you are to a particular culture, the more you hear. In New York City, people from the Bronx don't think they sound like people from Brooklyn.
Yeah.
And we're talking 5 boroughs in a very tightly packed organization here, and it's
so what do you make of the Proclaimers then?
I don't know what that is.
They need some new shoes.
500 miles.
Yeah.
Letter to America.
What's
right,
the Proclaimers?
I'm just going to disappear.
A band from Scotland who sang in an extremely strong Scottish accent.
Oh,
I made a record. We made a record with Wet, 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 and we couldn't understand a damn thing they said. And it was hilarious because we'd ask them.
Nobody can.
We'd ask them to repeat themselves constantly, and they'd go, "But we're slowing it down for you."
I'm from Dublin, aren't they?
Yeah, right. No,
Kent, behave, man.
As close as I'm going to get, I'm afraid.
Yeah, but
Please
it's even in
me.
Surrey. I mean, if you live in North Surrey like me, it's all right, mate. How's it going? You know, like that fucking motor, innit? And all that sort of thing. And then you go to South Surrey, and it's all very, oh, I say, somebody nibbling at the cricket.
went to the gymkhana.
But there's a barrier, literally, of you can go up to this line where everybody's all right, mate, to I say, all that kind of thing. You know what I mean?
When you speak properly, they speak in affectation. Always remember that. Bye, Ian.
I'll see you later.
Sorry.
No. I'm going to go and watch The Last of Us. So I'll see you all later.
Blimey.
Okay, Ian. Cheers.
Okay.
Cheers. See you later, guys.
Good seeing you,
Bye-bye.
babe.
See ya.
Well, in relation to the two nations divided by a common language theme, the big difference is that we use 2 fingers.
Yes.
And I think the Americans are more efficient.
Richard's gone again. Bye, Richard.
Let's strain.
No, I'm here.
Oh,
He's there.
who
He
disappeared?
he turned the light out. That's all.
Ian. Ian went.
Ian disappeared, but that
Yeah,
was
Ian
is it?
No, he turned the light out.
I can't count.
Made it
Maybe
look
it's
like
time for bed for me
Maybe
too.
just the one. Just the one.
Hi, Richard.
Yeah.
Hi,
How many burgers do you want?
Representing here.
One.
One. Oh, Matt's just said I went. Yeah, bye, Matt. Sorry, Matt. Yeah.
Oh, Matt.
Bye, Matt.
Oh, Matt.
Hi, Matt.
Have a good night,
Oh,
Matt.
Matt.
Come on.
I had to try to learn to play the guitar, but my sweary finger got hurty, so I had to stop for a little while. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Guitar's great. Love guitar.
What is this thing you speak of?
6-string
Well,
polyphonic
I
octave.
just happen to have one right here.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
I thought I'd learn the guitar just to have something on stage to do rather than just busy working over the electronic
Give us some
stuff.
country and western.
You need a strap on MHO.
You know, my Ford 150 left me.
It's my strap
That'll
on.
do. Lovely.
Okay.
Is the barbecue ready?
It's where you actually touch the vibration, is apart from just going like this.
That's the beauty of stringed instruments, isn't it? You make it yourself.
You touch it.
I can't. Oh, crap, I can't do it.
So I thought I'd learn to play the bass because, well, I got a 5-string bass because I love that low beat. But it's less about getting the right note and not missing the groove. You know, so I'd just play away, and it doesn't matter if you play the wrong note, but if you get the beat wrong, if you get the groove wrong, everything's destroyed. And I listened back to what I recorded, and I thought, oh, this is terrible. I think I'll just go back to quantizing synthesizers. It's a lot easier.
Somebody say bass?
Woke up this morning.
So at an EMOM, you're technically not supposed to use a guitar unless it's part of the soundscape. I mean, some people do, obviously, because if they've done everything else on their laptop, they can play along to it. But guitarists are supposed to have their space already in regular open mics. So EMOMs are supposed to be about, if you bring a guitar, it's all about laying the sounds. As you were talking about, you just hit a few resonances, and then you've got some effects boxes going bananas.
I've done some atmospheric guitar things on on these various chatties things in the past. I really do enjoy doing that.
It's just another oscillation source. It's another sound source which you then can process.
But one you can actually touch, as I emphasized. I'm really consumed lately with the distance from the vibration, and I know that sounds weird, but I like when we're either creating or touching the vibration, and because all kinds of expression that we struggle to get out of these things comes like right out of these things. Yeah, and that's a beautiful. I just really enjoy that. You know, it's just something about touching it, or when we sing, we are it, or a brass player is it, the vibration.
Hey, getting an online jam going there.
Yeah, just don't start up a rhythm. It really doesn't work. Hans wants his sequencer back.
Yeah, that is one of the Hans patches.
Yeah, I recognise that a mile off.
I was just looking around. I also put up, oddly enough, I've never launched this thing, but I found Waldorf's Largo, so I decided to give it a listen. And it actually has a certain...
Oh, lovely Largo. Absolutely brilliant plugin.
Some nice kind of texture to it. Anyway. I love our toys.
Yeah, there was somebody mentioned dueling banjos in the chat. I only caught it as it went past. I don't know quite where they got this reputation from. Probably because they're unemployed and got time to learn their craft. But have you ever heard bluegrass? Dear God, that stuff takes some skill. There was some. I went to the Grand Ole Opry because my dad lives in Nashville, and and it's not really my thing. I'm more into techno and stuff. But I'll go along, and you got to tip your hat to talent when you see it. There was this little old guy. They wheeled him up on stage, propped him up on a stool, gave him a banjo, and he could hardly walk, hardly move. But boy, could he pick! Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
I mean, bluegrass is proper fast stuff.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah. And there's some great groups, and I had the pleasure to record Mark O'Connor once. I don't know if you're familiar with Mark O'Connor's violin playing, but not unlike Yuja Wang, he's one of these, Paganini-like individuals, musical geniuses, and he's been a star since he was a child, literally. He was winning fiddling contests when he was a kid. So I can't play bluegrass like those guys, but I admire it, and I love it when I hear it. And it's really exciting when it's well done. There's a group called the Punch Brothers in the United States that do sort of a modified bluegrassy presentation where Chris Tila, who is a mandolin player, is one of the band leaders. And quite often they play concerts all circled around one omnidirectional microphone and have apparently recorded that way as well. More recently, I see multi-mic setups, but in any case, it's almost all acoustic, and it's, smoking players, like you say, and cool music.
So I don't know whether machines like those machines that you're waiting. You've bought two of them, haven't you, Kent?
The Roley.
Rollies.
Yeah.
Well, the Roley, but then the
Osmos.
the Osmos.
The Osmos, yes.
The Osmos, yeah. And I was also looking at an Era Touch. That's a sort of a massive Roley type surface.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll ever be able to get to where the string people are at in terms of inputs for synthesizers. I think they've tried over the years to MIDI control, and it's nice, but it's nothing to beat picking from a pickup on a stringed instrument. There's a lot of interesting synth noise boxes for the drone brigade, which have strings and things waggling around the place. I think Ian Boddy uses a lot of that kind of stuff to add atmospheres that you can't really get for some reason with all the technology that we've got. He still resorting to twanging,
doesn't he?
Yeah.
He, with which has this, oddly enough, a string with a ring. String with a ring.
That's right.
On that cheery note, folks, I'm going to go to bed. So I'm going to say, lovely to chat with you all, and thanks for the group hugs and all of that business. And Grace, I'll give you a ring about Thursday. We'll sort that out. We'll work out the logistics somehow, but we will end up in Derby at the right place at the right time. It's quite easy to get to. Honestly, it's not too difficult. So, right. Anyway, take care, everyone.
Bye,
I'm going
Andy.
to.
Here's Andy. Good seeing you, buddy.
Minden. Yeah, and you too, Richard. Always good to have a chat. You take care, man. Well, take care, everyone.
Radio.
Bye.
See you later, back.
Yeah, it's a school night for me as well, so I think I will need to check out and 5 o'clock start, and I'll catch you guys later. So have a lot of fun. It's been a pleasure.
Nice meeting you, David.
Nice
See
to
you,
meet you
Dave.
too.
Bye.
Amazing.
I'll see you on Thursday.
Yeah, sure. Look forward to that. Bye.
See you later.
Cheers.
I've had 6 5 a.m. starts for the last 6 Mondays. And
God.
not this week. I'm off this week.
Yeah, got to work eventually at some point.
My days have been consumed lately. My elderly father is in a difficult situation right now, and we're navigating a lot of changes to his treatment and his plan and all this, and it's been very difficult and upsetting. So it's kind of why you haven't heard much from me lately. I think, Kent, you know a little bit about this. I'm more or less telling Grace. Yeah, he's 95, and he can't swallow properly, and it's hard. It's a hard dilemma with a 95-year-old when that happens, because first of all, he's got he's got an order that says, you can't force feed somebody, and I wouldn't want to. But there are really no good long-term treatment options for a person of that age and level of fragility. So you can't, and if you did like try to plant a port through which he could be nourished, he becomes wedded to hospitals at that point, and that's a very difficult situation. So we're dealing in some very personal issues regarding his sort of later life planning, and
He's a remarkable age, though.
yeah,
Yeah.
it is. I used to joke he'd outlive us all, but doesn't look like that's going to happen. But the thing is, there's really not much else wrong with him.
Yeah.
He's relatively aware.
Yeah.
It's very difficult.
Yeah. That's
Thank you, everybody. The chat room's responding. I feel like I'm talking to two people and I'm talking to everybody. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
It's a very tough one.
And I'm the one. My wife. First of all, my wife, my dear, lovely wife, has been heroic in this and is right now doing heroic things while I'm here with you guys having a good old time. So let's get real about this. But there's been a lot of difficult communications that had to have been delivered, and I've had a good hand in most of those, and a lot of things to negotiate. So it's a little tricky.
That makes a change from carpet. that was the ceiling.
Ceiling decoration.
Yeah, I notice you actually appear in the flesh on some other people's podcasts.
Yeah, we noticed.
Yeah, it has to be noticed. Rich, just for what it's worth, last week was a year since we lost my dad. Not the same, but similar. As he got older, it was harder to provide the right care, and a very gradual process. And
I've upgraded my my setup. What do you guys think?
Thank you, bud.
Very good.
Appreciate it.
I'm covering the naughty bits here. Hold on.
Nice hat.
Head breasts suit you.
The more
Dave back with a new hat.
That's a hell of a hat, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, this is a Restoration Hardware. Just slumming for a bit.
Nice.
She's looking for some stupid crap, and here I am just hanging out. So.
Oh, I see.
It's so boring. I can only take so much. So.
Well, they've still got a lot to do to that statue.
Yes.
Mr. Addict, I've been meaning to email you.
You're coming to town, eh?
I'm coming to town. Definitely. I will email you, I promise. I just don't have details yet about where we're staying or anything, so I'm just waiting for the info. But we're coming.
You're probably in town for like a day, right?
We've got a day off in San Francisco, and then the show.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, definitely.
Nice.
I'd love to come and visit if possible, but I just don't know where we're staying, so it's difficult until we get that info. Yeah. But yes, I'm looking forward to visiting. It turns out.
If you've ever been there before, it's not as nice as it used to be. San Francisco.
I have been to San Francisco lots of times. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot more homeless, a lot more people defecating on the street. Just kind of, I don't go much anymore. I go to some of these little imam things up there, and some of my favorite museums, and that's about it because it's just a real turnoff.
Mm-hmm.
The city's falling apart.
Yeah. No, I've heard. I think last time I was there, it was actually we were in Oakland, which was pretty rough as well, to be honest.
Oakland has a few nice spots, but yeah, it generally is fairly rough. So it's.
We were at that theater in Oakland. What's it called?
The
Fox. Is it the Fox?
Yeah, there's something like that. I went to one thing up there a while back. Actually, I saw was it the Three Tenors? I think I saw the Three Tenors there.
It's a lovely theater. They've done a great restoration on it.
Yeah.
What's it called?
I think it was the Three Irish Tenors I saw, not the regular Three Tenors. But, still good. I like Irish music. So.
What's the venue?
What we're playing this time? We're playing quite tiny places on this tour, actually, Rich. I'm just going to look it up to get it right.
So this is Northern California we're talking about?
San Francisco, Regency Ballroom. So,
okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool.
And we're doing the Belasco Theatre in LA the next day.
Actually, last time I went to that place, I think I saw it was Jello Biafra and My Life with the Thrill Pill Cult.
Wow.
And Jello Biafra was doing some mock intercourse with a statue of George Bush. So.
Something to do, isn't it?
That sounds about right.
Well, that's his way. That's Jello for you, right?
Long day at the office.
Yes. Quite long.
Yeah, we're doing some pretty small theatre-y, clubby gigs actually. Do the 9:30 Riviera in Chicago.
Anything on the East Coast?
Philly, Brooklyn, Boston. Doing the Royale. We're doing. Yeah, that's on the 7th. That's
Brooklyn and
one.
Boston are both within distance of here.
Well, if you want to come say hi.
Yeah, maybe let's keep in
Boston
touch
on the
about
7th and Brooklyn on the 8th.
Which
Here's
month?
some restoration carpet for you. Restoration hardware carpet.
Yay.
Yeah.
Which month are you talking about?
Next month, March.
Oh, in March.
Yeah.
7th.
Yeah.
Said 7th and 9th?
No, Boston is the 7th and Brooklyn is the 8th.
Ah, those.
And then Philly on
work.
10th. Well, you know, nice to see you. You know, I said I was going to come and say hello. I might be changing my mind now.
7th was Boston, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. I'm going to make a
we'll
note
have a
of
day
that.
off on the 6th. We'll have a day off in Boston on the 6th. Cause,
In Boston? Oh,
yeah.
cool.
Yeah. We're doing Montreal on the 4th, Toronto on the 5th, and Boston on the 7th. So we must have a day off in Boston on the 6th because it's not far from Toronto, is it?
It's a 6-7 hour
on the
drive.
bus. Yeah,
At least a 7-hour drive.
Yeah.
I understand. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put that on the 6th and 7th.
5-hour wait at the border, probably.
Hey, Rich, when are you guys out again?
Well, just like Grace, I have to grab my schedule. Now, where did I put that phone? There it is.
The only way, isn't it, at this time of life? Not give up.
When am I out again? Well, next week we're doing a private show somewhere in Colorado, up at Height, and then it's pretty quiet through March for us. In April, we start doing some down and backs through April and May, and then we do a big festival in May in the U.S., and then we do some rehearsals, and then we tour the U.S. with Duran Duran for a month until July, and then we come to the U.K. in July and August, and then we tour some more with Duran Duran in the U.S. at some point after that, which seems to have been removed from my calendar, oddly enough. But
Denver's crazy. You can join the Mile High Club in Denver and don't even have to fly.
Well, this one's in Vail. It's funny. The last gig we did was in Bozeman, Montana, outside of Bozeman, Montana. For anybody who's watching Yellowstone on.
Yellowstone's great, and also 1883, which is awesome.
Yeah, well, that's going to be next for me. But anyway,
that's so good. Yeah,
we played up at the Yellowstone Lodge, which is at 7,000 and change feet, like 7,400 feet or something. And I have a feeling Vail is going to be upwards of 6,000 or 7,000 feet as well. I have a real hard time at high altitudes with
Have you ever
breathing.
done that Telluride show?
No, I haven't.
Telluride, there's an outdoor stage. That's way up high.
It's high too, yeah. I mean, Denver's high, but these are higher than that. This is Denver's. They call it mile high for a reason.
Yeah.
And you know,
brought your seaboard, it would explode.
That's funny. That takes a scientist to make a joke like that. That's hilarious.
Yeah, you can't walk without catching your breath, can you? In those sort of places.
And if you're singing and if you're playing, I get out of breath. I sit down a lot more during those shows than most shows because
doing load-ins and setting gear up is pretty brutal as well.
Yeah, sure. And you get lightheaded sometimes. I do. They have oxygen tanks quite often by the side of the stage that we'll take sometimes.
I had a real rough time. I did a hike up Mount Fuji when I was just out of high school.
Ah.
And
What a
wasn't as
beautiful
fit as I
thing.
thought I was. I was totally just out of it the whole time because we hiked overnight for the sunrise. And I just felt like crap the entire hike. Got to the top and threw up all my energy drinks. And I had some mild altitude sickness the rest of the day. It was pretty awful.
Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah,
What
it's
a
pretty high.
beautiful setting.
It's 3,776 meters, so it's pretty tall.
Yeah, it's 9,000, 10,000 feet.
Yeah.
Right.
It's so great they named it twice.
Yeah.
That is high enough for proper altitude sickness, which is a
It's
weird
just
thing.
high enough, yeah. Yeah.
Weird thing. See, it's unpredictable as to whether you're going to suffer from altitude sickness. You don't know.
Well, I felt really bad because the day I went up, a lady broke a record who was like in her late 80s, early 90s, and just cruised up there with no effort and no altitude sickness. And here I am, just out of high school, this punk throwing up his energy drinks. I felt like a real asshole.
Well, have you seen there's a special, I believe it's Netflix, one of the major carriers has a feature on a guy from Nepal who did the 14 tallest peaks in the world in a 6-month period.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen
Like
that.
some people
Yeah.
take 6 months to go up one
Yeah.
Yeah.
because of
Sherpa
all
guys
the
are pretty
acclimation
insane.
you have
Yeah.
to do, all the altitude acclimatization you have to do on the way up. This guy did.
Same with the
14
Quechua
in
guys.
6
The
months.
Quechua guys in Machu Picchu, they have those big barrel chests because they grew up in thin altitude, so they have this huge lung capacity.
I see.
And they carry up your gear. My friends have gone to Machu Picchu several times.
They also
And they
chew
just-
coca leaves.
Yeah, they chip coke leaves and they
They
have
do
this
that
massive
altitude,
chest,
yeah.
and they just walk like it's nothing. And everyone's like,
Yeah.
The coke is very good for altitude sickness, though, because it takes away the nausea, doesn't it?
Anyway, playing gigs in my band at altitude is a good problem to have.
yeah.
That's what it really boils down to.
I think I've
And
been to
then
Vail.
there's a couple of trips we're going to make to Venice this year. I mean, there's one where within days of each other we're playing in Hawaii and Venice, like one-offs in each location.
Venice, Europe, not Venice Beach.
Venice, Europe, Venice, Italy.
Mm.
Like I think
Wow.
there's 2 days in between. You fly back from Hawaii, you get in a plane and fly to Venice, and play and fly back.
You made one like that on the last tour last year, didn't you? Where you were
Yeah, we've had a
on
few like that.
one side
There's
of
a-
the Atlantic
there's-
one day and the other the other.
There's something in our schedule this either August or September that's insane like that, where between 2 gigs in the US we have to run off somewhere.
Yeah.
It's just,
Well, I've got a show in LA on the 24th of March. We're going back to the UK, and then on the 3rd of Monday, the 3rd of April, we will be in Sydney, Australia. So, yeah, get inside of a week at home.
anytime you got to go to Australia, it's a haul.
It's a long way around. But going from LA back to the UK to go to Sydney just feels painful.
Yes, you'd like to just go to Sydney and spend a week. I understand.
Hawaii and spend a week, please.
Yeah, that would be nice. And then
Another cool thing. Yeah, another cool thing here. It's the largest chunk of crystal meth I've ever seen.
What is that?
Crystal meth.
Ah,
We're in the hotbed of it right here. So. Yeah, that's a bad joke. Sorry.
I'm still
This looks
studying.
like when you don't make it in a bathtub.
Still studying the lady behind you.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think I know her.
Right, she's
It's a Monty Python reference. See where the hand
Yeah.
comes in and turns the
Yeah.
dial?
Mostly
Yeah, it's a bit
harmless.
unfair. She can't slap your hand away, can she?
That's right. Get off! Get off! Yeah. The things you can have fun with.
Oh, yes.
How you guys all doing otherwise? Everything good?
Yeah. Yeah.
You guys already talked about Dom?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we thought
Hell of a guy.
thought we'd fire one up just to bring a little bit of, lightness to the week.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to do my part here, so a little bit of lightness.
Just needs the arms and legs swailing around. It'll
That's
be
right.
complete.
Looked like one of your microscope expeditions.
Yeah.
Well, it was just so funny because, public television played their stuff no problem. And then MTV bought them, and everything had to be censored because America's just a mess right now.
MTV bought public television?
No, bought Monty Python for a while.
Oh, Monty Python.
The exclusive rights to Monty Python.
Oh,
And then they ruined it. They censored everything. So it's like you guys don't get it.
That's not going to work, is it?
No.
I don't know if the news has got out to the US yet, but the John Cleese is writing a new series of Faulty Towers.
I saw a clip of that, a picture of that.
Yeah.
With his daughter, right?
Yeah, with his daughter playing Sybil. Yeah. So, because
Probably-
apparently there's something about if you watch the complete series on one of the carriers, they've dropped 2 episodes out, which is the Don't Mention the War one, and the one where the Colonel makes some sort of reference to the Indian cricket team.
Oh no!
And they've pulled those 2 episodes because of that. So,
What, from the originals?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can't see the Don't Mention the War episode anymore.
It's like South Park. A bunch of those they can't air anymore. They went one time and that was it.
Yeah.
So, people are just too sensitive. Way too sensitive.
Do you know when you were in complete darkness, Richard, and you just had your phone in front of you, you looked like you were doing a Peter Gabriel video for a minute. It's quite good effect.
I like the one in the box where he has his face and the fake arms and legs, and little around that one video. He was great, very groundbreaking videos.
Oh yeah,
amazing. Yeah.
It's pretty much like Peter Gabriel and Tool. They had the best videos.
Anybody heard the new Peter Gabriel material?
No, I haven't.
Okay, he's touting it on YouTube in many ways.
I didn't get the new Depeche Mode yet. I got to check that out.
I heard a song that sounded distinctly like Peter Gabriel, actually.
And there's me. I've been listening to John Barry all week in the workshop.
That's good.
Well, I like his triads. What can I say?
A very good friend of mine works as monitor engineer for Peter Gabriel. So
Yeah.
I've been hearing a bit about the beginnings of that for the tour that's coming up.
Yeah.
Little bits.
They're showing videos of the basic track sessions in the big room at Real World with all the usual suspects playing.
You ever been there, Rich? Have you been to that?
Huh?
Have you been to that studio?
I have not.
It's a treat. As a
I'm
studio,
sure.
it's a treat. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm sure. I've heard all about it, but I've never been.
I have. Yeah,
Good.
more than once. Yeah. Quite a space.
Did you work in that big room?
Yeah, there was a gig in there. Yeah, they did a gig, like a showcase gig in there, in the studio. But they used to have these 2 big huts across the stream on the other side of the property, which were a rehearsal room, and you could have a band doing a sort of live setup rehearsal while they were working in the studio at the same time. And that was mostly why I ended up there. But,
I see.
yeah, but I was there once with Paolo, with the Scottish guy that I'm working with now, and when they were doing the second album, and Ethan Johns was producing that album, and that day that we were all there, his dad, Glyn Johns, walked into the studio for the first. He'd never been in Real World, and Ethan's like, "Hi, Dad," right? And Glyn Johns saying, "What do you need all this shit for?" Big joke.
Well done, Glenn.
Yeah. So proper that was. That was funny.
Yeah, Inky said she said first single I
Linda.
ever bought. What was the first single you ever bought, dear?
Sledgehammer?
Is it?
Sledgehammer was amazing.
So in that Glenn Johns spirit, when I was working at Sphere Studios in South in Battersea with in the early OOs with Duran Duran. Working at the same place in a different studio was Chris Kimsey, who's recorded, the Rolling Stones and, all kinds of amazing shit. And after I got done with this, he actually would come to the session and we would talk and he would make recommendations. He brought me a microphone to use. He's like, I think you should put this mic in the kick drum. Put that mic in the kick drum. Chris Kimsey's coming and helping me. It's insane. I once did a session in LA where Ed Cherney was my assistant, sort of.
Wow.
I mean, Ed Cherney's nobody's assistant, and
Yeah.
I ended up more or less assisting him, but I was supposed to be the engineer on the session. And Eddie is a friend of mine going back 30 years. May he rest in peace. So a couple of times where I got that close to my to absolute legends, and you just have to sure, you think I should put that microphone, go put that microphone on,
You just get close to something, look for his nod, and he goes, yeah, do that.
yeah, whatever,
Yeah.
I'll try. I like to take advice from people, particularly people who know what the hell they're talking about, and if he wants to bring me a microphone,
And sadly, that's rare these days,
Yeah, but what fun is that? You can always do what you thought.
Well,
I'm serious.
yeah.
I'm serious. I used to surprise assistant engineers all the time, asking them what they thought I should do. Why? Not because I don't know what to do, but because they work with engineers every day, and I used to, but I don't anymore. So
They see a variety of things going
right,
on, don't they?
right, exactly. You understand. So let them show me something and let me try to make that work. And if it doesn't work, I can go back to what I thought I was going to do when I walked in the door. I mean, I know how to do this. I'm always looking for new ways to do it. I think you probably can relate. I mean, I just don't
Very
like
much, yeah.
executing the same methods all the time. That's boring. As an engineer, it doesn't get you anywhere.
Well, it's one of the things I really like about being an engineer is working with different musicians, but for lengths of time. So you work on a thing and then you'll move on to another thing. And over the years and the decades, you get a really interesting cross-section of technique.
Yeah.
That you watch other people exhibit and you go, oh, well, they do it like that. You don't necessarily need to impart that information, but it's really interesting to observe it all. And whether it's a keyboard player or a guitar player or a way of getting a sound or a drumming style, it's all very, very interesting, or how something's arranged. That was my big takeaway from the years I did with Brian Ferry, was how he made arrangements work. And it's like genius stuff. You'd never
It works for the arts. It's just mixed results in science and medicine. So,
well, there's a precision involved there, though, isn't there? Yeah.
And what you find out is that it's really more about who is doing whatever it is than exactly what they're doing.
Yeah.
And it works the same way with your own work. Like, I keep constantly changing up the way I do things, and it always ends up sounding like me anyway. I mean, it's not like I'm trying to sound like something else. What I sound like comes from here, and it comes before any of that. So, and I'm sure it's true of you as well.
Does that mean that part of you is to keep changing, though?
Yeah, I think so. It keeps it fresh. It keeps it fresh. What I was doing, I mean, I can always fall back on what I've done, and I'm happy and thankful for that. And I have, plenty of but it's much more fun to come at it as a child, really. I mean, in some creative level.
Yeah.
It's much more fun that way. At least
I always say about my bit of the music world, I will stop touring when I stop learning. And
that day,
something more. Yeah,
I'm never going to.
It'll never come.
Of
course. It won't come because there's always something to learn.
At least not voluntarily.
No. But
yeah,
I think there's no reason to stop whilst you're still learning these things.
That's why you and I are still talking about it. I mean, not to put too fine a point on it, because I'm probably the oldest guy in the room, but at our quote unquote advanced age, we're not in that mainstream of what we used to. We're the sages now. Like we're those old guys at the AES that we used to look at and go, look at those old guys at the AES.
Speaking of learning, did you get your Rise 2 yet? Did you learn anything new on there?
Yeah, I love it. It's right here.
Anything different, or is it pretty much the same for you?
It's different.
Yeah.
It's particularly as it's shipped, it's different. You can get it to where it's not that different, but they ship it to be harder to play out of tune.
Right. Okay.
That's what they've done ever since they released the Grand, which is apparently almost impossible to play in tune.
Yeah.
Each subsequent revision has tried on some level to make it harder to sound crappy on the thing early.
More training wheels mode. Yeah.
Yeah, more training wheels mode. And so if you go into the dashboard settings that they provide with the Rise 2, you find that the ability to modulate pitch horizontally has been limited or constrained in some ways in order to try to prevent you from sounding too crappy on the thing when you first boot it up,
Yeah,
which
get it out of the
is an understandable decision for them to make, but it's not something I'm interested in at all.
Yeah.
So now that I've got it set up the way I like it, I quite enjoy playing it. Do I like it better necessarily? I don't. The differences between them are smaller than my love for the both of them. So it doesn't really matter that much to me. I really enjoy playing them. I really
But if you
enjoy.
didn't have this new one, would we be okay with the original still, or now you like the new one better?
I still am okay with the original, sure.
Yeah.
But I honestly have put so much time into playing the thing that my greatest fear is that they all go away, mind break, and I don't have one to play. So I'm actually thinking like a hoarder on this one, and I may actually acquire one or two more if I can get them at the right price. It's funny thing is, this thing got released, and people with the first one are still trying to get like $1,200 for them. It's like, what are you kidding me? There's a brand new one for that kind of money. Why would I buy yours used? This isn't a collector's market yet, and it may never be.
But it's vintage now. You have the vintage one.
No, Kent's got the vintage one.
Yeah, but it didn't happen with the Grand, did it? It weirdly didn't happen with the Grand, because I mean, when the Grand hit, it was like what, nearly 6,000, wasn't it?
Well, there was that part, and the fact that it didn't play like anything anybody had ever seen before, and nobody quite knew what to make of it.
But that one I picked up for a K. But like you say, you still see Rise 1s knocking around for like 10, 1,100 quid.
Yeah, it's nuts.
It's like,
nuts.
what?
When they go down to 600, I may buy, and if it's in good enough shape, I may buy one just to have more spare. I want to have more spares around because they will fail.
Yeah.
Let's not kid ourselves. And I like playing it, so I want to have one around. It's like if I thought my trombone was going to melt every 5 years, I'd buy more trombones.
Mm.
Like if
and you're still holding on to Osmos, right? You're not sure about that one yet?
Well, I want to play it.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to like it. I know everybody that I love and respect likes it, so that's a good start. But I didn't mind the time I put in on this thing to get it to where I was willing to play it for people in public. It wasn't like a problem for me. I didn't expect it to be something, a piano. I have a piano for that, and I have this thing right here for that too. So other people kind of wished it was like straight out of the box like this. I sound like a virtuoso on the thing. I'm used to learning a lot of new instruments. That's a process I enjoy. I don't enjoy sounding like shit on the thing, but it's funny if you let it be funny, and you appreciate the fact that you are a beginning violin student, and that's why you sound like one, and then you become better at it.
Well, look at someone like Ornette Coleman with the sax technique. He still sounds crazy, and he's been playing a long time. So,
well, there's people with odd technical presentations anyway, but I'm not so much that guy. I like playing melody on the thing the most. I really love playing melody on it. It's just so nice to be able to lean into a melody and have your hand do everything just through without having to touch controllers or push up wheels or even get on. I mean, the XY pad is cool to have, but I mostly get a sound I like, and then I'm just really involved in expressing that. I love release velocity and what it does to the releases of the sounds.
Yeah.
I love the fact that you get back the whole bottom half of the velocity range, because most things you play in MIDI, velocities below 60 are basically a waste of your time, and you're in the editor trying to put them back where they thought they should have gone in the first place. Whereas with this thing, you can actually play it really, really quietly and really, really effectively, and I enjoy that tremendously, and no MIDI keyboard feels like that. Hey, Jim.
Hello.
Hello.
How's
That-
everyone?
Say what, Grace?
No, sorry, no, Karen. Sorry.
No, I wasn't.
I
Were you
was just
asking?
thinking about the Osmos in relation to what you just said, Rich. That it strikes me, without having seen one, that whole thing about that bottom half of the MIDI scale, MIDI velocity scale, is what the Osmos also gives you, because you
Yes,
can
probably so.
literally feather those keys,
Yeah.
and they make sounds.
Yeah.
And a friend of mine described it as you become the envelope with the
Yeah.
Osmos, and
Well, with this, to an extent,
probably
with
its
this
strongest feature, I think. Yeah.
Well, because you can play it really quietly and then lean into it, and it actually does what you. It's such a convincing illusion of being connected to a sound.
Mm.
It's just incredibly convincing to me, to my hands. I really enjoy that. Jim's
bit like
cat
that.
enjoys it too. Look at
Hello,
that!
cat.
What a beautiful cat.
This is not my cat. This is Zoe's cat.
Zoe's cat.
This is Bluebell.
Ah,
She likes to get on the mic.
I see.
Standing in for Cleo.
Yeah.
Bluebell.
There you go. Straight into the mic.
How was your meeting?
It was good actually. Yeah. So it's a festival. Well, mini sort of festival over 2 venues. Next March in Derby, with possibly quite a world-renowned name act, which is going to be quite a coup for something that's probably only going to have like 200 or 300 tickets. So yeah, but I can't really speak to that until it's all confirmed. But who knows? But yeah, it should be good.
Cool.
But I take it we've all been discussing the shit.
Yeah,
been
but
going
at the same time, not trying to dwell on it now, and have a little break from
Yeah.
the whole thing.
Well, you heard about my shit on top of that shit.
What's
Andy
that?
told us about
Well,
your hard time.
Oh,
What's that?
My wife died, the one I was divorcing.
Oh
Yeah.
God!
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
within 8 days of each other,
Was it? Was it? It must have been unexpected. That's horrible, Jim.
kind of expected on my. I could see it coming, but I'm not going to talk too much about it. But it's something that
Okay.
that I've refrained from talking about on this show for past however long the show's been going, basically.
Yeah.
But it's stuff that I've had going on in the background. It's been really quite shit. But
You mean as far as getting divorced?
yeah.
Do you have kids?
Not with her, no.
Okay.
Thankfully.
right.
But yeah,
All right.
it's a complex situation, and my grief is going to be quite complex as well because of
Understood.
factors involved. But yeah, and I was coping with that, and then obviously,
Yeah.
the next worst thing happened.
Yeah.
But all I'm going to say is, I just want to celebrate that man. He was fucking amazing.
Yeah, man.
It was brilliant.
Yeah.
Just very lucky to have known him.
He's a prince.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's a great man. Great man. Great father. Great husband.
Yeah,
Caring, wonderful, kind individual.
yeah. It's just someone who you just want to inspires you to be more like them, which is always good.
Yeah.
Cool.
And the
Right, now
jingles.
that's out the way.
And the king of jingles.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
The king of jingles. Absolutely.
God,
That
yeah.
Kent, I think Kent's being the most memorable of them, but we all had good jingles.
Yeah.
Could say he was the
It
king.
would be mine, wouldn't it?
I mean, nobody's come to my front door singing mine to me yet. And apparently that's happened to Kent.
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
had it. Yeah, I've had that. Yeah.
It's not going to stop anytime soon, I'm sure.
Well, Jim, we're all coming down from Sheffield to give you a big hug on Thursday.
Awesome. Are you coming down as well, Grace?
Yes.
Wicked.
Yeah.
Oh, it'd be really good to
Michael's
see you.
coming. Michael Eden's coming.
Oh, wicked. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're coming
Excellent.
en
Oh,
masse. Yeah.
It's going to be
yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone even said, "Oh, if you need to cancel the email," I'm like, "What? No,
No.
no, no."
No,
The show
no,
goes
no.
on.
No, it must do. Must do.
Yeah, but I've really missed Kent's show though. I'm so glad it's on tonight.
Well, it's funny because tonight's been a night of revelations from, we've each shared pretty much, at least I did, some difficulty that's, been previously unknown to people. And it's,
Okay.
I take great, I take honor in the fact that I have such wonderful people to share these things with, as you guys and as the chatties and my friends there. It's maybe, on top of all the good things that it is, these relationships, that this might be the best thing about them is the actual the actual emotional closeness you get from these interactions. And I cherish. I haven't met you yet, Jim. I have met Grace. I have met Kent many times. I spent some time with Dom. I've spent a time with almost all the Sonic State guys. I've spent time with a lot of people. I'm really interested in the human aspect of all of this, apart from what synthesizer you do or don't use, whether you like modular or not, whether you're an audio person or not, whether you like whatever chic music or anything that has anything to do with my career. It doesn't matter. It's the heart you feel from other people and how we support each other through the tough times and that sort of thing. And I take great comfort in this group of friends, and I thank you all very much.
Yeah, likewise.
Same, very much.
Yeah.
I was so delighted when. Sorry, Ken.
That's all right.
I was delighted when I got the chance to meet you in Glasgow, Rich. It
was so much fun.
That was great. And I've got this March trip I'm doing in America, this tour. I'm meeting up with Andy. Fingers crossed we might get to see each other in Boston. And there's 2 other people, Babs, who's in the chat. Hopefully you get to see her in Brooklyn. And then Chris, who's been a new face in the hardware jams world. I'm going to hopefully see her in Philadelphia.
I've often hoped that Babs would come on.
Yeah,
you've got to ask her. I saw Babs in Manhattan when we were there for a week in November, and we met up and had a very nice afternoon chatting. And it's that thing, like you say, it's turning pixels into people. It's wonderful because we know that we're all going to get on when we meet each other. It's a kind of a given, isn't it? And,
but we are in this modern
already
age.
met you two.
Yeah,
in real life.
Well, we are in this
It's
modern
just
age,
like-
though, where you can really get to know somebody. Sometimes even more so via this medium than
It's
you can
fascinating.
do in person. Sometimes,
Yeah,
it just depends on
fascinating.
how open everybody is.
Well, it takes some courage, and for some people, it's not easy, and I respect that.
Sure.
Yeah, definitely.
And incidentally, apart from any of that, I have met Babs too, and had a wonderful time spending brief time with Babs, and we still have nice communications. And I look forward to the next time I see Babs. We share a lot of common interests that don't really have that much to do with all of these things that we talk about here too. So that's all good.
Yeah, likewise. And again, I'm like you, Rich. I'm in a privileged position because I get paid to travel, and this little world here that is new to me in my touring life is a really interesting. Like, oh, I can meet up with so and so, and that might be a chance to meet so and so. And since the touring world came back online, as it were. Sorry, that's a bad pun, but here we are, and it's like, oh, cool, I can meet these people. It's like, well, I was joking in the GEOstnths show, saying we should go to Cornwall and do an EMOM, and everybody go to Cornwall because it's so far away for Lisa to get out of Cornwall to an EMOM elsewhere. It's like, okay, fuck it, we go to you then. But actually, that's just the way I think about these things. And, we could all get in the car and go to Cornwall. Why not?
We're playing in Cornwall this year.
All right, cool.
What, the Eden Project?
No, it's some other festival. I'd have to look what it's called, but it's not Eden Project. We've played Eden Project a few times.
That's
but,
a great gig. Yeah.
What a lovely fantasy world that whole thing is. Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm hoping I'll see our dear friend Inky when I'm in Cornwall.
Well, like I said, I think one of the reasons that this show came about is because, during the week, like I talk with you, Richard, sometimes practically every single day, and Ty and stuff like that. And you'd say things, oh yeah, no, I haven't seen Ty for donkeys, and and blah blah blah. Or we'd be talking about things and mention a name and go, oh, I don't know who that is, things like that. So I thought, why not have a show? Because it's not really; it's just a meeting place almost. And then and all these people can actually get to talk with each other and meet each other and exchange swear words and ideas and whatever, Yeah, exactly, man. So no, it's done like that, man.
Yeah, we were talking about the different ways
Yeah.
that you do.
No, don't be lazy. Use the other finger. Yeah. Well, that'll do you. Yeah. Dude. So, yeah. So yeah, and I think it's been quite successful. It's like, there's always seems to be, like I say, oh, I'll do a pub tonight, and there seems to always great enthusiasm from people.
I just love that it's the pub. I'm dead chuffed about that.
Yeah, but I think there's not many shows that sort of like, well, I don't know if I'm going to be here till 11, 12, 1. I think
3.
I think there was one a couple of weeks ago. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning, wasn't it? And but it was still going.
Yeah.
And it's good because it can accommodate people, especially in the US, being 5 or 9 hours behind. And
there was that one time, wasn't there, that Rands popped up on this?
Yes,
I think it was only once.
Driving somewhere, wasn't it?
Yeah,
yeah.
It was impressive because that must have been quite late when he, or early, or I can't remember.
Very early in the morning for him, I imagine.
Early in the morning, so
he didn't
at
crash.
the beginning of the show for you.
Yeah.
I caught his show for the first time by accident the other day. Actually, I was on chatting with Babs, and she said, Ramsey's on, and they're talking about Tom. And so I went over and looked.
Yeah, I was a bit late to that. I missed the whole section when they were talking about Dom. But...
Yeah, I did too, but I was glad to see the show and enjoy him for a minute because I haven't seen
the only
him.
reason I've ever talked to any of you people in this whole world was because my friend Michael, who I just talked to you about, told me that Andy was on Ramsey's show.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what? Andy Vonal on the YouTubes? And I had a look, and there it was. And the next week, I thought, I'll have another look at that, and there it was. And I went, hello, and that was the beginning of all of this for me.
Yeah.
And that's I owe Ramsey quite a lot there, really, and I'm sure other people do too.
I mean, one of the weirdest things for me was like discovering, like Andy on the GeoSynths chat. I'm like, oh my god, Andy! It's just like, we used to play. We were on each other's guest list back in Sheffield in the 90s all the time. We used to go and watch each other's shows and stuff. And it's just like mad. It's just like, oh yeah, I was in Sheffield then, and just figured out who each other was. It's like, oh my fucking god, like this reunion. And it's just really wicked to sort of meet up in person again.
Well, although Andy doesn't know it, I'm actually secretly looking for a pair of wooden end cheeks for his Pro 1. I think I might have found a pair at last.
Don't worry, he won't watch this.
He'll never watch this.
He won't watch this back now.
Has he been on?
He was on
already?
it. He doesn't need to watch it back.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
So, and so I think I might have found a pair for him, proper original ones.
Ooh, very nice.
So I'm hoping the guy's got
Wow.
JD 800 ones as well, but we'll see.
I think the other Pro 1 in our old ambient chill out band had wood cheeks on it because Rupert's was different to Andy's, and I'm sure it had the wooden end cheeks. Yeah. We had 2 Pro 1s in that band.
Yeah, see, Richard is the only other person that's had the could call it a privilege. I don't know. I don't know if you class it as that or not. But he has seen inside the KSR garage.
Yeah, you didn't show me the garage.
Yeah, it is a bit like that.
Why are the hairs of my neck going up?
I am justice. You could call it the Bat Cave in many respects, couldn't you?
That's funny that you knew which preset that was.
Oh man, would I?
Oh, come on. That's amazing.
That's from Dark Knight.
Now that's what the quiz should be in future. Instead of
Guess-
the owner's
guess
quiz,
that
guess the
sequence.
preset. Yeah. Guess the synth and the preset.
Oh yeah, do you know what? When I tried Ramsey's Guess the Synth, never get it. Not even the
I got it once.
the right hemisphere half the
Yeah.
time.
You just
I can't
played
name
name, let alone synth. You just played name that preset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's
It's definitely one
Dark
further.
Zebra. There you go.
It's from one of them. I'm playing Zebra HZ right now, but yeah, it's probably
from Dark Zebra.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, how about this one? You know this one?
No, not so much.
I wonder if I didn't hit it hard enough. No, it's just like that. Man, these guys are good.
Yeah, Fiona said to me once. She goes, well, if you know, I said, oh, we've got a few more viewers than the previous show, and or you know, it's always a few more. And I did one show, and it got up to 40. I said, oh, we were on 40 tonight, and she goes, what are you going to do when you get to 100? You're going to celebrate? I went, yeah. When there's 100 people watching the show live, get everybody to be quiet, and I'm going to say into the microphone, Siri, play Crazy Frog. And just
Done it now, though.
Oh, for fuck's sake, no! Ah! In the chat.
Watch all connections drop.
Yeah.
Bye.
Unsubscribe.
Wait to break the channel. Yeah.
Yeah, we had that very weird experience a couple of days ago. Richard was talking to me on the messenger, and he goes, "Oh yeah, this is a great roads patch." And he played it, and all I could hear was the keys thumping. And he said, "No, it's coming out the speakers really loud," and I couldn't hear the sound, only the thumping of him hitting the keys.
I don't understand it to this day.
What the hell?
Is it some kind of
I was using the
Yeah.
I was using the built-in microphone in my iMac.
Yeah.
At the time, and it's playing out of these speakers right here, and I'm bang, bang, bang on Rhodes Patch, and it's like nothing.
That
He's
is
hearing
some
nothing.
serious noise cancellation, man.
Yeah.
Isn't it? But I could hear you hitting the keys. What?
Well, it does, doesn't it? Kind of do like a directional noise cancel. So what's in front of it keeps, and what's to the sort of around.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, it
one
must
would
be
think
something
the microphone is in front of me. When it's somewhere in this plane, it's the
keyboard.
microphone.
Yeah.
But I mean, there wasn't the slightest indication of any
Well,
Any tone.
road sound at all. Yeah, there was no tones at all. Unbelievable it was.
It's funny if he actually wasn't playing anything, just messing with you, right?
Yeah. It's going clunk, 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 clunk. Now, that's my best roads pack. Would it be worse if I'm going, oh, yeah, that's really good.
So Richard, how long have you been hearing these tones in your head?
It's the music of the spheres.
Well,
Since I was at least not more than 3 years old, I think it was.
Yeah, he goes, just the usual amount. I'm not mental.
Absolutely.
I think
Absolutely.
it's Burger Revenge.
I've got a wonderful relationship with those voices in my head. Occasionally, they play music and sing to me.
Yeah, and they sound like me.
Yeah, right. Well, they sound better than me. That's why I try to channel them.
Me too.
Yeah, I can play better in my head than I can in real life. That's true.
Yeah, well, if I can get out what's in my head, that's the thing. That's what I want from this thing up here.
Yeah.
Do you have an Osmos, Richard? by any chance?
No, I do
Oh.
not have an Osmos.
Oh.
I have not played the Osmos yet, but
The word yet
I'll play it
is
first.
stapled to the end of that sentence.
I'll play it
Yes.
first.
Yeah.
I look
Have they
forward to
got
playing.
any in the States yet?
Don't
Have
know
any
the answer
landed?
to that.
No idea.
All
No
my friends
idea.
are in England. How would I know? No, I don't. I don't know.
I'm supposed to get it
Andy
end of
doesn't.
this month, but we'll see what happens. So.
Andy doesn't have one yet. I can tell you
Yours
that.
hasn't arrived, and Manny hasn't, has he?
No.
But I don't think he's waiting very long. I think he
End of
got
this
one
month.
quite early, didn't he, man?
It's funny
Whereas
because
I may.
I never really sort of.
May.
I heard lots of people talking about the Osmos, and I never really even looked at what it was. You know, just thought it was just kind of vaporware for me. But then seeing people play it, I'm like, oh my
Yeah.
fucking god, that's amazing.
Well, the Egan Matrix alone is crazy. Just the type of synthesis you can do with that, unlike anything else. It's nuts.
The stuff I've heard, I'm like, oh, I think I might kind of need that.
Yeah.
Which is like crazy, but yeah.
I'd rather have that than a Hawken Continuum. So.
Neil Wharton has told us the answer to the missing keyboards. He had the same experience with the Teams meeting, and the cancelling is done in the software client rather than the OS or the hardware. It's very good.
Yeah, it's
I
incredible.
was impressed.
Yeah.
I was impressed.
Because we were staring at each other going, are we in some sort of alternate reality? Was I supposed to have taken the blue pill?
A little bit like
What's going on? What the
A
fuck?
bit like Jim asking me how long I've been hearing these tones. In my
Well, you're saying that I'm looking at Andy Synthazic's video there, going, what's that? Oh, sunshine. Oh,
Oh, is that what it is?
You like,
yeah.
you like my Kilroy impression here? I'm Kilroy.
Yeah.
Kilroy.
What's the green things? Oh, the trees.
Yeah.
That's the outside.
We got Whole Foods behind me too.
And look, shadows.
Daylight.
Yeah. Yeah, the big
It's still pretty cool
groundhog.
here though. It's not hot and sunny. It's cool and sunny.
There'd
Do
be a
you reckon
groundhog-
the
there'll be a
Osmos game
groundhog
changer?
somewhere going, what the fuck is going on?
Do you reckon the Osmos game changer will be when they actually change the front end of programming the Eigen matrix?
I mean,
Yeah.
the fact is, I can't do this on an Osmos.
Yeah.
You
You also
can't do that.
you can't do the slide either. It's a different function. The slide on roller is really powerful.
I hope it's half as expressive as that, and I'll be happy.
I think it's going to be a different expressive, isn't it?
Yes, I would expect
Yeah,
that.
Yeah.
Because you got actual physical things wiggling,
Yeah.
beneath you.
It's sort of like having a CS80 and a GX1 all in one box.
I look
Oh,
forward
it's clever
to it.
though because that top area is also your continuous controller.
Yeah, you can actually slide on that, can't you?
You just don't have two
Right.
like on the roller where you have up and down ribbons. So
Right.
You can run up and down the top, can't you? But it's not a continuous. It's not.
Yeah, it's more glissando,
It
isn't
goes
it?
through a chromatic
Yeah.
all the notes, isn't it? Which is something you can't do with
Although you
anything
could
else.
probably program it so it acts like a continuous slide.
When they sort out the Eigen matrix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
uh-oh. 5-0, 5-0. Watch out.
Hey, it's the Popo. It's the sound of the police.
I'm gonna start getting beaten on the spot.
Well, shame nobody's watching this.
The spawn arms go spiral.
Now you see the violence inherent in the system. Now you see the violence inherent in the system. Help, I'm being repressed.
Is it too loudly?
Oh, I love it.
We're all waiting now.
Yeah.
They're coming
It
back.
just
Kept
hear-
driving. Luckily,
Come up behind him.
I wasn't shady enough, so he didn't stop. So
Ah.
if I had my hoodie up and I was looking around all shifty, then he would have. That was a drug dealer. So. Because on every
They have
San
them
Francisco
anymore in
corner,
California.
the hoodie guys are everywhere. They're all drug dealers.
Well, at least they have a uniform.
Well, yeah, exactly.
They're easy to spot.
But watch out.
You gotta know where to buy your shit, right? So.
Need to watch out for those crusty jugglers as well. So, Hot Fuzz reference.
Yeah, very. Oh man! Right, I'm going to quickly make myself another coffee.
He's standing on the street corner saying, "Come and buy some modules."
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's funny because sometimes guys will drive by to harass the prostitutes, and they'll just pick up rocks and throw them at cars. I heard a guy's car go "Chunk" one time because a big rock hit it.
Some poor lady, I think, woman going, "I have to carry my own rocks."
Yeah.
I bring my own with me.
Big chunks of concrete.
Oh.
There's some palm trees back here.
Palm trees?
There are palm trees there.
As used in Full Metal Jacket.
There's a fancy restaurant behind me. Taverna. And this very crosswalk, I actually walked right by Steve Jobs one time. Back when he still worked at Apple. He was walking across this crosswalk.
Right. Well, the
It's
first
like,
or second time he worked at Apple.
Exactly, yeah. This is the second time.
Right.
But this is it's funny. This is like the Abbey Road for Apple here. It's this little crosswalk.
Yeah. Are you in Cupertino then?
Palo Alto, or as they say, Shallow Alto.
Shallow Alto. Hello, shallow.
Very shallow.
There's money in them there hills.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, all buried.
Oh, that's funny. If you just go a couple blocks that way to El Camino Real, it's just lined with tons of like RVs and Winnebagos and stuff while the homeless people live in there, right outside of Stanford.
Interesting.
The entire street is cluttered with homeless people.
Yeah. There's a lot of that in the
Austerity all
world.
around you.
There's a lot of that in the world where you have this tremendous prosperity, and then like right at the edge of it is like absolute destitute poverty.
Totally. Yeah.
And it almost all your major vacation islands have a component of that.
Yeah.
You get that all over the UK now as well. There's a lot more homeless people around nowadays.
Yeah, it's a difficult world right now. I'm quite lucky to get to traverse it in the way that I do, because it's really hard for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And it's only a little hard for me sometimes. So gotta count my blessings where I can find them.
Yeah, I try not to complain too much because there's so much worse it could be. So it's just...
Absolutely. We're here talking about it for one thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
So listen, I have gone off grid now for about 3 hours, and I have to check in with the woman who is actually doing all the hard work. I have to make some dinner, and I have to turn on the Super Bowl because it's like a national tradition. So I'm going to bow out at least for a while, and hopefully I'll see you guys.
Super Bowl Sunday. That's hilarious.
What's that?
I didn't even know it was today. I don't even follow that stuff anymore. So
I understand. Well, yeah, in fact, it's about to go down.
It's the final.
Yeah.
It's the it's the game.
Bowl,
it's the championship game.
there's a corgi.
Oh, cutie. All right, so I'll see you guys soon.
Hi, Rich.
Thanks for all the love and
Take care, darling.
the support. Appreciate it.
Yeah, likewise.
See you later, mate.
Cheers, man.
Oh, got myself all tangled.
Who's playing then on Thursday to watch out for, James?
Aha. Okay. Who do we have? Let me get my
You got the running order.
my master list.
Yeah.
So top of the list is one Andy Brooks, Andy Bowman.
Does that mean he's playing first or last?
No, it's just like whoever turns up when on the night is how I
Oh,
generally
okay.
do it.
Anarchy.
Then we've got MHO, Dave Walker.
Who was here earlier?
Yeah. Oh, did he actually come on the show?
Yeah, he
Oh,
popped on,
wicked.
didn't he?
Cool. Excellent. Love Dave. He was absolutely great guy. Then we've got another Couture, who's a new act who's been down to the
There's
Imams
also
before.
a name in the chat world.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, he's been down to the Derby Imam before as a punter. Steve Hardacre, who I'm playing a gig with in Nottingham on March the 18th at the Angel, amongst others, along with Filter Sequence and Eggplant. Then Paul Balfour, Aurora Project. Then we've got Julian, Analog, Electronic, Whatever. Debbie and the Sea of Fire. Debbie's making her return. So Debbie played the last Sheffield Imam. That was her first venture outside of Derby, I think, doing that stuff. If you don't know, Debbie used to play in this 90s indie band called Twinkie, who were pretty successful. Well, ish. Had a few singles and an album and stuff. Pretty popular. Then we've got this guy, Chris, who goes under the name of The Sky is a Painting. He does like ambient soundscapes using sort of a 4-track feeding back on itself.
Oh, nice.
Weird stuff. Yeah, really cool.
Yeah.
And we've got Helder, the Night Passenger and the Panda. Hope he remembers the Panda this time, because I forgot that.
It's not a double act without the Panda.
Yeah, exactly. It's just the Night Passenger. I'm playing, I think, if I've got time. Then Peter Allen, who goes under the name of Found Object. Then Greg goes under the name of Obish. I think Martin Christie's down to play. Got a couple of reserves. Oh, and possibly I need to get in touch with him, make sure he's actually coming over. But a guy called Julian Roberts, who is from North Wales, from Colwyn Bay, and put on the first. He ran the bar where I played my first ever solo gig.
Oh, wow.
This place in Colwyn Bay, and yeah, he does some really cool stuff. He also does a radio show on Drift.radio, which is on a Wednesday at 8 p.m. I think 7 or 8 p.m. on a Wednesday. That's worth checking out. Really cool stuff he plays on there. And yeah, in reserve got Brawny, obviously the guy who runs the Sheffield Imam, who's fucking brilliant, and Jesse, who goes under the name of 50-Foot Woman, who absolutely last time just pounded everybody with
Woody cats
mental
after your
beats.
potty plants, Jim.
All right.
Just trying to take your potty plant down.
Yeah. If that's all she takes down, I'm all right. But...
Yeah.
The other stuff I'm worried about.
Okay, look, you go, I wasn't doing anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Very cat.
What?
Very cat.
Yeah.
Me?
No.
Yeah, she caused a stuff-a-lunch in the other room.
Stuff lunch.
Yeah.
I love those cat compilation videos called Cats Are Assholes. But they look at you and then no, and then they knock it over on purpose.
Yeah. So. Where they're just like pushing something off the edge, like with you watching. Yeah.
Brilliant. That sounds like a fun evening.
Yeah, should be really cool. How many is that? 1, 2.
Hello, Pickle. Oh, girls.
14 acts. 14 and a couple of reserves. I normally get through. I get through 14 generally each time. So, and then 15 on a really mental night is possible. But yeah, it's pretty relentless.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah. Should be good.
Exciting. Looking forward to it.
And the March one's already half full as well. So,
are you doing them every month?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow,
before I know it, the next one's come around again. I'm like,
Yeah,
hell, right, I need
yeah,
to get my
yeah,
shit together.
yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
but, in the meantime, oh god, I need to stop actually recording. I've got well over an album's worth of material. I need to start getting that recorded and mastered. So yeah, not released anything in ages, and it's about time.
Nelly.
And it's yeah,
it is about time, finding the time.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
Totally.
Andrew and I are talking about not just doing a jam sometime and putting some stuff down,
Yeah.
and then working on it. It's an interesting proposition. We'll have to see where we go with it. I think. Yeah.
You going to come play any EMOMs, Grace?
Well, it's about time, isn't it?
Yeah. Well overdue.
Yeah, I really want to do some emoming, but I really haven't got the time until possibly May, possibly August, which is why I'm saying let's go to Cornwall in August. But I've got here. It's quite funny. This my dear friend Marina, who is a viola player. She plays
the one that all the jokes are about.
I don't know.
In the classical world, like viola players are the equivalent of drummers when it comes to
yeah. Okay. Well, she'd probably hit you if you said that, but yeah. No, she wouldn't. But she's been doing EMOMs right in London, and I was like, "Come and do some Northern EMOMs," and she goes, "I'll come up and do one if you do one." And I'm like, I haven't got time, blah blah blah. And she just, I taught her into doing EMOMs, and she spat all the lines back at me that I used on her, and it was like, okay, yeah, I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter if you haven't got anything ready, just go for it. Jeopardy, improvise, all of this stuff, completely thrown back in my face, quite rightly too. And I'm like, okay, But yeah, so she's threatening to come and do a Yorkshire session of EMOMs.
Cool.
But yes, but she also does. There's these gigs in London called So Far Sounds.
Right,
which is a pun on sofa
Yeah.
sounds.
Yeah.
And she's done a few of those as well, which is a similar thing, I think. Although not as electronic-y, perhaps. I'm not sure. More just sort of a broader canvas. But she's basically doing a looper pedal and a couple of guitar effects and a viola and sometimes a laptop. And that's kind of her way, and she sing a bit as well, and maybe loop some vocals. So it's sort of a hybrid of electronics and instruments, which is quite interesting.
Sounds a bit like Bunny McBun. I don't know if you caught Bunny McBun.
No.
I'm not sure if it was broadcast, but basically double bass with looper pedal and stuff, and he did like all sorts of like cool sort of almost hip hoppy kind of stuff with it and trip hop and
Upright bass is a very expressive instrument actually. You can do lots of clever things with a looper. But yeah,
Got points.
So yeah, hopefully she might pop up and do some stuff up north.
Excellent.
What are you staring at, Noah?
But you're right. I need to do one. You're quite right. Andy and I've been saying, should we try and do one together? But I think it's possible. But obviously, you start carrying a lot of gear around with you and stuff, and sort of flying in the face of.
It's become honestly, I've got injuries that will never recover. Thanks. To
I had a little vibe going with the Lyra and a synth plugged into the auxiliary input on the Lyra because you can go into it and it just hits delay and nothing else.
All right,
cool. And that might be quite nice, and then just come out of that into a reverb or something, and that's a live. It would be quite wishy-washy ambient rather than anything else. But
what's it like, the delay on its own on that?
Mental. It's two different delays, one into the other one, and you can modulate them independently of each other, modulate the delay times, but then the feedback control governs both the delays. So it's a sort of it's one thing but with two parts, and it's very interactive, and as soon as you start sort of playing with it you get lots of warbles and bucket brigade delays.
Cool.
And there's an oscillator, an LFO, which has got two parts to it and they interact as well. So, and then you can use that to modulate the delay times as well as the pitch or the frequency modulation of the Lyra. But yeah, that's how the Lyra makes its weird noises, basically, is those two parts. Other than that, it's just like tone reels, really.
Lyra is absolutely wicked. Still on my ever growing wish.
I was thinking I want to modify my Lyra Yeah, Ken, you remember like vernier scale dials? It's
Mm.
like you to turn the top bit 10 times to turn the bottom bit 1 degree
Yeah.
or whatever. That's what the lyra needs, because it's
Oh, okay.
very hard. If you're going to tune it,
Is it too sensitive? Or...
it's very sensitive. It's got a massive range, so you have to just sort of feather it to get it onto a note. And I think it needs something like a vernier knob, and it'd be really good. And I think,
Well, the verniers are available.
yeah, I just need to buy some and put them on there.
Yeah.
Basically.
I mean, if it is just a standard pot shaft, then yeah, it's nothing stopping you.
Oh, it will
doing
be.
yourself.
It's nothing fancy on the component level.
Yeah, very doable. Very doable.
But I think that exactly. I think it's like a very affordable modification to make it a bit more, chromatically friendly.
Yeah,
because it's brilliant having that kind of, you grab it and it goes, wow, that's a lot of fun. But it's also quite hard to integrate with other instruments if they're chromatically making something sensible.
Especially when you accidentally nudge that dial.
Well, you think Andy Vonal's got problems with his modulars.
Yeah.
You literally have to look at the tuning knobs on the lyra and they go out.
How much sort of real estate do you have where the knob goes?
Loads. It's these knobs on the bottom.
Right.
So that's my finger. You could probably.
It will be a squeeze, but
Yeah,
you
I
might
think
have
it'll
to
be a
get rid of the
squeeze.
skirts of the knobs either
Yeah,
side.
that's right.
But
Yeah.
it might just squeeze in.
The actual markings on these are meaningless. They don't actually have a calibration. You see, they've all got 0 to 10 on them. That's meaningless.
Yeah, whatever that means. Yeah,
doesn't mean anything. So you could definitely. I suppose you've got about 0.5 centimetre more available.
Yeah, I think you just about squeeze a vernier in there.
Yeah. I know they're bigger, but
but it does give it the what do you call it? The EMS vibe.
Yes,
as well.
yes.
Which is always good.
Yeah,
always good. No, actually, I think I've got a couple of brand new verniers in the workshop in stock.
I'm sure I just need to find the right size one. I might have to go to Japan and do some gigs and go to Akihabara and find some.
Yeah, just borrow a couple.
These are the secret weapon.
Oh, the coins.
With the lyra.
Yeah.
Put the coins on the pads.
Hello, dear.
Hello, darlings.
You are
Hey,
back.
I'm back. Yes, having watched The Last of Us.
Any left?
There's 1 or 2 left.
Oh, there's 1 or 2 left.
Yeah, no, it's great actually. I have to watch it now because otherwise I'll find out, because obviously America had it yesterday and we've got it today.
Oh, okay.
So, and then all the podcasts and everything. All the podcasts and stuff come out
they
tomorrow.
doing the updates and you're trying to avoid them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I need to try and see it Sunday night. Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's as good as the game. Certainly good. And I'm also going to watch the Super Bowl in the background.
Oh, okay.
Which hasn't started yet, and it's been on for about 2 hours.
Oh yeah.
You got the preamble. Who's the halftime show?
Rihanna.
Oh,
We're not interested in that. But what I normally do is I'll watch the first half, and I don't care who wins really. I'll just pick somebody I don't even know who's playing.
It's come quite a long way since the halftime show was an Elvis impersonator doing magic. Straight up.
Yeah. And I usually, I have to say, the last few years, I thought the halftime shows have been a bit naff, really.
Was he making hamburgers disappear, Kent?
Yeah, very quickly. Very quickly.
By eating them, yeah.
And then kills over at the end.
But because I subscribe to the NFL app, so I can get to watch I can watch any game in the season, and I can either watch it the full game over 3 hours, or what I love to do is watch it in 40 minutes. So it cuts out all the crap.
Yeah.
And I follow Atlanta. I know nothing. I don't know that much about American football, but and Atlanta have done spectacularly bad for the last 5 years that I've supported them. So they never get to they're never going to get to the Super Bowl at this rate.
Oh, there's some serious purring going on.
That's superb.
There's the
That's
start
not
of an
50
EMOM,
hertz, yeah.
isn't it? There's the start of an EMOM set right there.
Sampling,
Definitely.
yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, but don't you find American football to be sort of like rugby for
Yeah.
people who don't want to get hurt?
Yeah, it is. I mean, I enjoy it. I watched rugby this afternoon. I mean, I don't really like rugby league. It seems too fast for me. So I only really like watching rugby union. I only really watch England.
Oh, don't say that in front of Fiona. She hates union.
Well, there you go. You see, you're either one code or the other.
You one or the other, yeah.
Yeah.
And they're making league faster.
Are they really? I haven't watched
Yeah,
a league
yeah.
game for ages. I mean, the boys played league at school, and Matt now plays for one of the London teams. He was playing yesterday, and they play union. He said it was a tough game yesterday, though. He was feeling a bit knackered today. But yeah, American football is just, it's just rugby with more padding. It's just like what is it? Baseball's rounders, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it was taught by an English captain.
Was it really?
Yeah. Why do I know this shit? I watch too much
This
QI.
is great. I mean, I
I
remember.
watch too much QI.
You
No,
can't-
apparently-
there's no such thing. You can't watch too much QI.
No, that's true enough, isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, it was brought over by this English captain. He was playing it, and so it is actually rounders, but they adopted it
They've
into their
adapted
own
it,
game.
Yeah. Because I remember playing rounders at school as a kid.
Hey, oh, it's still there then. It's still there.
Yeah, it's still there.
You selling it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing a terrible job at selling it, the Andromeda.
Are you committed to the sale?
I did like your posts on Facebook.
Oh, was it? Because Robert, it was your post, wasn't it? I saw the post. Yeah. Yeah. Reasonable
'cause
price.
I
Any
nearly
reasonable
put,
price
I nearly,
accepted.
I nearly put on the post sort of like, yeah, well, you really should get rid of that before it breaks, because then it's a fucking doorstop. And I went, that's not what you want to see with some prospective buyer looking at the post going, wait, what?
but every serious buyer knows about that anyway. I mean,
No, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised, Robert. There's a few who do not know.
No.
They're the ones who got to
They do
snap.
know.
You got to bring them in. Bring them in. Oh, they wouldn't be watching this show.
Go.
Hey,
Yeah.
it's only Arse Wombat.
Hello, Arse Wombat.
Captain Brig.
Hey, Andrew.
Arsenal
Hello.
the third junior, I'll have you know.
Oh,
Junior, sorry.
the third.
The third junior.
It's been a while, guys.
Yeah, where you
Yeah.
been? Did the
Nothing
toilet
else?
door
I've
get stuck
been,
again?
It's been in Hepton Brig.
Yeah, in Hebden Bridge.
Yeah, I've been in Hepton Bridge. Yeah, no, I've been tied up with a bunch of stuff. There's a lot going on at the moment, but all good. But
Your sexual practices we do not know what you need to know about.
they mostly involve a fluffy nun on a Friday evening.
Any giraffes? Because I still believe they're not real.
A fluffy nun called Lemon George or something. I can't remember. It's something like that.
Lemon George. It rolls off the tongue.
It
Apparently,
does.
I've heard.
It does. I just saw you. I seem to have missed an awful lot of these, and I saw you on. I thought I can't resist it.
Yeah, well, it's that kind of thing, isn't it? It's sort of like crack. You know it's bad for you, but you want some more.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to have to be up early, and now I don't have to be up quite as early as I thought I did. So I thought, hurrah!
And now you're definitely not.
Yeah.
Now tomorrow's fucked.
Yeah, tomorrow's like bollocks. It's a day off now.
Well, no, it's not quite a day off, but yeah. It was a good thing. So how are you all? I mean, I know there's been I got the news as well, as did everyone.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm sure it's been.
I've got double news, just for the record.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I saw that, Jim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that.
No, it's cool.
Kind of oddly conflicting times, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
So someone said to me, one of my contemporaries, one of my
Get off my
mates
land.
here, said, why is it so many? Now, why? And I said, it's a good thing because you're seeing it.
Yeah.
And we're kind of getting to that age where it's going to start happening a lot. You know?
Yeah. That old expression, isn't it? The beginning of life gives you things, and the end of life takes it all away again. Which is a really happy thought.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's a legacy you leave, though, and I think we've been very lucky in that the legacy of certainly Mr. Wiggler, Mr. Wiggler, Dom was a really good one, and he's inspired all sorts of people to do all sorts of wonderful things, and I think that will continue. That's what more can you want?
Yeah, and we're not going to forget him ever, are we?
Who?
Oh, no.
He's up there laughing at you now.
Yeah, I know. It's the funny thing, isn't it? Because I didn't really know Dom at all that well. I've met him a very few times here and elsewhere, but I saw what the rest of you, the lovely things the rest of you had to say. So it was a deeply touching thing to see that love spread around. So there we go.
Yeah.
There we go. Life moves on.
Indeed.
Yeah, don't it just?
Yeah.
Cool. That brought a bit of a.
Have another drink.
We get about 300 of them an hour on this show, anyway.
Now that I've got a gear question, does anybody else? Well, not that I have one, but does anybody have a Moog Sub 37 or has played one?
I never played one.
No, I've been offered one at a stupid price. It's a lot less than it should be. But and
how recently was that?
I've recorded one, Jim.
Yeah,
it's not mine, and I hadn't played it, but I recorded it. It sounded great.
I had one live at a show. Yeah,
there is that sound, isn't there? There's that.
Yeah,
definitely nice to tickle the subs.
Ken, what do you make of the difference between something like the Sub Fatty and the original? We know there's the big systems, but I suppose the only comparison has really got to be with the Model D or whatever else, the Voyagers, etc. What do you make of them?
Well, they're damn sight more stable than the old ones, anyway. I mean, they're not going to be as powerful as, say, an original D, but you can't. Not everything has to be that powerful all the time. So you get a lot more. You get a lot more with the subs and stuff like that, anyway. So it's not really fair to compare them, really.
I seem to remember with the Model D, whenever I've used it, and I've always, when I started out doing lots of productions and stuff, I was trying to get that really big, thick, fuck off bass rattling thing out of it, and you always end up rolling it off in the mix because it just swallows everything. So it's kind of you want that sound because whilst you're performing it, it's what you want. But in the mix, you really don't. You kind of putting this 160 filter in, aren't you?
Just get rid of everything else in the mix. Be fine.
Well, like a lot of people said before, it's an instrument for playing live, not for recording.
Yeah, and I'm loving that. I love that sort of. That's why I was looking at the.
Robert's trying to sell me his really,
Are you thinking of getting one?
Really, obviously. Yeah, I'm seriously thinking about the Sub 37. It's I kind of like the geophonic thing. It's something compositionally that really, really appeals. In terms of how I like to sort of use harmony and stuff, and just the overall sound of it. I'm just like, it sounds really fucking good. Everything I've heard, I'm like, I love that sound. And I think it's like, it's really kind of captured me.
I think when it comes to sense with the best sounds ever, it's going to be the Roland System 100 and the Korg 700S.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. All day long.
What? Not the 700?
700's great.
No, got to be the S. Got to be the S.
I know it's got to be the S, really.
But definitely the system, the Roland System 100, not the M, the 100. It's just a glorious sound. that produces.
I've got to say, I love my Innovation Supernova 2 because I did some sound dev with them and wrote some patches and did some work on the version 2 software, and I've still got version 1.73 or 7.4 or something. I didn't want them to update it because it had all these additional features in that didn't make it to the final cut because I just liked working really, really deep envelope stuff that didn't end up in the final version 2 release because it was just getting too complicated. But I love the sound of it. It's getting a bit farty and crackly now. The op amps are going, and they've said they'll fix them if I take it along. But I love the sound of it.
Here's someone else. You have a Sub 37, don't you?
I do. I had to think about it a second. I was like, what?
Sounds like a cat.
I have a cup that says B on it, which is a little bit.
Is that for Behringer?
Yeah.
It's pronounced Béranger.
I do have a Sub 37, and I love it. And I love getting online and have people say, it doesn't sound like a real Moog. And I go, sounds like, oh, da, 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 da.
That's a violent rabbit.
I guess I'm Behringer. Get it? Bear.
Rabbit. What?
Oh dear. I've only
You
got
did
an
one
alien.
finger.
Back there somewhere.
Anyways.
Go on, Ken. Show us your French tickler.
Don't you dare.
No, it takes forever to undo this belt. Yeah, look. Oh God, I got my thumb stuck. I was really sorry about that. Oh, there you go.
Occupational hazard.
Yeah, occupational hazard. Yeah, so you go into the surgery, go into the doctors, and you go, can you remove this guy from my house?
Well, you need a vet.
What was that joke I heard the other day? Oh, he goes, oh yeah, I went into a record shop and I bought a single of Wasp Noises. And I took it home and put this Wasp Noise record on, played it, and it doesn't sound anything like Wasps at all. Then I realised I was playing the B-side.
That's good.
Oh.
I had an arsehole transplant and it rejected me. I don't know if
I'll see if I can remember Zoe's viola player joke. What was it? Oh yeah, who do you run over first, the conductor or the viola player? The conductor, business before pleasure.
Love it.
I have an orchestra joke. If you would like it.
Yes,
please.
Absolutely.
This chap took this young lady that he was very taken with to see an orchestral piece being performed, Stravinsky's Firebird Suite.
Yeah.
And he thought it would be his way to persuade her that he was the one for her. She said she might come. Just so they went to this lovely orchestral concert, and he booked a box, and they were there in the box and starts playing away. And all of a sudden, he gets her hand and puts it on his lap and undoes his fly and says, go on, do something with it. So she does. And just at the very climax of the music, so did he. And she said, but what am I going to do with it now? He said, well, I don't know, flinch it. She said, what? Flinch it. Flinch it. Flinch it. So I said, well, all right then. She said, well, but just wait a minute, wait. Now. So she flinches it. And it ends up hitting the cornet player in the eye. He goes, and the conductor's doing his thing, and he looks up and he goes, what's the matter with you, Fred? He says, someone's just slung a fuck at me. He said, "That's all right. You've been playing like a cunt all night." I'm terribly sorry. That's a really awful joke.
It's a proper pub joke, so go for it. So.
Yeah, I'll leave now. Bye.
Captain Bread.
There we go.
Where's Robbie in his sound effects?
Yeah, that's what we need.
Hey Jim, before I forget, if you're looking for duophonic and something portable that, even though it's Zencore and people bitching about the sound of it, I love the JX08 boutique, and it's sounds great. It's duophonic and it's very, very portable. Good for
JX08.
Andy's looking around the studio. He's like, yeah, well, that might work.
No, it's right next to me. I used it not so long ago. So yeah.
No,
if not,
let's get a sub 37. Get serious.
Yeah.
Proper.
I mean, that's better, but it's a hell of a lot more money. I'm just saying, if you want to spend, $400.
He does a lot of Facebook photos and stuff. He needs
it's a lovely thing.
Something that looks good.
Yeah, that too. It's cool.
I'm pretty set on the sub
I would love
37, to be honest. My next question is: any difference between the sub 37 and the subsequent 37?
Yes.
Spelt differently.
Oh, sorry. What was the question?
One is more modern.
Actually, I got mine upgraded. Sure. Go ahead and spend the extra money if you really.
So it's got the more headroom through the mixer section. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
And
the
I will say the original had some headphone output issues, and that's why I got it fixed.
Right.
And those are serious. It would like crackle sometimes, and
cool.
And the keyboard is different on the subsequent. Is it better? Yeah, I guess a little bit.
I mean, I'm not much of a keyboard player anyway, so.
But I wouldn't expect any. I will just say this: I would not expect a drastic sound difference.
Cool. That's all I'm really bothered about. To be honest.
Yeah, I don't think you'll find it. And if you know how to, I know you know how to gain stage and everything a little bit, you'll be fine. That's my personal.
And that's a very lovely Andromeda you have there, sitting beside you.
Yeah, it's for sale.
Just saying.
Yeah,
there he goes. That's nice. He plays it sometimes. For
Brilliant long-term purchase.
And it even
there
works.
He goes. That's what he does.
Yeah. So unusual for a working Andromeda.
The rest of it's just posters.
Well, it's so unusual for an Andromeda to be working.
I mean, or it seems to have gotten to a point that most of them broke after 10 years, and the ones that survived, they survived.
Yeah. The ones that are actually built well.
So who knows how long it's going to be.
And I do have voice cards.
But then the Moog 1 is going to be the same as well.
10% off, Ken? And in the sale? Right?
Yeah.
Looks like I do have voice cards.
Indeed I do.
What a week, huh, guys?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to do that.
I've just acquired the Rob Pappin's Explorer 8 bundle, which is everything. He makes some very, very fine synths.
Oh, and he does.
Lovely effects.
Yeah, he does. I kind of forgot about all that stuff.
Yeah, he's a good guy. I've known him. Christ, I've probably known him for 25 years.
Yeah, I've been using Blue and Predator and all those for a long time.
Yeah, Blue's good. I always wanted Blue. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's updated them all. So there's Blue 2 and all that. You know, there's different sound banks. They're good. They're good sounding things. They really are.
I used to use that stuff before I could afford hardware. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's been around, hasn't it? So cool.
Also, Andrew, speaking of hardware, did you see the new command station ROMs the guys are building on Gearspace?
Yeah, I did.
Balma's a very industrious fellow. So.
Yeah, the only one I haven't got is Planet Earth, and I've been trying to get hold of
this is
that.
new. This is all new. They're going to add new sounds and everything. He's going to make Fismo banks and all kinds of crazy stuff on it. So,
do you know if they're doing any any flash RAM ROMs so that you can write your own banks?
No, I have some of those original ones. Though they're great.
I just need to get off my ass and program them.
They're brilliant. I used to use them for live because you can dump all of the E4 samples into them, which means live you can just boot up. You don't have to worry about hard drives or boot up times. If something goes down for it, you just bang, it's there straight away.
I have a boatload of custom Emacs 2 stuff I need to put on them. So,
interesting.
Yeah. I have an E4X, but I didn't have the. Is it the? No, I had an E4. I didn't have the E4X. The X and the Turbo have the program slot. So only recently did I get a Turbo, something that has an actual program slot to use the ROMs, the flash ROMs.
I think you need the Ultra version though.
Ultra, that's what I'm saying. Ultra, that's what I meant.
Yeah, the Ultra version. Yeah.
I have an Ultra one now. Finally, I can do the damn programming, but before I couldn't. But I have like 2 or 3 of those flash ROMs. They're really hard to find for a while. Now they're impossible to find. So
I've not been able to find them. If you can drop me a link at some point, I'd love to know because I'll grab some of those.
There was an obscure emu store online that sold a few like old racks and stuff, and they had a few of those ROMs just sitting around for like $250.
Oh man!
I know. So I went, oh, gobbled those up. So yeah. The Project Balma started was supposed to be for flash ROMs, and then they just had too much trouble figuring it out. So he's just making preset ROMs.
Sound ROMs, yeah.
Preset ROMs, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I got that. I'm falling in love with the Mini Freak. Oh my god, that is so cool with the VST and that interface. Oh, the sequencer. So much fun. God,
it's been getting a lot of really good press.
I mean, $600. I know that it is a chunk of change, but relatively speaking, you know they're going to upgrade it. It's so well thought out. Like some of the, like some, like some sequencers, you're just like, you get them and you're just like the Mother 32, and I'm like, how do I do that again? And with that Mini Freak, it's just, there's all these different features, yet the first time I saw it, I was like, yeah, I got it. I went back the next day and I'm like, oh yeah, you just change this. I can, and it is, and then it just sounds so good. It gets some really great kind of, there's noise engineering, there's noise kind of crackly. It feels kind of Waldorf Navy, almost granular or something going on, but it's not. It's just, it's beautiful digital. Let's just put it that way. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I always like Paris Systems for that kind of side of their digital. It felt like analog. Yeah, almost no one's heard of them, but they sounded amazing. I've still got 2 systems. I have been thinking there's been some new driver updates for it. I'm thinking about maybe running those back up again because you could overdrive the channels. You could throw bass in and really overdrive it and end up with this really cool distortion because it used an analog feedback loop.
Yeah.
To handle that, it was just they're amazing. So I've been hearing that about the all the after that particularly
and the Microfreak. I mean, the Microfreak's awesome too. I sold it on a whim and I felt bad, and then this came out and I was like, oh okay, you can make it right.
My local U-Shop had a Paris and a Darwin system for a while. From that dead guy who had all kinds of stuff they bought. So
yeah,
it's just like it. I know probably everybody kind of I get in this big analog kind of feels where I want that, and then I want that digital kind of just kind of crazy complex, but oh man, they're both so awesome.
We've actually had that discussion quite a bit, haven't we? The thing where each era on each piece of technology brings a certain sound and a certain way of working with it to get the best out of it. And I don't think any of them are mutually exclusive, or any of them are the nirvana. I think you kind of pick the bits you want and you work. I'm sure pretty much all of us here now are working. If we're recording anything, we're recording it digitally. It's just how well you do it and the workflow and what the I/O is that you use. But I still love working tape. I had a go.
I do too.
30, not 30, 15 Dolby SR 2-inch tape. Biased.
I was lucky that my brother had just 8-track reel-to-reel, and I got really spoiled. I complained because I had to buy the $30 You know, real, you know, whatever they were like $25. I'm like, man, that's a lot of money. But it is you know, it's not perfect, but I would love, you know, every studio should have one just to take like a recording and run it back through the deck just for fun, because it does alter it. You may not like it, you know, like with the Mini Freak, I think it would kill it, probably some of it, but
That's
yeah.
like the EQ thing. I was playing around with. I used my favorite mic amps, and
Yeah,
EQ
right.
in the world of Massenbergs. They sound amazing. Hi Rob, they sound
Full
amazing.
house. Sorry.
I was using one the other day, and there's something about having that direct control. You know, you have to do so little with them to make it just punch and sing, come alive.
Has anyone ever had the API A2D, that rack unit with the two? I think it has two 312s and a digital converter. Is it any good? Well, that's a stupid question. I'm sure the API stuff is fine, but is there any pitfalls? I'm kind of tempted to grab one.
The answer, I don't know. I mean, I've used. It's really funny, isn't it? There was a time in the 90s, 90s, when which console was it? Who was it made the console? A&A, not Alan Heath. No. There was
DDA.
Yeah, no, not DBX. It was a console that was made that everyone.
DDA,
Yeah. Okay, so it's the console that everyone was using. And I never liked it. I just didn't. There was, and lots of people did. So I never kind of said it was shit, but I couldn't. It just didn't do it for me.
Yeah, it was DDA. Dave Dearden, right? Who then went on to do Audient.
Yeah. So I didn't catch that.
DDA was Dave Dearden, who then founded Audient afterwards. So the Audients are basically the same as the DDA consoles nowadays.
He's done loads of designs for various companies, hasn't he?
Yeah, and he then did some stuff for Midas. When when Clark Technic bought DDA and combined it into Midas and other shit.
I've missed Robert's encyclopedic brain.
I know. It makes me feel real.
It's great working for a sound company that's celebrating its 50th anniversary and having to explain the founder, can you please move your motorcycle out of the way from our cable storage? We don't want to damage it.
I have a soft spot for API too. My brother worked for him for a while. So.
I know a lot of people do.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah.
Well, that's like
the feeling of those knobs there.
But I don't want. I had the little 500 series units. I had to sell it because it was just a really. You think your rack is expensive? Holy cow! I know it's great, but you're just like, oh my god.
That's a matter of opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, you're a rat.
Oh, I know. I'm done. I'm not buying any more this year. That was Cleo's Paul. She does.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Once you're addicted, you're always addicted.
No, I'm not addicted.
Of course you are. You just don't. You just not.
That's the first thing an
admitting it,
addict says, isn't it?
Just one more module.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first thing an addict says, I'm not addicted.
One more string library, that'll do it.
Yeah, so you bought Alvin Colossus then, right, Kent?
Yeah.
Of course he did.
Yes.
You did. Yeah.
I did.
At least I'm not addicted to software. Yeah.
But it saved me having to go into the garden and set fire to 300 quid, didn't it?
As opposed to Jeremy Clarkson.
Well, yeah. But, being sold as a separate package is a little bit misleading. It is really just a kind of, if you've got Albion, it's just sort of like putting two Albions on two different tracks and playing them on the same MIDI channel, basically, would produce the same kind of effect, really.
Well, it's a replacement for Albion 3 of the Uber-sized orchestra.
Yeah.
Although Albion 3 was only low stuff.
Buy now.
Yeah, buy now. Pay later.
Buy now, pay never?
Yeah, if you can
It
do
buy
it.
now. It doesn't say. It doesn't say there's any problems. You just buy it. Oh man, $74. Right? You can get Blue 2. Come on, everybody. Ridiculous. I don't need to buy anything. Oh, I've been so good. Been so good.
What's the weird thing this is doing now?
Cleo, I can't see.
I saw a little earlier that
she is.
True Guy
Hey, show me your eyes again. That's
from De La Salle passed away today.
Really?
Oh God, that. Jesus.
I tell you, 2023 is the new 2016.
Yeah,
Oh,
definitely. Sounds like it, doesn't it?
Bummer.
Yeah, we've already
Hey,
had.
but who's winning that football game?
It's 7-7.
Is it really?
Yeah. It's not particularly exciting.
Oh no!
I saw a great meme today. It said 2023's halftime show will go down in history as being another halftime show that was nowhere near as good as Prince's.
Yeah,
That was
that's about it, really.
Probably quite good, true. So.
Yeah.
Or the Elvis impersonator
I
doing magic
remember
tricks.
Springsteen's was pretty good back in the day when he did it.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah.
No, generally, if I'm awake at that time, I'll watch the halftime show. Then that's it. Forget the game.
Well, I kept the second half. I'm not staying up.
It's at Rihanna this year, isn't it?
Yeah.
I wonder if she'll have a wardrobe malfunction. Inverted commas.
No, Rihanna will be a wardrobe function.
Yeah.
It'll be the exact opposite. Oh.
Did you see the Rita Ora thing with what's his face? Because when she was signed to same label as Rihanna, apparently Rihanna blocked her album coming out.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Becky with the good hair.
Sorry?
Becky with the good hair.
Yeah. And her management managed to get it released. And of course, it went to number one, and suddenly they realised they've got somebody of, But the rumour is that it was Rihanna that was causing problems.
All right.
Was she signed to Jay-Z's label? Was it Jay-Z?
Yeah, that's it. Jay-Z. It was Jay-Z's label. Yeah, she was very. She wasn't. That's not what she was saying, but that was what Louis threw. That's what the hint was, because he was asking her, but she was.
It was Beyonce who took a disliking to her, wasn't it?
Was it?
Yeah.
I thought it was
Wasn't
Rihanna. I thought it was Rihanna. I might be wrong then.
No, I'm
I've
sure
just talked a load of bollocks.
Beyonce referred to her as Becky with the good hair in one of the
right.
songs. Yeah.
There you go, you see. What do I
something
know?
going on? Yeah. Well, I don't know.
I don't
know either.
I'm not that gone on Beyonce, although Lemonade's not a bad album. And I don't listen to Rita Ora either, or Rihanna for that matter.
Never heard of her.
Although-
Watched
quite
a bit
like
of the Brits and thought, who?
Oh,
I just felt so old.
I haven't watched any of it because I didn't bother taping this year. But Sam Smith, fantastic! What an idiot!
Could he get through the door?
No, I did post on Twitter that he should have a table to himself because nobody can sit with him. Oh dear.
Oh, I was going to ask you, Robbie. So, Super Booth.
Yeah.
Where are you flying from?
We fly from Stansted.
Stansted. Ah,
Yes,
cool.
to Berlin-Brandenburg.
Cool. Yeah, I might hit you up on flight details and stuff like that. I need
Sure,
to
yeah.
sort
Yeah,
that
we-
out. I'm
we
hoping
got-
to go for 3 days.
We did the well, because originally Ben was going to just fly from Manchester, and I was going to fly from Stansted because that's nearest.
Stansted's way cheaper, isn't it?
But unfortunately, Manchester they only do like one flight a day, and it's like 4:30 in the afternoon, which would have just been meant he'd either have to go a day before or miss out on most of the first day. So he's coming down here on the Wednesday night, and then we're going to get up at silly o'clock because Stanton's only about an hour from here. And instead of getting the 6.25, we're getting the 7 something or other, and it was £25 each way for each. But then of course it's the typical Ryanair where you want to go to the
For a
toilet,
bag.
you want a bag, it's going to cost this much. Do you want to get on the plane? Yeah, that'll cost you. Do you want to choose a seat? That'll cost you.
You want to land within 250 kilometres of where you're going to.
Exactly, yeah. So, but it was cheaper than, well, it's certainly cheaper than what I paid to go to Berlin a few years ago on British Airways. But,
look, it's clear.
Well, I won't be able to go. Sorry, go on, Drew.
Go on.
I was just going to say I was hoping to go this year. It won't be this year. I have convinced Jane that we should probably go to Berlin anyway.
Oh, you got to, yeah. It's fantastic.
Because we've never been. And we were talking to Matt this afternoon, and he's been to Berlin a few times. He said, we'd love it. He said, not only just the music, but there's art galleries and museums.
Everything. Yeah.
So I have convinced Jane that we should go. So hopefully next year I'll go to Superbooth for 3 days. It's just 3 days, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Jane can do her own thing in Berlin.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's just so much. I mean, I took Jackie there for her 50th birthday a few years ago, and we managed to find
Superbooth or to
yeah, that would have been good. Yeah, she would have been. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, we went. It was in March, so it was a little bit, weather's pretty much the same as it is here, so it was a little bit, on the chilly side, but there was so much to do and see and go. We just couldn't fit everything in. But we got to do. If I could recommend anywhere, there's an East German museum that is just a museum of everything that was East Germany.
Yeah, and
it tells a great story. A lot of the exhibits are interactive.
Have they got a sub-hard chord?
They haven't. No. So that's highly recommended. But we did. I mean, we could have done the whole. Like Berlin Cathedral's quite an amazing place, but we didn't have time to go and do all of that. Yeah, there's just so much history there, and if you are feeling in a capable mood, there is a place whose name escapes me at the moment, but it's a museum that's built on the site of the SS headquarters. Oh, there you go. There's a motor.
Yeah.
Wow.
But it's built on the site of the SS headquarters, and some of the original building, or certainly the lower levels, are still there. But the museum is dedicated to educating on the horrors of the Nazi regime, and it's one of the quietest museums, apart from the Anne Frank. When you get to the top of the Anne Frank, yeah, it gets quieter and quieter the closer you get to the top. And then when you get, it's one of those things you've kind of got to do because you've got to understand.
It's heartbreaking, really.
It is, yeah. So,
although there was a lot of Americans the day we went, there was a lot of Americans.
Bloody Americans!
I know, and we've lost American friends, haven't we? But these Americans were bloody rude.
You Americans with you. I just gotta say this.
And it was this sort of
traveling.
Take a picture of that, darling, sort of attitude. Because there's the height of the kids on the wall, which is it's just so emotive, really.
There was one thing that was, because we stayed in this hotel that was literally just around the corner from Checkpoint Charlie, which of course is a big point for tourists to go and have their pictures taken with with the actual guard box and everything. But on the corner of the road there was one of these kind of like 360 experiences. You kind of went out and you stood on this platform, and they kind of recreated the Berlin Wall era. So it's a mixture of like real structures and projections and noise and it is really good. But yeah, loads to do.
So next year,
highly recommend.
It's on the cards.
Yeah, that's good. It's good travelling, that one.
Have you been to the Holocaust Memorial in Berlin?
Yes.
Near the Brandenburg Gate?
Yes, yeah.
That's a really powerful place.
Yeah,
That's worth a visit, Ian.
We did that.
Right.
We did that on a Sunday. Yeah.
I remember going to the 9/11 museum in New York, and I mean we go for a couple of hours, and we were in there all day, but it was incredible, really, you know. And again, there was people. We refused to take photographs because it's a museum, and it's, you know, it's to celebrate the lives of the people that died in the Twin Towers. We got that, but obviously there was tourists there that were just having their photograph taken with the, you know, there's a crushed the front half. I think the front half of the fire engine is fine, but the back half is crushed, and there's people you know, doing their selfies with. I mean, I'm thinking, for God's sake, you know, do you not realise what happened here?
Yeah.
You know, it's.
And you've got to go to Hansa as well and see if you can, if they, because I think they do tours.
Yeah.
When we were there, it was on a Sunday, and it was closed, so we couldn't do it. But it is.
I've got the Hansa documentary to watch, actually. I taped from Sky recently.
I did think, I can't sort of verify it, but you know that story that Visconti tells about when Bo was writing Heroes, and there's that line about kissing by the wall, and that was who he was referring to was Visconti and one of the backing singers.
That's right,
who'd snuck out for a canoodle.
Yeah, they had this thing, didn't they?
Yeah, so I kind of like imagine whether you, because the line of the wall is still marked in brick. You know, in the, you know, it just goes all around. So I kind of figured out where. Sort of looked at the studio. It must have been over there somewhere. But you think about the amazing records that have been made in that studio.
I mean, the control room of Studio 2 is just a bar, so depending what time of day it is, you can actually just go in there.
Yeah, yeah.
You have a green bar or whatever it's called these days.
And they have amazing public transport, so you can get pretty much anywhere. No, it's €9 for a month's pass. Just get it, even though you're there for a few days. Just get it.
We need to learn. We need to learn that, don't we? In this country.
Really? No, that was only for a trial period.
No, that's still going. I checked the other day. That's still going.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I remember the public transport in Frankfurt was the same, wasn't it?
The Senate in Berlin actually managed to get something done.
So €9 in S-Bahn, U-Bahn, everybody Bahn, Autobahn, Fahren, that's Autobahn. Sorry.
Thank you for reminding me what I've got to fix.
Anyone would think this was a
forgotten about
chat
that
show, honestly.
Everything has to come back to sync.
Yeah.
And there we are talking about vocoders.
Yeah.
I'm going to head off, guys. It's been emotional and nice to see you all.
Likewise.
Yeah, and I'll see you Thursday.
See you Thursday, James. Yes.
Awesome.
That'll be exciting. But, yeah, good night, everybody.
Take care.
Look up. Take it easy. I'm up for doing the festival then, Jim.
Yeah, so...
Do you know roughly when it's going to be?
This is 2024.
Oh, that's not bad.
March. So...
No, March is better. It's the only, my only dodgy month is August, obviously.
Yeah. But the other one, I'm seeing someone on Wednesday to talk about another little festival as well. And yeah, I'll be going to see the venue where it's been held and stuff. So
cool.
But yeah, it's interesting times.
I meant to ask, Rob, did you get your TX 816?
Nah.
Alexa, lights full.
Okay.
No?
Eventually.
Alexa, play
lights
Crazy
max.
Frog. I know, that's why you're not connected.
I cannot do that right now.
That's your. Is
Sorry,
that your? I thought it was my
cannot
Alexa.
do that. How?
Whilst we're waiting for my lights to behave, I saw a story the other day about that Stanley Kubrick in 2001 was going to call the main character Bert and the other one Bacharach. So the computer was going to be called Bacharach. No, and apparently this is supposedly true because it was challenged and then somebody kind of pointed to a reference. He then changed it to Hal and David. So Hal the computer.
The Hal thing was
at Stanley, not Stanley, Arthur C. Clarke's request, apparently.
Yeah, the Hal thing was IBM, wasn't it?
No, it's realistic artificial intelligence is what Arthur C. Clarke always says.
The rumor was that HAL was because HAL were the letters before I, B, and M.
Yeah,
and that was a supposed reference, but there we go. There it is, right there.
See, you could have just said yes.
Well, I did, but look, it's there, and it's all officially pat tested now, and it's all past muster.
Nah, pat testing is overrated.
It is.
Yeah, tell me about it, but you can't get into.
I've got some labels.
Yeah, I couldn't get into Synth East without it. So
if you want 10,000 volts put through the casing, bring it around here.
Yeah.
The DX1, he that was the first thing he tested. I'm stood there going, and he said, "You went to
fire extinguisher."
Yeah, he plugs this thing in, and it goes, I don't know what it's doing, but it's doing all stuff. And he says, "Yep, excellent, that's done." And I said, "Oh, that was quick." He said, "Yeah." He said, "That's really good earth on that." I said, "Oh, Howard will be pleased." So I literally phoned Howard up about 5 minutes later. He says,
"You have turned it on since."
Yes.
Yeah. Well, it had a good earth because it's full of mud.
Well, yeah, quite. It was full of something brown and sticky.
I'm still pulling sand out of that GS1.
Oh, Jesus.
What was that to weigh it down so it wouldn't move?
Yeah, he doesn't need that. Trust me.
Or did it used to belong to Brian Wilson?
Ooh.
No, Dire Straits done some big gig or something in, where was it? Egypt or something like that.
Right.
We just filled up with sand in this sandstorm.
Why would you take the GS1?
Because there was nothing else you could take. Back then, there was nothing else. What were you going to take?
Well, a GS2, of course.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, well, there's things GS2 cannot do, apparently.
Well, then you just need two and play them at the same time.
It's true enough. Yeah.
Yeah, as we all know, in the highest quality of movie line, Sanders calls and gets everywhere.
Yeah. The best line in the film? Not. Mind you, is there a good line in the film?
Which film, sorry?
Oh, this would be...
episode 2 or is it 3?
Is it episode 2 or 3?
No, I'm pretty sure it's 2.
So you're talking Star Wars.
Yeah, maybe it's 2, yeah.
I just watched a blinder of a film. Everything Everywhere, all at once.
Oh, I want to see that.
Wow.
Yes, brilliant, isn't it? I tell you a film not to go and watch. It's Moonfall.
Amazon Prime. Moonfall.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got Amazon Prime.
That's 1 minute 29 of stupid getting stupider.
What about Moon Age Daydream? Moon Age? Moon something Daydream?
Oh, yeah, that's good. That's all right. I quite like that.
Yeah, I'll have to get the Blu-ray of that, unfortunately, because I didn't get to go and see it at the cinema. But
it was great in the cinema. No, don't think it will be so nice on.
The missus will like it because she'll go, "Oh, it's David." Oh.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Fiona's got a thing for films made before 1935 at the moment. And some of the Ealing comedies as well.
Oh, Ealing.
Oh, you can't beat it.
Yeah.
Can't beat an Ealing comedy.
She watched one last night. It was Robert Morley and Margaret Rutherford. Yeah. It wasn't.
That was a tumbleweed.
Miss Havisham.
Yeah, exactly. Margaret who?
Margaret Rutherford.
Yeah.
Margaret
Yeah, exactly.
Rutherford. I adored her.
Yeah. She was a lark. Both of them.
What a wanker.
I went to see A Man Called Otto this week.
Oh, that's the one with Tom Hanks, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good actually. Yeah, no, it's good. It's quite long.
Is this why
but,
he's in the he's an elderly chap in a neighbourhood with no friends or something?
Yeah.
That's right. He's a grumpy bastard, and his wife's died, and he's decided he wants to commit suicide.
It's a remake of
comedy,
a
then.
Norwegian film, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It is. There are comic elements of it. It's very poignant, and but no, likable. It's not as depressing as it sounds for sure.
That's what they always say when you go
I'm
to
not
watch
selling
the
it really well,
Scandinavian
am I?
films
Yeah.
at a festival.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So does that film describe all of us, do you think?
What? Man Called Otto?
Grumpy old men.
Yeah, pretty much. With no friends.
I'm grumpy and young.
Yeah, well, no, you're just an old man in a young body.
Grumpy, young, and no friends.
Mine, I think
Old
I'm
man,
more
grumpy.
everything everywhere all at once myself.
Is this the Get Off My Lawn show? Is that
Yeah.
Oh.
Get off my lawn!
Philadelphia just scored, but again, bloody hell.
Oh,
Bloody hell places.
Miserable people. No, I was kidding. You're off.
I picked Kansas City.
I've only just seen your T-shirt, Ken.
Oh yeah.
It's I think I'm rather need that.
Yeah.
Seen
Yeah, I
on
saw
the
that and I
card.
go, yeah, I'm having that. When I put it on, first time I put it on, Fiona goes, yep, perfect. Yeah. Absolutely all day long.
Do you remember?
Well, I've been perfecting my margarita recipe.
Oh,
For the
right.
Flaming one?
When we do the opening.
Flaming margaritas?
Huh?
Flaming margaritas?
Yes, but they weren't supposed to be.
Margaritas. What are you flaming margaritas?
A flaming margarita.
No.
Isn't it bloody margaritas?
No, it's Bloody Marys.
Oh, okay.
No, I went to a Mexican restaurant and
That bloody too.
I went to this Mexican restaurant with
What a wanker.
Mafitara, and they ordered flaming margaritas, and because the lights are pretty low, and they bring them, and they're big old jugs of margarita, and it's just on fire,
And then they fry it over you.
Yeah, very nice.
Go running, screaming out of the bar.
But the reason I mentioned that, Rob, is it's an excuse for you at some point when we actually do open the doors properly to come along to the cocktail thing.
Eventually.
And pick up
the
wearing
fucking-
that shirt.
Wearing that
at
shirt.
a 64, not a 6400, an E4
E4XT.
Ultra.
Dun, dun, dun.
With the
We haven't got that.
RFX
yet.
chip. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful
Hurry up.
thing. And 24-bit inputs and
Just
outputs.
send the invite.
Yeah, we're all waiting for our invite, Andrew.
You have to get that sound effect, Rob.
What's that?
The dun dun dun.
Oh, that one, yeah.
Yeah, you have to get that one.
You'll get one, Ian.
This
You'll
sort
all
of
get
Spanish
one.
Inquisition.
Everyone gets an E4XT.
Everyone gets an invite. I just want an excuse to get pissed.
You need an excuse.
No, I know, but you know.
Oh, what's going on here?
More than that's going on here.
Oh.
There's no need for an excuse or classification for alcoholism.
Absolutely.
That one.
Jesus, what?
Right, here we go.
Look at this. An art synthesizer tour jacket. $1,000. Woo!
What?
Wow.
You can
Oh,
buy
that's
an
got to go on
synthesizer
Rand's
for that.
show. Hold on. Hold on. Wow.
It's quite.
Oh, it's nice though.
How do you
It's just
search
like-
for duh, duh, duh? I'm going to put in duh, duh, duh.
Yeah,
No
so it
results.
comes back.
There was a 20,000 hertz podcast episode all about the
Was it really?
and and the origins of it, and and went into the
Oh,
whole
cool.
history and found the early.
They used to use it for the
examples.
dramatic chipmunk thing from Japan. That little.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though it's a groundhog, it's actually they call it chipmunk.
And the true origin of da 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 is, of course, London Bridge.
Okay, let's do.
We got to do that this year sometime, Jim. We have to.
Yes.
When you do a pop up gig at Hebden Bridge.
Absolutely.
We've got to do it.
Definitely. Oh,
And on that fun note, I think I could be going to bed. Because work is calling tomorrow
That is
morning.
going to
Cat
bed
just
now.
pulled my headphones out.
Trying to tell you something, Jim.
Yeah.
Anyway, all have a funny evening, and see you whenever next.
I can remember it.
Cheers, mate.
See you later, Robert.
See you later, mate.
What a wanker.
I can't know. I've got all these dramatic effects, but none of them are screaming at me. Dun, dun, dun. It's all just.
That I'm trying to think. It was on a record of sound effects that someone put out. This is like going back ages.
It's a big thing in the 70s, wasn't it? Having those sound effects compilation albums and stuff like that.
They used to be in the library, didn't they? And our local library sold them all off, and I should have gone down and bought them. I didn't.
Because you used to be able to buy the BBC sound effects
Yeah.
records.
I've got loads of them on CD.
Yeah.
Hey, Rob, you see the one I put in chat? It's a little bit different, but it's kind of another classic.
I bought the. I can't remember which edition it was. I was in town. I was in the city one day, and I saw this BBC sound effects thing. I was only about, I don't know, it must have been about 8 or 9. And it was on cassette. And I thought, this will be amazing. But the problem was, because it was on cassette, you had to like fast forward to get through to certain interesting sounds. It was a pain in the ass. But I've managed to pick up some vinyl copies of the BBC library. 1969, I think, was the first one that came out. It was, I think, was the first ever kind of commercial sound library that was ever released to the public.
Are those the ones that have the numbers and the colors on them, like yellow and green and things like that?
Yeah,
I have a bunch of those. Those are cool.
Yeah. But there's a massive BBC Sound Library archive now online, which is all
there
free.
is, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all completely
Maybe
free.
that's the place to look up da-da-da.
So 1942 was the first example of it. CBS
like
Radio's Suspense.
Oh, suspense.
Ah,
Let me search the
There's
suspense.
the word.
But
Just search for Dum Dum Dum. DUM space DUM space DUU.
I'm searching within the confines of Stream Deck's library.
Just come up with photographs of Theresa May.
No, it's
Yeah.
It's done with an N. DUN. Dun dun dun.
Oh, I'll try that one.
Yeah.
Dun dun dun.
Oh,
There it is. There's the
Whoa.
jacket. Look at that.
Yeah.
$1,000.
Doesn't fit.
It doesn't fit
Good,
with
doesn't it?
your.
Oh, no, it does.
Not
Yeah,
sure
that's
about the
better.
pink thing though. So.
It doesn't fit with your caption though.
Oh, I need to get
Moog fanboy. It's like,
Yeah, with an
no,
arch.
it up there. No, I can't do that. Oh well.
Well,
It
the
looks
only
cool
trouble,
though, doesn't it?
the only trouble with that is you go out and people go, "What's up?"
Can you imagine me at Starbucks and that?
Apparently, that's cartoon clarinet suspense.
Dave's show.
Yeah,
Dave.
Warner Brothers none of it's on those
Oh, I like all of them. I like the first one. A little zingy.
Shock Horror A is the famous one from 1983, composer Dick Walter. So that's the
Cleo's back.
Shock Horror A. If you Google that, you might find it.
Yeah, clarinet's poor man's oboe.
But yeah, honestly, if you've not checked out 20,000 Hertz the podcast, it's brilliant. It's got all sorts of stuff on there. You know,
we'll
like
check that out.
loads of like Star Wars sound effects, like the McDonald's Loving It theme where that came from and stuff. All sorts of weird stuff, like the HBO ident.
I'm a sucker for trivia.
What was that? Wasn't there a competition a couple of years ago where you had to design a sound logo? Who was that for?
Well, the
And there
McDonald's one was a competition. The
but there was,
I'm
there
Loving
was
It one was. But I
It's
don't
anyone
know.
that wants it done cheap, isn't it?
we promoted it on the chat, or promoted it. We talked about it on the channel, and it was like a contest. Oh, it was Wikipedia. Wikipedia ran a contest, and I've completely forgotten about it. So I don't know who won it and what it was, but they wanted like a 3 or 4 note ident, like Intel, or McDonald's, whatever. And as part of the the process, you could have some instruction or some lessons on how to create musical idents, and it was bizarre but fascinating about the science behind just creating those notes. Because Fripp did Windows, didn't he? Windows 98.
No,
Brian Eno.
No, but Fripp did some as well. Because he got his guitar. Yeah, he used. I remember his guitars. And they did a whole feature on it.
I know Brian Eno did.
£3,500 for a clarinet.
He did the startup on the Windows.
Yeah, startup on Windows 90. Was it 95 or 98?
95.
Yeah. It's it's kind
95 was all Brian Eno stuff.
Yeah,
Robert Fripp did Windows Vista. Apparently.
Oh, that's why we don't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a load of shit. But it's kind of like the Philip Martell school of idents. He's the guy who did like Hammer horror soundtracks and stuff. So it was like Dracula. It's just like you just use the word and just put it to music, and that's it. I'm waiting for Kent to do it now.
What?
I thought you were going to play the Dracula theme.
No. I just something just popped into my head. I was just trying to think.
Bill Steady.
Oh God, no. Let's try it. See, I've been listening to John Barry all week in the workshop, and I just every moment of my life I'm just playing various things from Bond films and Born Free and
The Persuader.
Yeah, I just can't get it out of my head. And anything with dulcimer in it, and it's like, get out of my head. Oh man.
Brilliant CG.
I'm going to have to get it out of my system. I'm going to have to record some sort of classic John Barry track, just to get it out of my system. That's the way it's better.
I'm just working up something at the moment. I haven't done any music work for such a long time, and I'm just working up a version of She's Leaving Home.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I'm doing a take on it, a completely new take on it. He said, I'm going to make it right.
It's
a brilliant song, and it was kind of, someone said you could never do that song again and make do any better. And I thought, right.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what sort of route are you thinking of going down with that then?
I'm taking the 37 to Leytonstone.
Yeah, good.
All right. Now, I'm kind of taking the cue from the album where you first heard the Moog, the Beatles stuff. So I'm starting off with replacing some of the cello parts with Moogs and a bit of portamento and that sort of thing. I'm still not quite sure yet, but I'm changing the gender from she to he. But he still gets together with the man from the motor trade. So it has a slightly different, more contemporary feel.
Indeed, sir.
But it's an interesting one. I've had to recreate the original just so that I could then bastardize it and do something different. I've been playing around with time signatures, but it just works in 3/4.
And all done at 190 BPM, drum and bass style.
Yeah.
Hold me down.
Have you guys ever heard the Fab Faux, F-A-U-X? It's a bunch of guys get together and do live beats, just like the album, and all the parts are there. It's all done live. It's totally nuts.
Wow.
Yeah. And it's fun though. It's good. It's good. Good doing this stuff.
Can you imagine what the Beatles would have done with a sampler?
Well, we know what they did with the CSA. Well, technically.
It's still sold lots, though. It's pop.
Mm.
I was having this conversation with Liz the other day about, there's certain songs which we all go, oh, no, not that again. And people decry some of this stuff, including me, for years as shit. But it's not. It's perfect pop. If it's popular. If it's sold that much, there's something about it that's touched someone in a particular way, either because they're morons or for whatever reason. There's something about it. So there's lessons to be learned from each of these dreadful things that have sold gazillions. And it's an interesting, when you start listening with different ears and they stop bleeding.
Well, it's because they just keep hammering the same theme over and over. Another one, another one, another one. And you're just like, for God's sake, stop.
Yeah.
But hey, some of the songs are pretty good.
Yeah.
But what do I know? I say Moog fanboy with an art jacket.
I'm just reading the installation instructions for the Rob Papham Explorer 8 thing.
We're back to that.
Jesus. Bloody hell.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I remember when I got that Hawken thing, and it's like, please install your Egan Matrix and Max for Live. And it was just like, the whole thing, I was like, what the F? Like, what is going on here, man? I'm like, just want to put it on the computer. What are you talking about? Oh.
That's that one.
Just use our minutes. Right, Leo? It's easy. More time for cats.
Right, what's the time? Oh, my Lord. 1:45.
Okay. 1:45.
1:45 o'clock
Yeah,
here in the old UK.
Might be time for me to retire.
Witching hour for
Yeah, I gotta go too.
And giraffes that don't exist.
Well, it's good to see you all.
Yeah, you too.
Likewise.
You too, sir. It's been a while.
Yeah, well, I'm a fetid, felching old person, really.
I see.
So, there we go.
Ah.
I didn't say fucker. I didn't say that. I didn't say it.
I'm glad you didn't say fucker.
No,
You did say felch though, which is quite interesting. So.
True.
At least you didn't say shrimping. So.
Oh, that's a new one.
Oh, it's well.
I can't even imagine.
Yeah, time for another show. Yeah.
Write it down.
Yeah.
Make sure Andy Brooks is there for that.
Yeah,
one.
we'll come
Arms
back
After
to it.
Dark.
Yeah. We'll come back for that one.
Where are we?
All right, I'll go first so I can get my rank up.
There you go.
Signing off.
Shock horror.
Shock horror.
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah. Cheers, everyone. Take care. Good night.
See you later. Take care,
Yeah,
mate.
you're right. We should all leave just before Ian comes back. He's a wanker. He really is. What a wanking wanker.
Wait a minute, he hasn't got his headphones on yet.
Total wanker.
No,
Honest.
not yet.
You can wait for him to put his earbuds
Q.
in, and then we can start talking about it.
And
Hello, Ian. They were just being really nasty about you.
No, they
They
weren't.
were. I was defending you.
These are my mates.
Yeah, you
My
say
only
that
mates.
now. Are you going to Super Booth? Oh, yeah.
No,
Yeah.
not anymore.
Why are you going to be there?
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear.
Is this still going to be those little shacks outside, those little houses and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's at the same place.
That's the hotel, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh. This is finished downloading yet.
And Gaz Williams would run around like a wild man again. So.
I hope so.
Bless him.
Indeed.
Ah, downloaded. Excellent.
Right, I'm gonna go work tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah. I know.
Good to see you all, guys. Really is.
You too. You too. Take care of yourselves.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you
Later,
too.
boys.
Big love.
See you later.
guys.
See you
Good
later.
fun.
Take care.
Big love to you all. That got rid of another one. Who can we get rid of now? I'm not intending to go anywhere. Oh dear.
Yeah. Well, it was like the last show where people were going, oh, yeah, it's it's 2:00. It's we got things to do tomorrow. Hour, we're still there talking. An hour later.
Well, there's always the after show too, when the stream actually stops.
Yeah, and then it goes on.
It was
Very
that
nice.
Robert was on his own, so whatever it was. It's just
What a
Robert.
star, as they say in Greece.
Right, emulator 2, right? Is that no? Andrew and Dream use that one a lot.
Oh, there's a numerous samples of that on the emulator, but
The original's Fairlight.
nope.
Is it Clavier?
Nope.
Is it
Getting
Arturia?
closer. Nope.
Is it Yamaha? Does it have an 8 in it?
8. No. This was. It was a patch that was available on all. But this is a doubled up one, so because it's.
Oh, I see.
DX5,
So it's a
DX1.
DX. It's a DX1 or 5? It's the same thing, isn't it?
Both.
Yeah.
I was to say it had to be older because they did that. Used that sound a lot back in the early '80s. So
it's the Strato DX, which is basically it's just a recreated, like sort of. But there's Depeche Mode made use of because down when you get down here, take that release off as well.
And what verb have you got that going through?
That is it going through? Hang on, just turn that off. Yeah, it's a little bit. So it's going through a bit of chorus. Yeah, 'cause it's not going through the desk. So yeah, it's the built-in stuff in ChipSynth OPS 7. Which is the very best DX emulation on the market today.
is the patch name just called DX Strat?
Strato DX is
Strato
its
DX.
naught. But like any patch from back in the day, it might have variations,
Different
therein.
names, yeah.
But
it's a nice one, yeah.
Yeah, it's just.
And unlike the emulator one that gets all broken up at the low end, that one.
Yeah,
keeps
but
Yeah, it
stick
does
it through.
part down the bottom.
Yeah. In fact,
which is
I
part
saw
of the
some
charm.
chat earlier this week about the Rev 1 as well for the first time in ages. That was a lovely sounding
it was a big
thing.
old thing,
It was
wasn't
an odd reverb, but it did have some really cute and wonderful, lovely things about it.
Expensive as well. Well, even today, if you can find one. I wonder if I'll find the emulator version of that. Yeah, I've got a Rev 5 and a Rev 7. I do not have a Rev 1.
I used a Rev 1 a lot back in the day. I would very much like one. I also had an SRV 2000, the Roland.
Oh yeah.
Which had this really odd advanced mode where you could get in and start playing around with the times, delay times, and lengths and things of the various different components, and you could really mess around with it. You could end up with some really astonishingly gorgeous sounds from it. Which just weren't. It was really funny because they weren't really there in the presets, and you expect to have the wow ones there, and they never quite were. But great on guitars and things for that reverse reverb.
Yeah,
just gave a wah, wah. Yeah.
I'm surprised nobody's ever really done. I don't know whether it's litigious or not, but nobody's ever really done decent plug-in emulations of some of those Yamaha and Roland verbs, and they've done. I mean, you got like the tape echoes and all that kind of stuff, but the Rev 7, I love the Rev 7 because it's a little grittier than the Rev 5, which was obviously a couple of years after, but it still has. There's something about it, and that Yamaha symphonic effect is just so nice. Just makes everything you put through it just sound. Ooh.
Well, it's a bit like the used to be with the what was the reverb space station, which you then put through Dimension D, which was back in the sort of very early 80s. So the space station was not the greatest reverb in the world, but it was all right. But through the Dimension D, you just got this shimmer and glisten from the whole thing that was delightful. Really, really good.
I keep getting tempted. Somebody's done an emulation of the AMS RMX 16.
Yeah, sounds good as well.
It does, yeah, and you can like get it for like sub 40 quid or something.
Yeah.
And they've also done another one. I can't remember what that one's of, but I got the LX 480, which is
now that emulation is really good. I have to say.
I only got the basic one, the essentials or whatever they call it, because I couldn't afford what they were asking for, even at like the sale price. So I got the cheap one when it was on offer at like 30 quid, and that is nice. That smacks of 80s.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I'll have the Rob Pappen ones up shortly, so I'll be playing around with those and see what they're about, because I've not tried the reverbs he's got. But yeah, looking forward to that.
Well, I've just put the Roly dashboard update on, and it now says that is a Roly Grand 62. I'm not quite sure where the extra notes come from.
You've got to love Roly.
Oh, man. Dear Roly, it has come to my attention.
I was editing a podcast today, the subject of whom I can't say at the moment, but I asked them a question about where they saw synthesizer technology going, or if they had any idea about, and they recounted a story about how they had gone to Japan and had been talking with Kakahashi-san of Roland, and he had asked him almost the same sort of question. What do you think we can do to, make things even more interesting and exciting for you artists? And after sort of fumbling around, he said that he'd mentioned to Kakahashi about a sort of gel-based thing that got rid of the concept of keys, and that it was all more fluid and stuff. And that was back in God knows when, 80s, 90s.
Oh, right, okay.
And yet Roland, keep not chasing analog ghosts and churning out boring shit. And
I don't know.
But they've kept going.
They have kept going. This is true, and those that did churn out the gel-based keyboard controllers struggled somewhat.
Well, it was bad management, wasn't it?
Unbelievable.
Yes.
Well, Kakahashi-san went off to form ATV and those cool percussion instruments, so he's pushing the envelope that way.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was always. I mean, that's what I think you could probably draw a fairly rough line between him passing away, or certainly him not being in charge, and Roland's dip in form, shall we say, to use football parlance. They've had a bit of a dip in form this season, and that season, and the season after that.
I was involved in a meeting, shall we say, was it last week, with the great and good, in the sort of video stroke art world, with Adobe Folk and various others. Lots of people who were trying to work out whether or not the AI thing, with where you can put in a string of search words or terms that generate an AI image for you, whether or not that was a bad thing or whether it was a good thing. And people are really, really panicked about this. And it just occurred to me, and I said, guys, we went through this in the sort of 80s and 90s with the Musicians Union and sequencing and sampling, where the MU and everyone else said that synthesizers were going to replace orchestras and replace musicians and sequencers and whatever would. Technology has, to an extent, replaced some of the studios, though some of them are coming back. But the truth is that all of that did was actually open it up and stimulate even more. There have never been as many orchestras as there are. And it actually made the whole thing a lot more vibrant. What it meant then, as it will do for music, as it will do for imagery, is that almost anyone can do it. Almost anyone can do one thing that sounds really good. Whether or not they can repeat that determines whether or not they're actually professional and have a career and are putting the time in, work it out. But the same thing applies to imagery as well. And I'm looking at this whole debate about AI imagery, thinking, you haven't got a clue.
Well, I mean, my question is it really artificial intelligence? Because there's so much out there now that is called AI, and I have, I've no evidence for this or proof for this, but I'm not actually sure it is AI.
It's a mix of it. Depending, the terminology is it's predominantly machine learning.
Yeah. I mean, I studied AI, but only it was back in the 90s. I did modules on my first masters that were around about artificial intelligence and to do with software. And I know that the guy who our lead tutor at the time said, it won't be, it won't for a long time yet till it really is artificial intelligence,
It's as long as you don't confuse artificial intelligence with sentience. Then it's actually a relatively. Artificial intelligence requires machine learning, right? You can't have artificial intelligence without it learning. And the whole idea with artificial intelligence is it makes better choices the more it knows, and it makes mistakes, and it does this iterative process to come up with what you want. But it needs a huge sample to be able to do that with. And guess what? We're all signed up to all of these things where all our images belong to anyone that wants to use them.
And there's all the neural net stuff too, like the Hartman neurons, neural net based. So
yeah, and we've kind of been through that with the music side of things. Although that's still there's still some contention, but it's a lot more locked down with music than ever it has been with imagery. Despite people thinking otherwise, and we sign away all these images. So it's an interesting area, and it's a really good place to start for some people. It's a good shortcut, but it doesn't necessarily get you all the way there.
I've got somebody on my Facebook friends list. Somebody is one of those people that have probably followed me. I don't really know them, but
sorry about that.
Yeah, but no, just recently they've been posting pictures that they've generated in one of these AI image generation
Midjourney and DALL-E.
They just type in some keywords, and this is what it comes up with, and they're billing it as my AI art. And I'm thinking, well, there's a kind of it's not your art. You didn't draw that picture. You came up with some ideas and concepts, and the program went off and decided, well, I'm going to take this, and I'll put it together. And I think at best they probably took the output and then maybe did a little bit of Photoshop on it or something.
Well, it's even
But
worse
the
than that
core of
because they're throwing random words in there and then eventually re-editing the words. So it's almost throwing darts. You know, it's really bad.
Yeah. It was the concept of a human being claiming that this was my AI
Exactly,
art.
yeah.
Which
and at best what they are is a programmer, right? You know, it's a bit like
Yeah.
a programmer for a synth. You know, you may be participating in an album and make some changes to a preset and you come up with a slightly different sound than was already there.
Yeah.
And you say, that's my sound. It's my sound. Well, yeah, you know, you stand on the shoulder of giants. You've made an edit. You're a
And
programmer.
you're not seeing the random prompts they used to get to this one you finally saw.
Yeah.
500 attempts or whatever, random junk.
And the trick is, okay, you've done that once. Now do something in a very similar vein that starts becoming a story, that starts having context. Do it again, repeat, rinse. Can you do that? And there's very few. There are some that are, but there's very few that really can.
I did a quick test with it was a Dolly or Midjourney with. I did do a spy versus spy frame in the form of Magritte and Salvador Dali. And I made some amazing artwork, and I didn't do shit except type a couple words in there.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, it's you, is it? That is you.
Yeah, exactly.
You're the one.
This podcast I was editing, the subject mentioned a colleague who is an extremely gifted and very well known musician who was having a conversation with him about AI. And he said, and this, you know, supremely gifted, talented, prolific musician said, I can see a time when you can just walk into your front room and say, can I have a melancholy song in the style of Elvis Presley, but sung by Freddie Mercury? And he said, I can absolutely see that being the thing, that you'll be able to just say, I want this type of music in this way, you know, rather than I want to listen to Elvis Presley, or I want to listen to Queen, or I want to listen to the Beatles. You're just going to say, I want this type of music, and the AI will compile something completely unique based on your keywords, and that's what people will end up listening to. Or
that's a concept that's been around for a long while and has been working for a while.
Yeah, but that's scary.
So the idea of being able to analyze certain pitching or you know, a singer or a backing track, and then being able to do something in the style of that, you know, iteratively generate. So generative music. There's something that Brian Eno and a pal of mine, what's his name? Kurt Tillison used to work at Emu, but he also got into this whole generative coding thing, making music, which they sold on to Yamaha and a whole bunch of other people, and they used it for various different things, background tracks and such. And at the time, which was in the late 90s, early 2000s, some of the really clever bots at Emu / Creative came up with a way of analyzing audio and being able to superimpose essentially the style and the tone of one singer onto another. It was doable. I mean, it took forever because the PCs were, but that's been going around for a long time. But the bit that's missing there is, yes, you can do that, but where is the creative thing, the spark that says this is where I'm going with this? Where is the context for that other than make Freddie Mercury sound like
the
Elvis?
The problem with that is it's using sample sets of famous people, isn't it? You know, so it's Freddie Mercury. So it's not up and coming. It's not emerging artists in any form because that's not the sample set it'll take. So it has to be legacy artists. It'll work fine for legacy artists, but it won't work fine for new music.
Well, that's not strictly speaking. The ability to be able to strip a vocal out of a backing track. So all you need is one song of an artist, and you can get in the style of, and as long as you are copying the swoops and essentially the lookup tables which create the dynamic and the pitch change, you know, you can measure all of that. And so you can generatively do that. You can say, okay, make this sound like that, and you get this kind of vocal style of you know, and the timing. So with Frank Sinatra, it was always at that lazy behind the beat and then drag on. that kind of thing can be measured and applied, but it's not without the context. It's kind of why, you know. And there will be people, and that will happen. People will do that, and it's a different.
I can see it being used in supermarkets.
Yeah,
you know, it'd be perfect for supermarkets just to generate new, this sort of AI music, shall we call it, for that. I'm not. To be fair, I'm not that worried about it.
But we'll wait for the lawsuits to start.
I'll probably be
saying,
dead.
It sounds like me. That's my performance you've nicked.
Yeah.
Well, if it's anything like what happened on, was it Last Leg on Friday? One
I
of
haven't
the
watched it
jokes
yet.
was one of the jokes was written by AI.
Was it really?
Yeah, and they said, right, you have to guess which joke was written by AI. It turned out to be the one that nobody in the entire studio laughed at.
Really?
Well, they had that generative music channel with all it's like speed metal or death metal for like 24 hours.
Yeah.
And it was actually quite interesting, but that style of music is pretty simple, right? So the
Yeah.
algorithm gets copied. You can do that. It's the other stuff that's a lot harder to make.
I remember a guy, I was talking to a guy who was a Scottish composer, and he was doing generative music based on, what was it? He was collecting data from, was it wind? Something. It was anyways collecting a load of data, and he was turning it into music. Yeah, not that sort of wind, but. And then I remember, it must have been probably 7 or 8 years ago, a guy doing that with Twitter data. So Twitter feed, it was generative music, and it was running 24/7. It's not running now. It was a project that ran for about a couple of months. So depending on how much, what people were talking about on Twitter, he would generate music from it. And it was quite interesting. It was sort of ambient, ambient music, and it got more busy when there was, an issue, a larger issue, But that stuff. I'm quite interested in generative music anyway.
It bothers me when the humanity is compromised in art. That's what bothers me the most. Is that all art that we appreciate is of a human, is generated by human beings through feelings and emotions and ideas and concepts.
Yeah, I've created generative music with using Max MSP, but I always wanted to interact with it. I didn't want it just to. What's the point in it? Just creating music.
If it's part of something, a bigger thing, yeah.
I would always want to interact with it in loads of different ways, and when it changes, I want to change it again, things like that,
Although you compare some of that Dadaist and Fluxus music to AI-generated stuff, it's not that different.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah.
You might find that it doesn't even change anything at all in the long run.
The lesson we've already learned is that, even with synthesis, you still have to. There's an awful lot of people out there with modular systems that had nothing better to do in lockdown than to bankrupt themselves buying this shit, right? And they're still not turning out tracks. How many musicians do we know that have got loads of kit and they write and they do all this stuff and it never sees the light of day because they never complete, and it's kind of
And it's like that with any art form, how many people sit down and draw pictures and doodle and my wife, not so much now, but she used to just like paint for the hell of painting or draw for the hell of drawing, and it only ever gets hung in this house. It never gets sold. She doesn't want to sell it, but at least it's an expression of her humanity, her thoughts and ideas, and to.
I mean, people do it for all sorts of reasons, don't they?
But to think that we could just say, "Oh, I want to be moved in a particular kind of way," press a button on my keyboard, and it will generate something that will do that for me.
And the funny thing is, my wife always used to look at me when we first got together because I cry a lot when I'm watching performances. And it's because it's being performed, and because I know what it's about. I know that flow state you get into when things are just humming and you're kind of lost in time and you're just one. And I've that state when you're playing, when you're looking down at your hands, going, "Where the fuck is this coming from?" That kind of thing. And when I see that with someone playing it or singing it, performing, that often brings me to tears because I know what they're going through, right? And not in a sad way, but in the nicest possible sort of. They've reached that state, and I want, it's an incredibly engaging thing to see that. I never get that from generative. Never. There's not been a thing.
Yeah.
There we go.
The wisdom of Ollie.
And then decides to stop and get into real estate. Yeah. Yeah.
That's a good one. Well, along with what Kent was saying about the humor stuff, a recent radio show took the male and female counterparts, fed their stuff in the chat GPT, and tried to create a fake show based on them. It was some of the worst stuff you've ever read. So it has a long way to go.
Oh, it has, yeah.
Don't worry about that. The humanity won't be there for a hell of a long time.
It probably isn't within our lifetime.
Yeah.
Any of us.
Oh no, it will be, but well, we know. I'm actually AI generated.
We always knew that. Andy.
Well, you got to work on your texture maps a little bit. There's some problems
You
there.
see, they've got to do a bit of work. You see here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I typed in Adonis, and I think they thought I said kebab. I don't know. It might have been jam donut.
Yeah.
Rather than jammy dodger or whatever.
You got a few tessellation errors on the face and stuff. So
yeah, a lot.
Just need to cut back on the code a bit.
Pixelated.
Yeah.
ZX81. Waggo.
Wankos. These chins cost a lot.
Yeah.
Right. ZX81.
it's like Max Headroom, right? Where you all chop in.
Yeah.
If probably a Commodore PET. That's what it's running on.
God. Yeah.
Certainly my hairstyle is. Right. I'm going to bugger off.
Okay. Bugger off.
Yeah, I think it might be wise.
Yeah. We're almost at half time on and it's no, it's 21. It's
Rihanna.
I'm going to cut up some oranges for you.
No, I'm just gonna go to bed. Actually,
the best thing about the Super Bowl are the ads. The halftime is always crap.
We don't get them over here. We never see your ads.
They cut all that out.
Yeah.
Well, it's on the BBC. So
no, it's not. It's on ITV this year.
Oh, it's on ITV this year, is it?
Yeah. So we have ads,
I think we should probably quote for doing a halftime show for Super Bowl in a club style.
Oh yeah, yeah. I used to love Vic and Bob.
Vic and Bob.
Vic and Bob.
And are you their bastard child?
I hope so.
Well, they used to have the Kitten Bowl on the Animal Channel, where you could just watch kittens play in a little fake football field, and that was way more interesting than the halftime show.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Dad's dancing. That's what we should have.
Yeah.
Mind you, it's probably just as well they don't show the American adverts on the Super Bowl. Otherwise, I'd have an Escalade now. Yeah. That I had shipped over. I couldn't resist it. And it was such a bargain deal, on 0800 555.
We could do a show with nothing but farting and call it Super Bowl. What do you think?
Yeah.
It'd be more
It's
interesting.
been done before.
Yeah, the last time I did that,
who was that French artist who farted?
Le Pétomane.
1800s.
That was
Was it a woman?
Italian, wasn't he?
Le
You guys have
Pétomane,
Mr. Methane over there. Mr. Methane.
Le Pétomane was French, wasn't he?
He's
Yeah,
French,
French.
I thought. Yeah.
Oh, there was a famous Italian guy that used to fart tunes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Mr. Methane does classical music. It is Flight of the Bumblebee.
Mr. Methane.
Look him up. He does Flight of the Bumblebee. It's insane.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's got a heavy
I had all
accent.
the best tunes on Skid Row.
He should have taken up wanking. Could have done
We've
smooth jizz.
we've reached rock bottom, haven't we? Really.
It's gone one.
It all
It
becomes scatological eventually. So
Yeah. It
Yeah.
is.
Yeah,
Ask
you can-
one back the third junior signing off.
It's perfectly acceptable to do smooth jizz at jokes after 1 o'clock. I mean,
Jeez, jokes. Is that like the flinching one I told?
Yeah, and they
I
go,
don't know.
and they go, I go, nice.
Great.
It's like Silence of the Lambs with that multiple MIGs guy where he's flicking stuff.
Oh dear me.
Dear.
Yeah, but that's what we needed, a bit of a giggle tonight.
We did. We had one.
We all needed it.
Yeah,
All
we
needed
did.
it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Right, I hate each and every one of you with equal amounts of
We love you,
disapprobation,
Andrew.
so I'm going to bugger off
That's
now.
very fair of you.
Yeah, well, I like to think so.
I respect that.
Honesty is the
I'm an
best
equal,
policy.
an equal opportunities hater.
Yeah.
So I'm going to love you and leave you. Take care, guys.
Yeah,
All right,
take it
darling.
easy.
See you
Cheers,
later,
Andy.
mate.
See you later.
Have a
Bye.
great week.
Bye.
Mwah.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Bye. And I know 4, but now there's going to be 3 because I'm going to go 2. So
That would make 1.
That would make 1. You're going 2.
Oh. Who was that anyway?
What?
Who was that?
I've got no idea.
Oh,
Just some bloke.
some random guy
Yeah.
wandered in.
We did. He didn't get the what a wanker, did he?
No, he didn't.
Because my
It's a YouTube version of a vagrant.
Your
Yes.
what a wanker button isn't working.
It's not working.
Oh well, I'm not going unless you got to fix it before I go, Rob. Oh, this is bad
dear.
news. This is bad news for PSN for Friday.
Well, you got hand cramp.
No, it's just. Why are you not?
Do a manual one.
Need it on your phone for backup, just so you can hold it to the microphone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Or you could ask.
I have no idea.
It's too late.
Yeah, the moment's gone.
Have you got loopback software running?
Well,
Hello?
I was doing
Hello?
it early. Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is, I think. Or maybe it's not. I don't know. Let's try it. Let's give this a go.
Yeah, as your head,
Nope.
we could be here till lunchtime.
So it wasn't when you did some keyboard playing or anything?
No, that's all.
What a wanker. There you go. I'll have to
It's
do
like
it.
That'll do
it's
it.
weird because like nothing.
Oh. We'll have to get that fixed for Friday's show.
Yeah.
Oh dear, what's going on here? This is not good. Let's do a restart of that. Oh yeah, I think I might have kicked it in.
It's far too high. What do you think? What sort of
Right,
crack is
gentlemen
that?
and ladies in the chat room, and the ladies left, I shall say good morning.
Indeed.
And we'll see you soon.
Indeed, sir.
So love to everybody.
See ya.
Yeah.
Take it easy.
Yep.
Bye bye.
Take
Look
it
after
easy.
yourself and take
Bye.
care, buds.
Will do, mate.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Ta-da, mate. Ta-da.
I can't do it. I can't.
You can't. Ah, what a wanker.
Right.
No?
Come on then. Yeah, hang on.
I think Robbie needs getting.
What a wanker.
Ah.
Hey, there you go.
It's back again.
Put a label on it.
Everyone can sleep easy now.
Yes, we've all been wanked successfully.
There we go. We're back in the room.
That's a boring sport.
What's that?
Crickets.
I like cricket. I've actually grown to like cricket more as I've got older. Yeah.
Oh my God.
I could actually
really?
sit and watch a 5-day test match quite happily. Yeah.
Wow.
I know. Who'd have thunk?
You'd be buying a VW Polo and getting a cat next.
I mean,
wait.
golf is more boring.
I've got one
so-
of them.
I've got 2 VWs.
And a cat.
Two
yeah.
cats.
2 cats. Oh, you've got it bad, boy. Oh, mate.
Oh dear.
Goodness gracious.
Any good repairs, Kent? Any good things?
Oh, I have to finish off a Matrix 12 tomorrow morning.
Oh.
Which was having voice processor issues.
No.
Yeah, where it just dropped 6 voices for no apparent reason. And then they'd come back, and then the other 6 voices would drop out.
I got to play that one at Synthplex. It was awesome. Such a
Yeah.
nice synth.
It's got the most what's the word? The most complete modulation routing system that you could ever hope to have within one polysynth.
Wow.
It's just mental what you can pass on to what.
Yeah, I wasn't sure which were custom patches and which were factory, but it was, all part of that collection of the Oberheim stuff he had there.
Yeah.
And it's just an amazing box. Holy shit.
Yeah. But every single IC is in a socket, so you just go around and hit it with a slipper, and 9 times out of 10 it fixes most of the problems, would you believe?
And it's so different than my Matrix 6.
Yeah. It's technically the same as the expander, but the expander is actually different as well. It's just the voice board is incredibly similar, but there's other things going on in there. So.
Yeah, it has a mojo for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
There are a couple of unison patches that does. Holy shit, this is good.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said for having 12 voices.
Yeah.
Well, it's 16 VCOs, isn't it? 24 VCOs, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to ask Marcus which are custom presets, but he was so busy I didn't have a chance to ask him. So.
Yeah, a lot of the ones that are sort of like got really lame patch names are normally the factories. It's a very, shall we say, restrained with the naming of the patches.
Is there an Oberheim version of Funny Cat?
Yeah, and the shock and awe patch.
Yeah.
I got this. I think it's patch 00 on the factories is Porto Glide, which is a straightforward pulse width, just with portamento turned on. It's like, okay. So if you get a patch and you go, it's probably a factory one.
Sure.
But when you knock up custom ones, the sounds you can get out of it is ridiculous. You can send LFO triggering to the keyboard or a pedal. It's bizarre. You want to point it anywhere, it's available. It's just mental. It's like having a very complex modular without it being a modular.
Yeah, it's really
From
nice.
that point of view. So, well, it's the name gives it away, I suppose, doesn't it? In some way.
Was that Pratt Reed keybed? Because it didn't feel that bad, but
no, it is and it isn't. It's sort of like a modified version of not Pratt Reed, but the one you get in the Memory Moog.
Okay.
That type of keyboard, but better. It's actually quite a high quality keyboard in it. And the pressure strips are much more robust than, say, I don't know, JD800, for instance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ouch.
In fact, that keyboard membrane is notorious for failing right at the end, where they take the 2 bits of celluloid and lay them on top of each other, and then the tracks break away from each other. And the old keyboard stops working. We've got 6 notes that work randomly up and down the keyboard.
Wow.
So I still think there's no replacements for them. So as far as I know, that when they go, get a MIDI cable.
Is there some stuff on the 12 that you can't do on the expander?
No, I don't think there is.
Just kind of a clone, basically.
Yeah, it's just a shall we say, a 6-voice version. But there's a little something going on there. But it is. I mean, even the patches are interchangeable between the two units. So even though normally they are listed as, these are the Matrix 6, Matrix Expander, and these are the Matrix 12, but you can load either into either machine without any problems, It's just annoying. It's almost impossible to find the WAV file for the factory presets. They're all done by SysX, which is normally quite a pain in the arse on them.
Oh, yeah.
Especially if you're doing everything from an iPad.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I have to go and dig out my old, my brand new laptop, which was about 230 quid. My God, I didn't know a brand new laptop could take that long to load up an OS.
Wow.
You can go and have a cup of coffee and 2 slices of toast, mate, fag, and come back and it's going,
Oh, it's a Windows laptop? Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
it's a Windows. Yeah,
well,
it comes with Windows 11, which was about 80 times too powerful for the processor.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Is it SSD though, or is it?
It is, and it doesn't make any difference.
Oh my God, that's terrible.
It's really bad. But it was a very, very, very cheap laptop. Like I say, it was about 230 odd quid. For a brand new Asus. But it's chipset i2 or something like that. You know what I mean? It's just awful.
Wow.
So I would dearly love to just rip it all off and put, something like, I don't know, Windows 10 would be great on it.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Yeah. But for the jobs that it has to do, ideally, it needs to be Windows 98. It'd be fantastic.
Oh,
for
man.
that. It's just the USB support and everything. It's like,
Just run a VM, right? That'd be good enough.
Yeah, except not on this laptop.
No, I mean a newer one. But
Oh yeah. Because on this one, it's just like it'll take like 3 months to do anything.
Yeah. Because I keep a whole bunch of Windows VMs around for old crap, and it's really handy.
Yeah.
I bought an old BT Engineers Dell laptop.
Yeah.
So it's I forget what model.
Latitude
it is
something.
It's an odd number to it, but it's built like a brick shit house.
Yeah.
Proper clunky keys.
Yeah.
But it's such a good machine because it has got a single USB port. It's quite old. It's got a single USB port. But it's also got at the front, instead of like having a fixed disk drive, CD drive, and a battery on the on the underside, it's got 2 bays at the front of the machine.
Right.
Yeah, that's the old style. Yeah.
And you can put in any combination of battery and drive, or 2 batteries.
2 batteries or a floppy drive and a drive, and
So I bought it off an ex-BT engineer. So he had the whole thing. So he had the laptop, he had the regular floppy drive, he had an LS120 floppy drive, which is that kind of high capacity version.
Yeah.
And the CD drive, and I managed to find on eBay the DVD writer drive for it as well. So I bought that for like 10 quid.
Yeah.
And it also came with the 2 battery packs as well, and the power supply.
Is this Core 2 Duo?
No, this is a really old.
Really old. Okay.
Yeah, hang on, let me go get it.
Because even back in the 800 series, they had those bays. So.
Pentium 1.
Yeah. I was using Celerons, they're called celeries, and overclocking those to get the Pentium effect.
Yeah.
And it lasts about a year, and then I have to get another one. But good for games.
Yeah. I got a couple of Celeron. I had a dual CPU board, gigabyte one, I think, with 2 333 Celerons on it.
So it's a Latitude CPI.
Oh yes, we had a ton of those way back in the old days.
Yeah.
So you got the hard drive. Sorry, you got the memory. The memory slot is literally here. There's no screws or anything to keep it in place. You can just slide that cap off.
Yeah.
Same with the hard drive's got a couple of screws just there. But at the front, you've got. So at the moment, I've got.
The 2 bays, huh?
2 bays, and you literally just pop them out. So that's the.
Nice.
They even had an empty one you could put like stuff in it, like for storage.
Yeah. And that's one of the batteries.
Yeah.
And then, so now what you have is just 2 empty bays.
Wow.
Yep.
And you can put batteries in both, or a drive in one and a battery in the other.
For whatever job you need it for.
For whatever job you need.
Nice.
Yeah, it was a clever design.
And this is a Pentium 2.
Yeah.
So,
not far off then.
But you can see
proper keyboard. Yeah.
Proper chunky.
Proper keyboard.
And then on the back,
one of the early days when you got the pad and the stick.
Yeah. And then you just got a single USB, printer port, serial port, VGA port.
We had those hovering in labs for years because people
PS2
parallel port for old equipment.
So. And then I actually had, knocking around, an old Belkin.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Wireless network card. because it didn't have Wi-Fi. So now it does.
You got an RJ45 on it?
It's got what? Sorry,
RJ45. Network jobby.
Yeah.
That's everything you need, mate.
When we first got one of those, and the CEO wanted a DVD drive in it, and you had to use that MPEG-4 card.
Oh yeah.
To play, so I got a Matrix DVD. I tested with it when Matrix first hit DVD, and it's pretty funny. Got to watch movies at work for a bit.
Yeah, when I worked at Gateway, we finished. They literally chucked all of these bits in a box, and we stored it in our cupboard. And because I was working for the business division, and we carried on a little bit longer than the retail division. So the retail division just chucked all this stuff in the box, and we just like threw it in our boot and took it to our new office. And then about 6 months later, that went down the pan, and so we just like divvied it all out. And I got a box full of PCMCIA cards that did a whole bunch. I didn't know what half of them did. One of them was an MPEG decoder card. One was wireless. One was a memory. It was a memory card convert. Like a PCMCIA card, but the slot was for SD, but probably old. The original SD cards, the big ones.
Yeah.
MMC, was it MMC?
MMC, the little tiny, flat ones, super flat ones.
Yeah.
And that sat in my drawer for ages until I got the Z1. And the Z1, the Korg Z1's memory slot is a PCMCIA slot.
Exactly. I have a couple of those, yeah.
So I didn't have to go out and buy a PCMCIA, a dedicated Z1 card. I just had this adapter and just put an old SD card from one of my old Nokia phones in there.
That's funny.
Brilliant.
So they all came in useful at some point. So I told you I needed to hang on to that.
Yeah, it should have a box of junk for that kind of purpose. Yeah.
Yes. I even had a Roland SCP-55, which was a sound canvas on a PCMCIA card.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
And I bought that. I got it off eBay for like 20 quid. The bloke selling it said, it doesn't work. And I thought, well, for 20 quid, if it doesn't work, it's 20 quid. But it did work. It was just a dodgy wire because it had a bespoke port on the back of the card that then converted it to. It wasn't MIDI. It might have been serial. But yeah, managed to get that to work and sold it for a lot more money.
Do you remember those old USB to compact flash things called Mio or something like that? They're little purple things. Just a terrible little dongle, but you needed them at the time when USB came out. Excuse me, they're so fucking slow. They worked, but they were terribly slow.
I still use one of these. USB.
Yeah.
To PS2.
Bloody hell, yeah.
We had a ton of those, in the old days. Yeah.
I use that on my Akai S6000.
It's like I got a pack of those, more modern, obviously, but USB-C to 3.5mm for the MacBook, for the iPad Pro.
Yeah.
So you can plug headphones into it. Bought a pack of 10 of them. Can't find a single one.
We left them in the pack. You got to spread them out.
Mate, I'll leave it there because I use that. And no, don't know where a single one is.
I got one of those with an iPhone before they stopped doing it. It was like, so I think it was the first. What was the first iPhone that had no 3.5mm? No, the first one that didn't have a 3.5mm. It was like the 10 Max, I think it might have been. I don't know.
Forgot.
But it came with a little dongle that had a 3.5mm socket and then lightning on the other end. I had one. And I didn't need it because I always use Bluetooth headphones if I'm going to use it with my mobile. But then my daughter eventually got an iPhone that didn't have a 3.5, and for some reason she insists on wired headphones. So
if you're performing with an iOS device, you got to have wired. You cannot have that delay with the Bluetooth on a synth on the phone or on the iPad.
I don't use iOS for
I know, but when they took that away on the iPad Pro, it was ridiculous. They still have them on the iPad normal, but the phones also took them away. And it's like, you assholes, you can't do MIDI, charged, and audio all at the same time. And if you
Yeah.
do, one's got to go, and if you have to use Bluetooth, then you have the lag. So they don't give a shit. So.
Well, I ended up, especially for the iPad 4, because it has the Lightning port in it, and then it's got the USB-C and the rest of it. And I ended up, what I did was I bought a load of these USB cables that just have a magnetic end, and then you have the little adapters, but you leave the adapters in the various sockets.
Right.
So any cable, so we've got loads of chargers around the house with these cables, and you just like click, and off it goes. And then we've managed to lose the cables as well. I don't know where they are. They're probably in a bag somewhere or something, because we were doing some decorating, we better take that out and put it somewhere safe.
You need a junk drawer in every room, and always put little bits in each drawer, so you always have one somewhere.
Yeah, with Fiona, we could lose the drawers. I mean, she's gutted the office now. It's only taken her 3 months to get around to doing it. And the crap she was finding in there was unreal. She found like her really, really old British Airways laptop.
All right.
Wow.
Which I think also was Lenovo?
Lenovo.
Yeah, Lenovo, thank you, yeah. And it's like about, 9 inches tall, and it weighs like 700 pounds and everything like that. And she goes, I don't know if it works. I said, well, you have to find a charger for it. I go, where's that? And she goes, it's in a box somewhere. And I've just found this box, and it's got like 900 chargers in it, and they're all different, and weird voltages and different connectors on the end. I go, what is all this shit? She goes, I don't know what half of them go to. So
Lenovo has their moments. They're pretty forward thinking. There was a workstation laptop version that had a Wacom graphics tablet in the palm rest. I mean, how cool is that? No one else has ever done that.
Didn't Lenovo buy the ThinkPad brand off of IBM? Was it Lenovo?
It probably, because they look very similar.
Because I remember
it even had the little felt nipple in the keyboard.
I used to have an IBM ThinkPad.
Lenovo bought. They used to be the StinkPads. Yeah.
Yeah. But they brought the ThinkPad.
They bought the IBM IP.
Yeah.
And improved the shit out of it. I mean, they were so crappy when IBM had them. Once Lenovo took them over, they got really good, actually.
Yeah, terrible.
In fact, the Lenovo Setup Wizard is still to this day one of the best bare metal PC setups I've ever used from scratch. It's super smart. It goes out and looks for all your drivers. As long as you have a network connection of some kind, it'll do all your shit for you. Dell can't do that still to this day. It's pretty impressive.
I was surprised that they let Fiona keep these laptops, because she was saying that one of these laptops she's got in there has the door key codes for every British Airways warehouse in the world.
But
I mean, really? And they let you keep this?
What do you guys have over there? The equivalent of, we have it ITAR over here. What do you guys for like the ITAR equivalent for like defense and security kind of jobs over there? What do you call the?
Oh, you mean like security clearance?
Yeah, so we have ITAR, EAR. Like in Germany, they have TSACs. I don't know what you guys have in the UK.
Well, we have. I can't remember what the acronym is, because I am secure. I'm national security cleared from a previous job, because I had to be. It was part of a government contract, so we all had to go through national security clearance. It was just called SC back then, I think. I don't know what it is. It's changed it now, but I mean, just basically they just do massive background checks on you and your family to allow you to work on.
But they don't have lockdown machines and audits and all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, I mean every machine had to be registered, and it was all. When I left that company, I asked, because they made me redundant. So I said, okay, let's negotiate, and I got a cash settlement, and I said, I want to keep my phone and I want to keep my laptop, and they'd just given me this Dell Latitude something or other, but I'd spec'd it up myself because of the work that I was doing. So it was it was like a £1,200 laptop, and this was about 10 or so years ago.
Yeah.
And I said, I want to keep it, and the MD said, okay. I'll get the IT manager to sort that out for me. And instead of wiping the hard drive, they replaced the hard drive.
Yeah.
Because they destroy all the hard drives.
Sure. Yeah.
So he said, no, I'm going to have to buy a new hard drive for that. So I had to buy a brand new hard drive to put it in there and then take the old one out and destroy it. Even though there was probably nothing on there that was, they just,
Protocol is protocol.
They don't take the risk, yeah.
Yeah.
Indeed, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Because there were a bunch of laptops over the years from famous companies ending up at these auctions, and they were never wiped. And it's like, holy shit, there's so much stuff on these laptops, and they're not encrypted, you know. So you hack it very simply.
Well, this company that I was working for were clearing out a whole bunch of old machines. They basically just upgraded everything. And they said to all the staff, you can just walk into the warehouse and they're all lined up. And there's a piece of paper on each that says, you know, what processor it's got, how much memory it's got, blah, 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 blah. And you could just pick and take any one you want. Just take it. But none of them came with hard drives.
Yeah.
So you had to just buy your own hard drives for it. But I picked up about half a dozen of those machines because I was working at an internet radio station at the time, you know, in my spare time, and they'd been crying out for new hardware. So I said, well, we can, you know, just bring these in, swap the hard drives over, and away you go, pretty much. A little bit of tweaking here and there, and they were up and running for literally no cost at all. I think I've still got one or two in the garage somewhere.
I think every job comes with a few little perks with it, doesn't it?
Mm.
I mean, a couple of weeks ago, I had a guy, he was dropping off some stuff, and one of the things he handed me was this CR78. And he goes, he says, we opened it up, and it's battery leaked and everything like that. I went, oh, okay. I said, that could be quite expensive to put straight. And there's no guarantee that it will all work afterwards. And he went, oh, do you want it? I went, yes, please.
So when I got made redundant, I was rooting through the IT storage cupboards, and there was this Mac sat there, and there was a whole bunch of printers as well. And one of the IT guys, who wasn't the manager, was actually, the manager was an arsehole, but this other guy was a really nice guy. And I said, that Mac, I said, is that being used at all? He said, no, it's the IT manager doesn't want a Macintosh on his network.
Yeah, some people like that.
Really? And he said, yeah, he doesn't want it on his network. I said, well, what's going to happen to it? He says, well, it's probably just going to sit there and gather dust. And so I said, do you think they'll take it, make them a small cash offer? And so what they did was they actually took it off my redundancy pay, so I didn't pay tax on that bit. So I kind of got it. I think I paid 500 quid for it. It was a 2006, so it was about 5-6 years old when I got it. So it was still perfectly, and my son still uses it. And I got a laser printer as well. A Hewlett Packard 1300 black and white, monochrome laser printer that still sits out here, which I never use anymore. Yeah, they were good. I got a lot of shit out of them. Apart from the fact they laid me off, but then I went on to got another job and they paid me twice as much. So. Mustn't grumble. Found out today, no, not today, Friday, that the company I work for has exceeded its annual targets, and
not by a tiny bit either.
Not by a tiny bit. And because my bonus is tied to the company performance, and I've ticked all of my personal objectives, I stand to get, so my bonus is 10% of my salary.
Yeah.
But because we've gone over, I'm going to get 128% worth of my bonus.
Wow.
So basically almost a third more than I would have normally got, which is
Osmos.
M2 Mac Mini.
Ah, yes.
That's which is what I went to see yesterday.
Yes.
And I looked at the Mac Studio, And I looked at the Mac Mini and I thought, do you know what? M2 versus M1, there's a thing already.
Yeah.
£850 compared to £2,000.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I looked at some monitors today and I can get a nice big, a bit like Ben's, widescreen, super wide or ultra wide, whatever it is. 250 quid. Bargain.
Yeah, because remember when I was talking about getting a Mac Studio? When I mentioned it to Richard Hilton, he turned around and said, I would wait for the M2 Mac Mini. And when he makes the suggestion,
yeah,
you listen.
Yeah. No, I'm pretty sold. It's because I think I read somewhere today that Apple have no plans on announcing any new iMacs until at least the end of this year, if not later. Because that's what I've been holding out for, is another 27-inch iMac, but with whatever processor in it. But I'm thinking, no, I think I'll just go Mac Mini and get myself a super wide monitor, because that would be really good. Because at the moment I've got this second monitor over here. If I can just have a super wide monitor, then I don't need that second monitor.
Yeah.
I can do the entire show on that one screen.
Yeah.
Rather than keep
the other
going
thing
like
that
this.
Macs have over the PCs, for instance, is longevity for their product models.
Yeah.
Which the PC doesn't, because the PC is always, all right, they're always trying to push the boundaries, but it means they're constantly updating things, and it's very rarely is it backwardly compatible with some of the hardware you've got.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm old now. I'm done with chasing, computer technology. If I had £1 for every fucking different type of bloody video, 3D graphics card that I've had to buy over the years. I mean, I had a pair of Voodoo graphics cards. It cost a bloody arm and a leg. What are they worth now?
Yeah.
Bollocks.
Yeah.
Absolute bollocks. Plus, it used a graphics system that was only supported by about 6 games.
That's why console gaming got so important. Yeah, because screw the graphics cards.
yeah, absolutely. I sit down in front of my PS5 now, and I'm like, I'm done, mate. I'm fine, thank you.
I bought Last of Us Part 1, the PS5 version, the other day. I've been holding out, and then the other day they stuck a 25% sale on, so I thought, all right, I'll have that. So I've played all the Last of Us games on the PS4 and on the PS5, which are PS4 versions running on the PS5. And they're good, but this new version, fuck me.
Are you watching that show?
Yeah. I watched episode 5 last night.
I didn't see 5 yet, but it's pretty good so far.
The last 10-15 minutes of episode 5 are just like, what?
Yeah, I'm waiting for some of that, so it should be good.
It's great stuff.
Head makes a good point about the PC. It's just that I'm old and I'm fed up chasing the bloody stuff now. Honestly, I'm done.
Yeah, just get a thing that just works. I mean, this iMac here is 10 years old, and if it wasn't for the fact that it is now stopped at Catalina, I can't go beyond Catalina. So therefore, I can't do. I'm beginning to find that certain applications I now absolutely cannot go beyond the version that I've got. Like, Logic was the first one, and having lived with an M1 MacBook Pro now for a little while, it's the way to go.
I mean, plus my 1985 Mac 128K still works.
Yeah. Was my 2012 Mini works a treat, but same. I can't go beyond Catalina.
Yes, gets to a point, and there you go. But I mean, to be fair, this computer is running. As I've said many a time, all I've ever done to this is max out the RAM to 32 gig, and just swap the hard drive for an SSD. That was it, and it has lasted me a whole 10 years without any problems whatsoever. Apart from that one time when I changed the USB hub. I think that was more the hub than it was the computer, but it's just been faultless, absolutely faultless, and no added expense. I haven't got to upgrade this, I haven't got to change that. The OS updates every year,
And you had that orange squash thing too, right? Was it the
thankfully, nothing went on that. So yes. No, Last of Us. Oh man, I've really got back into, and the TV show is just incredible.
Yeah.
Like, if you know the story of The Last of Us, you absolutely know exactly where you are, but you're still surprised because there's still...
They change the characters, right? Like Joel's not as harsh, right?
Yeah, and...
Yeah.
Well, yeah, to a point, but like episode 3, I think it was, or 2 or 3, the one where you encounter Bill, the character of Bill, in the game, Bill's this, you know, he's this survivalist, he's a what do they call it, a prepper, and I'm not going to spoil it for anyone that hasn't watched it, but that whole episode where it is completely different to the game.
That's what I heard, yeah.
95% of it is like completely new.
The character interaction is very different, yeah.
Yeah, and it's just like, oh my God. And I was like, I was in tears at the end of that episode because...
It was really well made, yeah.
Oh, so well done. If that doesn't win a shit ton of...
All these idiots are like getting mad about woke this and woke that.
Fuck
it's like,
that.
fuck off,
Fuck
you
that.
know.
It absolutely played to the story.
Yeah, exactly.
And it could have been a part of... You know, it didn't feel like it was just bolted on. And even in episode 5, they've changed a little piece. Because episode 5, you know the bit when they encounter Henry and his son, not his son, his younger brother.
In the game, I haven't played
the game.
Okay. I know about it here and there, but I haven't played it.
So there's a character called Henry who is being hunted by. Not the government, but the kind of the rebels. And he's being
that's what she keeps mentioning Henry in the last episode.
Yeah. So Henry is a character, and he has a younger.
He's in the hideout, the house they find with all the drawings and stuff and all that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Food and all. Yeah.
So episode 5 is that part of the story, and they've changed one little bit of it, and there's been some, again, online commentary where they've said, "Oh, why have they done that? That wasn't." And they haven't done it that well. And no, they did it very fucking well because it still felt fresh to me, having played the game multiple times. I still jumped at the bit that made me jump originally. You know, it's done so well.
Well, this is why I'm glad, like, The Walking Dead deviated from the comics, because if you already read the comics, it's not interesting. You've already seen it all, so to deviate makes it more interesting.
Mm.
So it's fresh as a watcher. Versus the reader or the game player or whatever. If it's all note by note, exactly the same, then it's like, here it comes again. I've already seen this.
But I started playing the game again, with this new version that they've done for the PlayStation 5, which takes advantage of all of the the capabilities that console has. And it's watching the TV show has kind of made the game more enjoyable, even though essentially it's the same game as you played before, but with there's plenty of videos on YouTube where they do side-by-side comparisons of Last of Us Remastered, which was the PlayStation 4 version, and Last of Us Part 1, which is this the new version of that game, and the differences are just stunning. What the PS5 can do. There's one shot where it's raining and it's nighttime and you're moving around and there's a searchlight that's going through the rain, and I don't know the is it volumetric something or other?
Yeah, volumetric lighting, caustics and stuff like that.
Yeah. And when
radiosity.
When you play the game on its own, you just think, oh, this just looks great. But then when you watch it compared to the old version, it's just like, it's completely different, but exactly the same.
So the assets are the same, but the dressing
mostly the assets. But they've rebuilt all the models, all the character models from the ground up. They've rebuilt pretty much all of the scenery from the ground up.
That's a lot of work.
Yeah, but it's done so that everything's still familiar. It's the same maps, it's the same designs. But everything about the whole game is just so much better, so much more realistic. Like there's one example I saw on one of these videos that they walk out of this building. It's a subway station, and they walk out into the outside, and the grass in the new version, the whole area is covered with bladed grass and it looks just like real grass. Whereas on the PS4 version, parts of it were covered in grass, other parts weren't. So it kind of alluded to
texture.
the fact, But they just obviously were trying to save on frame rate and processing. The other thing with the PS5 version is all of those cutscenes, all the cinematic cutscenes that you just kind of sit back and watch, instead of being pre-rendered, they're all rendered in real time.
Yeah.
Which means that the color tone and all the balance and everything is exactly the same as the gameplay, whereas in the older version you'd get some sort of, sometimes be a bit brighter or a bit darker than the actual gameplay. Everything is rendered in real time.
Does your unit get pretty hot? Does that thing get...
No, I don't really monitor it. It doesn't. I've never...
Yeah. It can get a bit warm.
Yeah.
It's
I've got it in quite a ventilated slot. Yeah.
Yeah. There's lots of air around it.
But I noticed, like for instance, I was playing Gran Turismo, and I'm playing it, and I did the Porsche 917 at Spa, where it had recently stopped raining, and you had like the little dry part of the track, and then the wet. And I'm doing it, I'm going, why isn't it not looking as good? Because the track was, you had the light grey, which is where it had been drying out, and the darker grey where it was still wet. I think, what is wrong with this? Mate, I'll restart it. I come out and I found that I'm playing the PS4 version. It had the little PS4 badge at the bottom. I mean, there's the other one. Click on the PS5 version, go back to the same track, and off we go again. And now there's puddles. With reflection of trees, not that you really notice when you're doing 197, but do you know what I mean? And then, now it looks like it's wet, not just don't go on the darker grey bits.
It's the same.
And then
with
all the
water
grass
in
and the trees and the lighting is everything is different.
Yeah, the water in Last of Us. There's a few scenes where they kind of have to swim through a few bits, and it just looks like real water. I mean, it's just so.
Yeah.
Have you seen the gameplay that they've just released for Gran Turismo 7's new update that incorporates full game support for PS VR 2?
Yay!
Everything.
That's what I'm waiting
doable.
for. Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for.
Comes out, is it next week or the week after? So I've got, again.
Do they have a lot of VR titles in general? Do they? Not really.
There was a fair amount with the first one, but they're promising a lot more for VR 2. But the thing with with the first VR, they claimed 1080p resolution, but actually it was 720 because dividing
both
the screen.
sides.
Yeah.
Whereas this new one is proper. I don't think it's 4K. It might be 4K. I don't know, but it's single cord experience. So with the other one, you've got it's like a big thick cord that kind of goes to an external processor unit, and then the processor unit plugs into with PSVR 2. It's a single USB cable that just plugs in, and they've addressed the thing that really pissed me off about the first one was that after about 6 months of using it, and most of the people in this house wear glasses, they started to mark the lens on the VR.
Oh no!
And only just tiny. So most of the time when you're like in the game, like your brain's kind of it focuses. It's like dust on your lenses. You kind of focus through it, don't you? So it's mostly like that, but it's just annoying. And you can't replace the lenses on a first gen.
They should have better eye relief for that stuff. Yeah.
So I did some research, and there's some people very clever people with 3D printers that printed slightly little curved things, like little stands that you stuck either side, that then provided a buffer so that you couldn't do that.
Right.
But with VR 2, they've got much better like distancing, and apparently there's no way you can do that anymore. So that's been fixed, and they've made it so the lenses physically move, whereas before it was all done with software. But now the lenses can physically move to match your positions.
Wow, that's cool.
Well, Fiona said she'd buy me the VR2s if it means that I don't use up the Sony Bravia.
Well, yeah, there's that.
So she goes, "What? I can carry on watching my, French detective serial while you're driving." Yeah, well, if you can, okay, so you can buy it for me if you want.
That's the best thing about this is that GT7 is getting this full update, which means the entire game is playable in VR, whereas before it was head to head, so it's just a 2-car race.
Yeah.
And then there was a showroom mode where you could look around the cars.
Yeah.
And that was it. And you couldn't race online, or you couldn't race, all the competitions and all the licenses in VR. That was all standard. So
did you see that GT7 had my Mustang in my colour?
It
does.
does,
Grabber
yes.
blue. Yeah.
Yeah.
I took it out for a spin. Yeah.
You have to have a bumpy road just like yours to really.
Yeah. I was going. Yeah, it's 0 to 60 is pretty cool, but after that, that's not so clever. As the Audi Quattro passes you, and you go, okay, know where we are. It's all about being at the lights, but there's not a lot of that in racing, is there?
No.
So it's tough turns, right? Because you kind of fishtail with the heavy back end.
Yeah, but that's all part of the style.
Yeah.
You've got to style it out, mate. If I could give it
some power slides and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's funny you mentioned the details on the puddles and stuff in the games, because going way back to even some early 3D movies like Stuart Little, where they spent so much time with woven cloth and individual eyelets of his tiny tennis shoes with reflection maps that you never even saw, but they put them in because they could.
Yeah. If they weren't there, you subconsciously notice it.
You wouldn't actually that kind of detail, but they just love to throw that in there because they had the horsepower with the render farms and stuff.
Yeah, but of course, all the stuff that they were doing, they were basically doing the groundwork for everybody else later on.
Yeah.
Which is one of the good things about the industry. Everybody would go, no, we're going to do it even more realistic, and go, great, knock yourself out, and then we'll have that tag.
One of my coworkers worked at Sony when they were doing the God of War series, early versions, and he said they were constantly crashing the render farms with God of War. It just was too much for it, so they had to keep doing tweaks to it to even get it to fucking render.
Yeah,
it was pushing the envelope.
It's funny. I was talking with Fiona about games that had made it to film and TV, and she turned around and she goes, well, one of your favourite games of all time is Half-Life. And I went, yeah. She goes, well, there is a film of that, but it's called, what did she say it was called? XCOM. I went, really? She goes,
I haven't heard of that.
Yeah, I went, really? And it's based on Half-Life? She goes, well, it's even got the sound effects from Half-Life in it. I went, I'm going to check this out. That was the most disappointing hour and a half I've ever had. It was like, really? No.
It's one of those knockoff studios that did it?
Yeah.
Like Asylum or whatever?
Yeah, and it's sort of like, they're trying to do it, and then went, look, we'll change the story because we can't afford to do that.
Oh, yeah.
But we can afford to do this because we've got enough cardboard and sellotape. Yeah, okay, let's do that. But they literally took all the sound effects from the game as well. So the sound of doors and fans and vents and stuff like that, environmental sounds, was like absolutely the same.
Speaking of cardboard and cellophane, if you haven't seen it, maybe watch a supercut of it or sit through a little bit of it. Look for this movie called After Last Season. It's probably the worst movie ever made. The guy shot it on 35mm film. He spent $5 million on it, and he has medical office scenes done in a house with 8.5 by 11 paper over all the different window dressings in the house, and he has an MRI machine built out of cardboard and printer paper. And he paid some money for some computer graphics for this, like visualizing someone's mind interlink between these two characters, and it's some of the worst CGI you've ever seen. I mean, the whole movie is just unbelievable.
Yeah, the thing is, it doesn't mean he's bad. It just means he didn't have a very big, thick wallet.
No, he is bad. I mean, when you see this, everything's one take. So the actors have no chance to do anything better than what they got. The script makes no sense. It's a lot of gobbledygook about neurological stuff, and it's just complete nonsense. But if you think Ed Wood was bad, Ed Wood is genius compared to this guy. This really is one of the worst movies ever made, and it's from 2009.
Have you ever watched the Pendragon production of War of the Worlds?
No.
No.
So it had something like a budget of. It was a pretty big budget.
Oh, okay.
But it used one of those it was all the CGI that was done was that stuff that you can get that works on your PC, which is not very good.
That would
That's
make more
basically
sense, Wagged.
But that's what they were doing, and it was just horrible. And they took it. I think the original cut was something like 3 hours long, and I got really excited about it because I thought, oh, this is a proper film version of the book, i.e. it's set in 1899, as opposed to all the other versions that have been out there. So it's proper period piece.
Right.
Oh man, I think you can probably find it somewhere on YouTube. Or the graphics are just horrible. You can see it's so obvious they're overlaid on the live action, and the actors, obviously sort of big actors are sort of well versed in, and they have all of the extra props, don't they? If they do it all on green screen, they can have people stood there holding markers so that they know where to look, and everyone's looking in the wrong direction.
Tennis ball on a stick.
That sort of thing. Yeah, but in this one, obviously they didn't have the budget. They just shot it, on location, and then just overlaid It's horrible.
Talking of that, do you remember tripods?
Yes.
So,
yes.
There must have been copyright issues.
The funny thing about after last season is it made it only to 4 theaters, and they told the theaters, we can't afford to ship the prints back, so just burn them, and they did.
Mind you, I've managed to sit through Plan 9 from Outer Space. So
I'm telling you, that is a genius movie compared to this one.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Because it has heart, and the guy actually, even though Ed Wood is a nut, he tried.
Yeah.
I recently watched the full version of Metropolis. Fritz Lang's Metropolis.
Oh yeah. One, yeah.
The proper full length one.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. Even though all the subtitles were in German. Who cares?
Did you see the 80s one that had Giorgio Moroder music and stuff?
Yes. Yeah.
That's pretty funny, yeah.
Yeah.
Adamant.
Adamant did a song on the soundtrack. Freddie Mercury did.
Freddie Mercury, yeah.
Love Kills. But there was a rumor going around. I remember at the time there was a rumor going around that Queen had bought the rights to the film, but actually all they'd done was they bought a license to use some of the footage in the Radio Gaga video, and that was it.
No way.
Yeah.
Wow.
So if you watch Radio Gaga, you'll notice that it uses clips from the film, but it also, all the stuff that they did present day has a connection, a visual connection to the film.
The visual effects of Metropolis are still amazing. It's just unbelievable.
For the day, yeah.
Oh, they were massively ahead of their time.
And someone was supposed to make a video game for it, and never happened. But that would have been awesome to have an immersive Metropolis game.
Mm.
Well, Forbidden Planet's still up there with, ahead of its time.
Yeah.
Cinematics, definitely. And a decent plot.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And
Although
the famous Krell patch.
It is based on, was it The Tempest? It was based
remember.
on some Shakespearean plays loosely based on.
A lot of the good ones are. I mean, you look at any science fiction film that involves an alien invasion of Earth, and it's pretty much ripped off from War of the Worlds.
Yeah.
Independence Day.
The George Powell War of the Worlds is great.
Is that the 50s one?
Yeah.
That is the one.
Yeah. With the great sound effects and the car engine.
I kind of like the Spielberg one because it did adhere to the story quite well. The actual, although it was set in modern day,
because the ships were already planted, right? Is that the?
Yeah, that was one of the things that was slightly different.
And the Martians feeding.
Yeah.
on,
there was the
on
Martians
people,
feeding,
and the red weed and everything
Yeah.
else. It's
and
all there. Yeah.
the artilleryman and that whole thing. That it was slightly different, but it did kind of stay faithful to the the storyline rather than the actual story itself. But the BBC did a version of it, didn't they, a few years ago?
That was
And
good.
Again, no, they went too far off. I thought, brilliant, here we go. BBC doing a proper period version of War of the Worlds.
That's why I liked it, though, because it was period. So,
yeah. I gave them that, but then they started deviating from the book.
Yeah, I don't remember the details.
Yeah, but even the original concept of the Martians was not to be that mechanical. It was supposed to be literally a brain in a basket.
Yeah.
With legs. But I don't think that would have the same visual impact.
No.
The problem with the Spielberg one is they try to lay these ground rules for what they're doing with the EMPs and all this kind of stuff, right? And then they immediately break all their own rules.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're going to lay those rules down and try to make it a serious film for the most part,
you got to
don't fucking break those rules. There's a scene where they've EMP fried everything. Yeah, there's a camcorder recording the thing stepping on it. And the guy found one solenoid that still worked. I was like, they all fried.
Yeah.
So, Tom Cruise overacting as usual. So it's.
Well, if you want a fuck fest of a film, like I say, watch Moonfall.
Well, that's why that's Roland Emmerich, who's a piece of garbage, right? I mean, all of his movies are the same.
Yeah, this was particularly fantastically what the fuck.
Like there are good visuals in that Egyptian movie because it also has a great score by Mr. Arnold, right?
Mm.
And the visuals are great, but its story's pretty stupid,
Yeah, I mean those first films that Emmerich did with was the other guy. There was two of them, wasn't there?
He's a former actor turned producer. It's what is his name?
Can't remember his name. But the first set of films that they did were good. ID4, Godzilla.
They're popcorn movies, but they're not great movies.
But they're not great movies, but they're at least they're good at what they're trying to do. But after a while, after about the first 4 or 5, I think they just got into this complex. Like
The Day After Tomorrow in 2012 was always disaster porn.
How many ways can we destroy the world, or destroy America, or destroy this city or that city? It's just like, oh Jesus.
And the most basic physics are completely wrong, and it's just so funny.
Yeah, but then we were briefly saved with Mars Attacks.
Yeah, Mars Attacks is fun.
That's a great film. Such
a great film. Why can't we all just be friends?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good giggle.
That was
for the hell of it.
Yeah.
So you know what's really funny about that? There was a radio person years before that who made a joke about Slim Whitman and some kind of alien thing, and someone basically lifted that from them.
Yeah.
Oh mate,
that's a very good film. Right, I'm going to bed.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to do the same. I need to be vaguely awake if I'm going to be working on that Matrix 12 tomorrow.
Yeah, don't ruin that. That's a beauty.
Yeah, that's true.
I've got to research Chinese Mandarin translations for some of our clients.
Oh, good luck.
I can tell you it's going to cost tens of thousands of dollars. But hey, I'm not paying for it.
Tens of thousands of dollars?
Yep.
To
do a conversion.
Mandarin English translation book. You can just flick through.
If only.
If only.
They've got to translate all the on-screen content and then reformat it to so that it all looks good. And then they've got to translate and then re-record the narration. And they do this on like a per word basis, and it's horrendously expensive.
Just don't look for one that's like the Hungarian phrase book, where it's full of improper insults.
My hovercraft is full of eels. If I said you had a beautiful body, would you hold it against me?
So I'm not too bothered about staying up late tonight because I'm just surfing the internet and getting quotes and shit. So
yeah.
And then I'll go back. They do this every 2 or 3 years. It's our physical access control division. They come up to us and say, we'd like something you're trained, but we'd like it in this language or that language. For a few years ago, they wanted it in Russian. They wanted everything in Russian. Now, don't want to know the Russians. We've stopped selling to the Russians.
That's what the embargo's for.
I know, indeed. But bizarrely, like, we just did this conversion of our website. We've completely rebuilt it from scratch, and the biggest demand for website translation is Spanish, because it's a massive market. English, then Spanish, then Portuguese.
Yeah.
But funnily enough, now they want to concentrate on China.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And that'll probably fall down. Once the Chinese government get, their wrists slapped for flying balloons over various places, we'll probably get told that we can't sell to the Chinese, and all of that money will have gone up the Swanee. So,
I love how they got mad about the whole balloon incident. It's like, you guys can't control your shit, so what did you expect?
Indeed.
Assuming it was innocent, right? So.
Yeah. Well, yes.
Well, it was a weather balloon. All they found out it was raining in California one day. Yeah. Look, it's raining in California.
Shall we attack now? No.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, do you ever see that movie where China literally digs to California under the ocean?
Oh, I remember seeing.
It's a classic old sci-fi movie.
Yeah.
It's really funny. They got these big drilling machines with the big conical fronts, like they dug through the earth, and it's so funny. Great stuff.
Right, and gents, been lovely.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Good stuff.
See you all soon.
Thanks again.
Indeed.
Bye.
We'll have to do this again.
Well, yes, I'm sure we will. All right, gents. Have a good one.
All right, dear.
Bye, all.
See you later.
Take care, everyone. Look after yourselves. Bye. Bye.
Bye.